hour event here on Sunday. We had a wet one yesterday, and the beginning looks wet here as well as the NPO1s take the green flag going into turn 1. You'll see them coming on your screen right now, and then we can probably catch them going up. Just now seeing the GTO field come over into the turn 12 area. A split start here again. We do have two separate classes racing at the same time. Very similar speeds, though. That's why they elect to do the split start. And it's two Janettas in the 997 getting out to a great start. Looks like the Screaming Goat racing car gets jumped a little bit. A great start for GTO. Lots of filing into turn number 1. And it looks like everybody has kept it very smooth. It is damp out there. It was a nice, cool 36 degrees at my hotel this morning. It's certainly warmed up a little bit, but it's going to be rough these first couple laps, trying to get a dry line formed on the track so that we can get going here racing today. I'm Ryan West. We've got Chris Davis from North Loop Motorsports, Joseph Moodrock on the turntables, and JT Tammy live from the Pacific Northwest. Welcome, everybody.
Well, howdy.
There is a race going on.
Pretty
well, I wanted to
far.
introduce everybody. You know, we got to do it.
No, that's fantastic. Glad to be here, and glad to be maybe not quite so cold and wet trackside, although it looks like a lot of fun in the cars right now.
Absolutely. Fortunately, the issue we had yesterday was that we were starting to get some pools and puddles and rivers running across the track. Those have mostly abated, but the entire surface is wet. So it's going to be slick out there. But again, I do anticipate we will get a dry line here in the next several laps. It is going to take a little bit longer as a single NPO1 comes over the crest. And it is the yellow Stratus number 59 leads the race, followed by the blue number 58 Stratus car, and then the 9-4 Motorsports number 84 in the Sabico NPO1s. Getting out to a nice lead here to start the race. Those cars were the pace of the field at one point yesterday, and I believe all three of them ran into some mishaps, which meant that they had to plummet down the field a little ways, and wow! As the GTO field comes through, we've got the number 123 Mercedes-Benz comes across well clear of the Janetta, and the Screaming Goat Racing number 29, the home-built BMW with the LS swap, has made up some positions as well. There's kind of a lead pack and then a chase in GTO, if you will, and now all of the BMW M4s file through. One of the big talking points we had yesterday was tires. So we've got several tire manufacturers here in WRL, and there's one team right now that's going to be loving these conditions, and that's Random Vandals Racing, running on the Continental tire. They need to make hay while it's as wet as possible out here to get to the front, because when it was dry, I think they were at a little bit of a disadvantage. So if they could get to the front here, that would be fantastic for them. Oh, no.
Very light contact exit, turn 5, driver's left.
Absolutely. So it does look like he'll be okay. I'm sure he'll be able to get that car going. Unfortunately, that is where the mud is kind of the worst from what I saw on that part of the track there at turn 5. So we'll see if that brings out a full course yellow. It will. It will almost certainly bring out a full course yellow as the man at the flag stand prepares to display the yellow flag. The number 59 comes through again, followed by the 58 and the 84. Still well clear of the field. And then, of course, you see here on screen the 84. Oh, go ahead. I gotcha. Wow. The number 29 is now up to second in class. Going in pursuit of the Mercedes-Benz, and that the number 111 Toyota Supra has now moved up into third position in GTO as well, although they're going to be challenged on the inside going into turn 1. That's a little bit tight, but it looks like they seem to have made it, and the number 111 stays ahead of the 28 from Random Vandals Racing. Joseph, if we could pick that up in the S's, that would be fantastic.
Should be noted, Hitman is to 8th in GTO already after starting in the back.
Would have been yesterday's winner, but unfortunately they had some issues on the dyno yesterday, which then allowed the number 99 Team GTR BMW to inherit the win. That's going to be the blue M4 if you're trackside here. Of course, we are trackside on the PA in the paddock. but we're not allowed. Well, I guess we should be able to go live throughout the entire course now. You can also catch us on 98.1 FM. That Janetta still has not moved, and we are displaying the double yellow here, so this will be the first yellow of the day. The emergency vehicles are going to turn their lights on and probably go help in a recovery effort. It's just so slick right there, especially in the rain, and you've got the kind of red clay mud to deal with as well, so this is probably a good call to get them squared away here. Yep, absolutely. And so we're going to get the field neutralized here. I believe the pace car will be picking up the NP01s. But that will push the field back together. So after the split start, that's going to bring the NP01s right back into the clutches of the GTO cars. Now, again, the ultimate lap time, I think, of the NP01 can compete, but being such a light car, the difference in GTU being GT under and GT over for GTO, they don't have nearly the torque and power coming out of the corners, but they can carry a little bit more mid-corner speed, especially in the fast sweepers. So it'll be interesting to see how those two classes battle up front, because we are competing for an overall win here as well. No trophy or points on offer for the overall, but if you're there, you may as well do the competition.
Yesterday. No, he did it. No, he's backwards. I forgot about that. He just pulled 180. Yesterday. Yeah.
Also a good start for the 28 from Rain the Vandals, as we were talking about with the tires. So far up to 4th place in GTO after starting 14th.
Excellent, excellent for them. The 997 I just noticed, a new car for WRL this weekend. It's a 997 GT3 Cup car, kind of the 06, 07, 08 vintage, give or take. It does have the updated bodywork on it, but it's still the old motor, importantly, so it can be eligible to be in kind of the right power band. I believe it would be Cole Lofsgaard starting that car again. It has fallen down the order quite a bit. I was kind of hopeful that the Porsche Cup car would be good here with the rear engine and the slick conditions. Unfortunately, they had a gearbox issue yesterday that prevented them from running, the second half of the race, so they don't think they got a whole lot of wet opportunities in that car. So I do know that this was Cole Lofsgaard's first weekend running a car of this variety that's a 997 with a rear engine. So, a learning curve there for sure, and that's the type of car, we'll see a lot of these BMWs especially coming down into turn 12, and they'll be sliding the back end in the wet, and it's pretty controlled. But having driven a few 911s in my life, it's not the type of car that gives you the confidence to slide the back end around the corner, because you'll find yourself facing the wrong direction incredibly quickly.
Yeah, I'd also point out, I believe the early Cup cars, no ABS or traction control as well.
Yep, absolutely. So you've got to really manhandle that kind of car to get the maximum out of it. They look at trackside. JT, I know you do a lot of the photography stuff on the side. I love trying to shoot. I'm not a very good photographer, but I love trying to shoot the Cup cars. I love watching them trackside because you can really see all of the inputs in the car. It's very nice to look at. You can see how the car's leaned over, how they're accelerating, etc. The way that those are set up, it just really is conducive to seeing who's on the attack and who's taking it easy.
Yeah, and I mean, it's also going to be a bit difficult because the car's not designed to run on this kind of tire compound. Though it's going to be very interesting to see how smooth and soft in some cases they're going to have to be on that transition. Just because the car's going to be a bit stiff for the type of tire that it's going to be running.
So we're going to come through on the yellow flag here again. The fields have now been brought together.
This is a good sign. We're able to pull the 27 away on the tow rope rather than having to flatbed it straight away. So good sign there that that car may be able to continue.
Yeah,
Fired back up and on its way.
It looked like relatively light contact, but yeah, there it goes. It just looks like it was stuck, just with all the mud.
Yeah, I mean, that'll be a part of it for sure. This will obviously be a critical point for them as they feel out whether or not anything is bent at this point. this will obviously be the first time they find out is
Limping
driving
back.
it down the road. Yeah. But good news, that is already cleared now at turn 5, so I would expect that we'll go green this time.
Let's hope so. We want to get as much green flag running in as before our 2-hour break here in the middle. So again, for those that are new to the series, welcome. You can catch us on 98.1 if you're at the track in the paddock. You should be able to hear us on the PA now as well. And then, of course, we're coming to you live on YouTube. But at this race, we do have to take a 2-hour break starting at 9 p.m., which means everybody has to be back in the pit lane and turned off before 9. So we're only going to have 30 to 40-ish minutes of running left here. We're going to take a 2-hour break and then come back and do the last 7 hours of the race. The clock you see at the top left will go, I believe, Joseph, it will go red and continue to count.
Yeah, the way, yeah. So that's right. So it's 9 hours of real world time, if you like, but it'll be 7 hours of racing.
Excellent, excellent. The Janetta comes to the pit lane under its own power. I reckon they will. Let's see. I would imagine they're going to take that into the paddock and clean out some of the mud that I saw on the front splitter and just kind of do a check and make sure everything's okay under there. In these kind of conditions, I think it's worthwhile to take the extra time to make sure that your car is going to be running in a great way, you know, so that you can focus on the rain condition as opposed to focus on trying to nurse some problem, especially when we're only 15 minutes into our 7-hour event today. So not a bad idea.
Lights are off.
Pull that back in. Lights are off on the pace car. That means we're going to go green this time by. They're going to head up over the hill. They're going to come under the Fox Factory Bridge here.
No split start for this restart, obviously, so that's going to be a little different.
And the number 84 is getting jumped on the restart. The 123 Mercedes and the number 29 Screaming Go Racing BMW. So the two of them are going to get clear going into turn 1. The two Stratus cars will hold on to the lead going back up the hill towards turns 2 and 3. Everybody filing through nice and carefully here. Got one car trying to go around the outside there. I think he's going to file back in just to play it a little bit on the safe side. You now see on the screen the cars coming through the turn 3 and 4 complex up here. Again, a couple more cars trying to go around the NP01. So the NP01 not able to put the power down in the rain right now. And you can just see those puddles on the right side of the track there. The reflection from the lights, it is still treacherous on that part of the track especially. That's kind of where the drainage all ends up. That's the low bit on the track. They're going to come back up here through turn 5 towards turn 6. There's a little bit of a short shoot here. And then we will have the cars braking down to turn right to go into turns 6 and 7, and then coming onto the longest straight stretch of the track after turn 7. Here they are filing through turn 6, and then turn 7 will be to the left here. We do have a view of that that's going to come up here in a moment. There it is. So that's turn 7, and then all the cars are going to start down this long straightaway. And Joseph, is the other camera working on the opposite side? Yeah, there we go. And so that's up the main straight, and then they go down that hill and have an immediate left-hander that's a little bit hard to get broken down for. It's a low-speed corner. They got to turn the car to the left, turn the car back to the right. They head back up over the hill, and then back into the treacherous turn 12. And it looks like that Mercedes-Benz well clear of the yellow Civico car, and they are going to come through the start-finish straight in the lead and well clear of everybody else. The blue Stratus Racing car is nowhere to be seen.
Yeah,
There it
remember,
is. It has dropped substantial time. I wonder if they had an issue. It looks like they have an issue on their back left bodywork as well. So I wonder if there's some contact there or a spin, Joseph?
well, just remember that these underweight cars are famous for taking longer to get the tires of the temp, right? This is only going to be exacerbated in these conditions. So once they get up to speed, they should still be quick. But in the meantime, they're going to be on the struggle bus a little bit, and these heavier cars that can put heat into the tires more quickly, obviously up to pace faster, and it's kind of mixing up the two classes in what yesterday was hardly a multi-class race.
Absolutely. JT, your thoughts so far?
So far, it's been a bit tricky out there. It's really hard to get a good idea of where everybody's pace is. The main thing right now in this open stint is being cautious, staying on track, and hopefully we'll get to some green flag stops.
Yeah, probably only one. Probably only one green flag stop before we get to the window where they may close pit in. So that turns into another wrinkle, because that is treated as a proper red flag. You cannot work on the car during that.
The number 123 well clear here of the rest of the field. They are having a great race right now. They're going to be followed through by the number 29 Screaming Goat Racing, and then the 28 of Random Vandals in the rain doing what they need to do, chased by both of the Toyota Supras. Both the 111 and the Hitman Racing car are chasing hard, with the Subico NP01 chasing them. So the yellow car faring a little bit better here, the number 59. And then the number 12, Tangerine Associates car, right behind them as well. So nice to see them getting up in the top 10 here today. Nice and early. Hoping they can keep it there.
That 123 is flying right now.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
a 143 in these conditions is pretty darn good, and that's a full 3 seconds clear of what anybody else can do lap time-wise right now.
Yeah, it's very possible that the person who's in the car today, the first thing this morning for them, was familiar with the wet conditions yesterday. They might have been one of the last people in the car yesterday. That can give you a bit of an edge getting started. You know, often the driver lineup from Saturday to Sunday does change, where you have a different starter. And in these conditions, I wouldn't be surprised if they chose someone who was either a little bit more comfortable in the wet, or someone who literally had driven much of the time in the wet yesterday.
Yeah, you can see them running the karting line, if you will, running that outside where all of the rubber will have been built up from yesterday. So they've clearly figured out the rain line here. They know where the grip is early, so I think you might be right.
It does also appear the track is drying in certain places. That really rewards the person who knows when to use the rain line and when to get back on the fast line. But yeah,
the Hitman Racing car braking very late into turn 12. They made up a bunch of time on the 111 there. I think he's going to have a run. No, he pulls back in. He's going to pop back out again going down into turn 1. I don't think he'll be able to make it. He sends it up the inside. Runs a little bit wide. I think the 111 had to check up a little bit there. And no, the Hitman Racing car cannot get the move done on the outside of turn 1 there. We just see them coming through the shot here. That's the Screaming Goat, the Random Vandals, and then the two Supras. As the rest of the field kind of flows through here. Top of turn 3, turn 4. And then you can see that whole shot here. Down through the S's. It's just been a very exciting opening. I've always had something to watch as the cars come through. The people are trying to make moves right now to set themselves up, I think, to make time, if they can make time, and minimize the loss that this stop is going to be before we see the yellow. And we have a yellow again. We have a double yellow here. So now
it's for the
I
997.
That's awful. That sucks for them. Again, they were planning on bringing a Ford Mustang. It was the Dark Horse R, which was recently announced that they're going to have their own one-make series of that car as well. But they had planned to debut that car. It was going to make its racing debut here at WRL, and the car was not completed in time, according to Brad McCall. So this 997 was something they picked up in the meantime. Yesterday, again, it had a gearbox issue, and then today is now stuck in the sand, it looks like, or rather the gravel.
That car has gone off into the wall, according to the race control log.
Ooh, maybe driver's right under braking.
The call is driver's left. Clearly it's ended up driver's right. So I don't... That is going to be, I think, probably Marshall dependent on how they will have called that in.
Mm-hmm. Well, that could make sense. We were watching the 123s on board under braking into turn 10, and definitely braking completely off the normal racing line, all the way driver's left. just on that wet line trying to find grip. So it could be that the Porsche Cup car just lost under braking. Those can tend to be a bit rear bias in terms of the brake balance.
Yeah. Famously, got a little bit extra weight in the back.
Yeah, so that could have been lost under braking, maybe just a wheel off, or maybe a little bit of help. Who knows?
Well, and it comes back to this is a new car to them, right? And so it may behave a little differently than they're used to. The electronics may kick in at a different point than they're used to, and you're obviously in treacherous conditions. So the combination of those things, it's unfortunate.
Well, I think as JT mentioned earlier, Joseph, not a lot of electronics on a Cup car by default. Perhaps it's installed on this one, but not a whole lot of traction control or ABS available to you in those cars.
Yeah, the new gen can be delivered with ABS.
Correct.
This one will not have been delivered with it, but as you say, maybe it could have been added. ABS doesn't strike me as something that would be an easy add.
Then you're changing brake master cylinders and doing all kinds of stuff to add that.
Yeah, on a brand new car, well, a new to you car, it would depend, I suppose, on whether or not it had already been installed.
Grand Am had ABS, correct?
Did it?
I don't know.
I don't think it did.
If it didn't, then there you go. But if it did, I know that for a time before they did the Porsche 911 GT America for half a season, it used to be that they would use modified Cup cars for Grand Am. And so it could be that if there was an ABS system available to those cars, that would be something that's not a terribly difficult thing to install. But again, I'm not certain on that. So we've had our second full course yellow here. Again, the conditions out there pretty treacherous. As Chris mentioned, there are bits of the track that are starting to get dry, but here on the front part of the circuit, kind of from turns 10 and 11 all the way through the turn 1, there is not a noticeable dry line yet. Again, it is just a little bit colder, a little bit gray. We haven't had a lot of, steady green flag running for 40 minutes or anything like that, so it's going to take a little while, I think, to get everybody back to comfortable. And then you can't get any heat in the tires as well if we're, going back to yellow this frequently. So it's probably a little bit rough out there, I would imagine.
Is there a bit of debris here? Yeah, there is.
Yeah, it appears to be on the track surface there in the center of the track,
and on the left too. Yeah.
Yeah. I switched over to this so we could get a better view of it. Did that look like a wing mirror, maybe?
Or piece
or an end plate. I don't know.
Something. Yeah.
I could see the end plate. Yeah.
So I did find evidence of a Bosch ECU system added to an old 997 GT3 Cup car to run traction control.
Interesting.
I don't know if this had one.
Gotcha. JT, fun fact, I don't know if you heard yesterday, this is the chassis that won at the 25 Hours of Thunder Hill.
Huh. The Cup car?
Yeah.
Cool. Which team was that? I can't remember.
I believe this would have been, quote, Motorsport Solutions, end quote. Which was just a funny way of saying Flying Lizard's running the car, but we don't want to say Flying Lizard's running the car for whatever reason.
I have lots of... Is that the one that won in 2014?
It would have been 13? 12 or 13, I think?
Well, that wasn't a Cup car, though.
It was.
Oh, for Flying Lizard?
Yeah. Flying Lizard ran the Cup car before they ran the RSR.
Okay.
The RSR was the new thing that they did for
I remember Irret running a Cup car.
So there was one year where 4 or 5 people showed up with the Cup car, but it used to be Pierre Irret ran with Mercer, I believe, and then did 2 years of Motorsport Solutions.
Okay.
And I believe the year after that, Flying Lizard liveried the car, and then the year after that, they did the GT4, Audi, and the RSR, is my recollection.
I will take your word for it, because I do not remember.
So it looks like, doing a little bit of research, no ABS for the 997 Cup car, but it sounds like a lot of people were taking ABS from the 996 and adapting it to the 997. The systems
Interesting.
being either Bosch or Teves Motorsport systems.
Interesting.
Don't mind me, just zoom in some cameras.
Totally fine, totally fine. I did notice this morning that there were some teams in the paddock who had mounted rain tires. So this was a discussion yesterday, obviously, about what tire you're going to run when we have the dry first half of the race and then the wet second half. I think we're going to have the inverse today. We're going to have a wet first half and then it should dry out as we get later on in the day. But I did notice more than one team had, I believe, gone over and gotten some rain tires from somewhere. Almost certainly people saw the pace of the Random Vandals car yesterday and decided, hey, I'd like some of those, because of course Continental is on site. So there's a non-zero number of those tires, I'm sure, floating around from teams who want the opportunity to be fast here in the wet, because they had a pretty good run yesterday with Random Vandals on the wet tires. So as I walked through the paddock, I was trying to place cameras and stuff. I did see more block tread rain tires being mounted to various cars. So I'd be interested to know if you guys want to hit us on the text line. If you know what tire you're running, you want to shout out your brand, shout out which tire it is. I'd love to have that information. We love talking tires here at WRL. We, of course, have Cooper Tire as one of our main sponsors. They make an excellent tire, too. I think at a lot of tracks, they are the class of the field by far. They always talk about having a little bit stiffer sidewall on those tires, a little bit more like a racing tire, even though it's still a 200 tread wear vehicle, or 200 tread wear vehicle tire. So in theory, they're street legal. I often found it curious that you would go to Tire Rack and you can find most of these tires on Tire Rack that the teams run, and then you click on the listing and it says 200 tread wear, DOT approved, and then under that it says not for street use. So I don't know how that works.
Is that all?
Yeah, the category is extreme performance summer, or just to some effect, and I that's actually funny. I don't know that I had seen that particular qualifier in there. As someone who has purchased just a few of these tires, don't tell my wife to move the curtain in the basement, because behind that curtain is a significant storage of all brands. Among them, of course, the Continental tire, the Falcon tire, the Yokohama, you name it. There's probably, we've sampled something, but I have not made note of that for competition use only, or not for street use. These tires are now, in some of these tires, I believe that Continental tires actually did a factory delivery tire, factory delivery tire for a few new high-performance sports cars as their extreme performance factory tire. So we're definitely testing a tire that you can put on your street car, you can drive all summer long. I wouldn't recommend it once the weather turns in the north, but all summer long you can have a heck of a lot of fun, just like a race car driver.
Absolutely. I think one of the other things too is it might be good in the rain the first day or two that you have the tire, if you know what you're doing. But on your road car, you tend to not want to go through tires every 4 hours of running, and you will almost certainly be caught out with the tire low on tread when it does start to rain, because that's how things work in life.
I don't think you're pulling quite G's on street use.
That's true.
Yeah, bear in mind that the acceleration, all of the lateral G's you put on these tires, the sliding around and the extreme braking forces, extreme acceleration forces. That to say that eats through tires really is an understatement. And so some of these street tires, I know when I have used tires that are not completely used up, have a little bit of life left, I've known that I'll give those to friends or sell them cheap on the internet to well-informed purchasers, and they'll go and use them for an entire summer. So I'd say that these tires in normal daily use, where you're not pulling 1.5 Gs in corners, could well last 5,000, 10,000, even 15,000 miles from new. But they last about 4 hours when you're using them in fury on track. It's kind of an interesting balancing act.
So when I'm just out of curiosity, this is again inside baseball. Do you go pick those up from Tire Rack yourself?
So this actually depends. So each team may choose to. Some teams are prep shops where they have a relationship, basically a wholesale or commercial relationship with tire racks. They can get delivery at a slightly discounted price, and so they may be able to just go. They may choose to always use tire rack. There are also a few of the tire providers that have their own delivery service for racing use. So I know that Continental, in particular, has. Between their Hoosier Racing Tire, the Continental, and a couple others, they have a distribution relationship that often has a sponsored driver program and other things that are available through online purchase, and so you can buy directly through them, and those are then a slightly discounted price, but also available sometimes when they're not available on Tire Rack, because the racing distributor has access to a supply maybe separate and different from the street use tires. So those are the two main ways: is either buy directly through or to buy. I know Hankook makes a fantastic, very durable tire. I would consider that more an intermediate to hard tire that can really last in many cases a whole weekend. And the Hankooks we also would buy directly from. And some of these tire providers, the benefit of buying directly through that racing relationship is actually there may be a contingency relationship where if you win on those tires, you may get 1, 2, or a whole set free. And that is a huge incentive that keeps us coming back for racing, but it also, the benefit on the manufacturer side is it gets their tires used more and they get more data. So this is a boom in time for 200, or at least allegedly 200 treadwear tires, and it's very exciting to see these manufacturers seeking to play in the space.
Absolutely.
So we are getting the 997 pulled onto a flatbed, so I don't know if that's gone in with a corner or if there's just enough risk of fluid coming out of that car that they'd rather have it up off the racing surface. But either way, that car is not coming back under its own power. They impact with the left-hand side wall, as we understand it, through race control.
Of course, those cars notorious when they were new. It didn't take much of a hit to break the front left and front right radiators that sit way out on the car.
Yeah.
So a huge fluid risk for sure.
Yeah, we saw trucks carrying out a little bit of cleanup on the left-hand side of the racing surface. So I do wonder if there's a marshal post, right there, obviously. So I wonder if someone's noted some fluid and decided to ask the trucks to come clean that up.
Yeah, very good possibility. I assume it'd have to be a challenge with a wet track surface. Nevertheless, you want to make sure that that's the probably the only actual proper braking zone that you can make a pass easily, so that the true passing corner is into that chicane, and so having 2 or 3 lanes wide, deep, distant, and safe is a big deal. And that spin to the inside of, we never did see a replay, but it may well just been dropping a wheel or having one of the tires lock and then getting that spin. That had to have been a terrifying ride in that Porsche, because you're at full chat at the end of the straightaway there. Not a place that you want to have a big spin. Thankfully, it appears everyone's all right, and a little bit of debris is the biggest problem that they had.
Yeah, I mean, and they will have crossed the racing surface there, so we're lucky to have not collected another car in that. The 997's onboard, fortunately or unfortunately, depending on your perspective, wasn't still running at that point of the race, so not sure if we'll be able to get any of that on replay.
I will say real quick, while we were talking about tires and stuff, the number 59 Stratus racing car, one of the early leaders after the 58 seemed to have had some type of trouble. They have now pitted as well. So, and then the 58 is now in, and then the 84 had pit just at the beginning of the yellow, or right before the yellow, I believe. So all of the NPO1s have now made a pit stop, and they're going to be buried deep in the GTO field. I believe the 84 is technically the leader on track in GTU right now. As soon as the timing updates here, they are. So the 58 just put it in. So if you're looking at racehero.com/, race.io, it shows the 58 as in the lead, but they are pitted in, and I did just watch the pass occur. So the number 84 94 Motorsports car is currently your leader in GTU. Good to see them up there. Long-time entrant to the series. They used to run a couple GP3 Lexus ES300, the stout little car, for sure. Unfortunately, I think they had some issues with those as far as having some offs here, some offs there, and so they've now been running this NPO1 for I think a season and a half now, give or take. Not taking part in every event, but they're a southeast-based team out of Alabama, I believe. They're right close to Barber, so of course trying to make it to all the events down here. Really good to see them up front in the lead. We talked about it yesterday for a little bit. I love seeing the NPO1s out here. I like the idea of prototype racing on a budget, especially endurance prototype racing on a budget, because even the cheap prototype racing professionally now in LN3, you're looking at quite a big number per season to run that. I believe I was quoted at one point like $1.1 million to run a meh LMP3 effort.
Is that? I assume that's at least in the big show. I assume that's not in the.
Correct. Yeah, that was to run in the actual championship, not the prototype challenge. Yeah.
Yeah, but I would agree there's a differentiation there. There's also differentiation in terms of drive time. I mean, the full big show obviously is meaningful amount more hours, but also you're competing on the full big stage. PC or prototype challenge is usually just a 2-driver pairing. It's oftentimes a gentleman driver with a pro, something of that situation, or it could just be a gentleman who is racing on his or her own. And I believe there's actually a differentiation of how long you stay in the pit lane.
Correct.
For the 1-hour races, depending on whether you're an individual driver or a 2-person driver. Either way, sharing 24 hours of racing in one WRL weekend is almost as much racing as you get, or more racing than you get in an entire prototype challenge season.
Yeah.
Which is a pretty fantastic value.
Absolutely, and it's the same thing with the GT4 as well. Michelin Pilot Challenge is an excellent series, and you see a lot of the GT4 machinery, and you get a lot of big name pro drivers in there. But at the end of the day, the races are 2 hours or less, most of them, and you're still having to travel all over the country. If you're a southeastern team, you're having to make the haul all the way out to Laguna Seca or Sonoma, whichever one they decide to run. Does Prototype Challenge, or I'm sorry, does no, they don't go to Long Beach, do they, for Michelin Pilot Challenge?
No, I don't think Pilot Challenge.
No.
Okay, I don't think they do either. So you do have the one big toe to get out to the West Coast, and then, of course, you've got to go up to the Northeast, and you got to go to Road America. So, you can run the Eastern Championship here in a GT4 car with way more track time, in addition to a little bit less distance to tow if you just want to run the Eastern Championship, and even if you want to run parts of the Midwest, not too terrible if you're in this part of the country. As 511 choice cars on the pit lane as well.
Beautiful. Yeah, speaking as someone who has made the tows, our team being based in Minnesota, we have I'll tell you, Sebring is the longest one, and that was approximately 31 hours. But this entire series, that is essentially the width of your worst case scenario. Is your longest tow is going to be somewhere around 30 hours. Our good friends with Big Mission out in Colorado, a number of teams that are Colorado based, they had probably a similar length tow to us on that. But within that 2-day or so range, you can cover a lot of amazing racetracks in this country and see some really, really fantastic racing. So yeah, it's great value. There's many, because it's multi-class racing, you have many different classes wherein you can compete. You can choose a higher power to weight ratio, which would be those cars that are a little bit faster in the corners, and also quite light, but maybe don't have the motor to get you on a straightaway. And those folks are dancing in the normal WRL races. They're dancing with these very same state-of-the-art, factory-made cars that may be only a year or two old. The price point could be 10x or even 20x difference between bottom class, which has very well-prepared cars, but they're generally either home-built or made by a prep shop, and maybe a chassis that's 20 or 30 years old, whereas these brand new cars, they do generate more speed, they're a lot heavier, but they have a ton more power, a lot more technology. It's fantastic to see in this series the options you have to come in but this GTO only race being pretty special, it's just a way to provide the dancing space at a very technical, difficult place to pass type track to allow these GTO drivers and GTU drivers to, have a little bit more safety and to go ahead and compete on their own right. Very exciting to see it.
The Porsche 911 is now being pulled into the paddock. They have taken it the long way around the track. Let's see. It looks like it was a rear end collision. The rear wing I can see from here is not in good shape. And the front too. So that's spun and hit both sides of the car. Fortunately, the driver's cockpit, etc., seems to be in one space, but there's not much left at the front of that 997. And then the back right is looking pretty rough as well. So that was a big hit. I was a scrutineer for a short time. I have a hard time seeing that being a car that gets put back out on track.
Lights out.
In the near future.
Lights out on the pace car. We're going back racing.
Alrighty, we're going to go green here. The number 123 NFC Motorsports Mercedes-Benz is going to lead us to the green. Oh, and the Random Vandals are going to go down the inside of the number 29. They slide, they spin, they touch. Everybody gets away with it. The number 111 is going to capitalize, though, between those two cars, the 28 and the 29 getting into it. The 111 is going to come right through into turn 1 to take the lead, heading back up. But I can just barely see the 29 is going to be able to come back coming into turn 3.
Yeah, the big winner in that exchange, again, is that NFC and Mercedes getting away as the two second and third place cars get playing with each other.
Look at that car. The 123 has already dropped the rest of the field. The number 29, of course, has lost a little bit of speed as well there, having to kind of gather itself after a minor tap between it and the 28. The 28, of course, on the tires that they love for the rain conditions, able to kind of keep up front there. I would be very curious to find out what share the NFC car is on. It would not surprise me if the NFC car went over to the Continental trailer and asked for whatever they have, please. Because that car looking fantastic here in the wet conditions.
We were briefly on board the
gaps.
Briefly on board the 99, who inherited the win from yesterday, as you said, after, or as you alluded to earlier, after the 34 was sent to the back of the order. So in 3 rounds we've got 2 new winners, each of which with their own scrutineering difficulties.
Down into turn 12. If we can pick that camera up, Joseph, we're going to have the 111 and the 34 go through on the number 28. But again, the 28's got the great grip. We'll see if they're able to come back down through the S's, but both of the Supras get by the 28 BMW M4, and that group of 3 is starting to drop the rest of the field. Screaming Goat had the pace at the beginning of the race, but now has recently started to drop back a little ways. I wonder if they're still nursing an issue from yesterday. We know that they had an oil burning, oil draining type of issue, so this is going to be a little bit of a replay because the onboards are delayed, but that's the 111 getting clear up through turn 11.
You saw briefly the 28 lost traction coming out of 10A, and that was what allowed both of those Supras to get that run.
Yeah, I had that very large slide out of 10B.
There is that group of 3 there. The 28 still stalking, still hunting, trying to get there. We'll see them come through. So that is the Mercedes, already 2 laps in, and they've already put a huge gap on the rest of the field. Someone pops out. They're going to see if they can go down the inside. That's the Hitman Racing Toyota going down the inside. So they have gained a position. They are now about up into 3rd. So you have the 111 has now taken 4th place, and the Hitman Racing Supra has taken 3rd. The 28 still sitting behind. I think may be content just to sit back and watch and see what happens.
Well, having been overtaken by both those cars, I think it's actually struggling a little bit. Relatively speaking, obviously, it's an P4.
A little bit of a different line here. We're going to come back up the hill and then back down into turn 12. The Hitman Racing Supra now starting to gap the 111 just a little bit here as we come through down into turn 12 and head up the front straightaway. The number 28 looks very racy down into turn 1. They are closing up the gap on the number 111 quite quickly. I think they will be able to have a look on the back half of the circuit here. As you can see, they're very, very close. The rest of the GT4 field filtering through here as well. The Hitman Racing Toyota has now put a similar gap onto the two trailing cars. The number 84 NP01 also comes down the pit lane again. Maybe having some issues there.
3 incidences, if you will, of contact under investigation at the moment, all within the last 4 minutes or so. One against the 34 for Hitman against the Turbo 1 of Thunder Bunny down at turn 4, or reported at turn 4. The next is at turn 7 between the 2 for Team ACP and the 127, which I believe is a Pinnacle entry, and the third is the 28 and the 29, so that'll be that Random Vandals car and the 29 for Screaming Goat.
That was almost certainly what was from the restart here into turn 12 that allowed the number 111 to get the jump, at least initially. Looking here in this complex, and you can already see through this 10A area the gap. And it looks like Random Vandals have done it. They've gone around the 111 here. So the 111 now a little bit on the back foot. They're going to try as hard as they can to hold on to the rest of the front of the field here. Having your top 3, top 4 get spread out like this is usually going to be a big problem. Now, as long as Thunder Bunny can hold on to the car right now and just keep it on the tarmac and stay, you know, in this roughly 4th, 5th place position, I do believe that after the break, the track should be a little bit more dry. And so it'll give everybody an opportunity here to reset and maybe see if the track comes back to them. Of course, Random Vandals has to make hay while the sun is out and get to the front as soon as they can and hope that the rain stays with those rain tires. And I would imagine it just has to be, right? It has to be that the Mercedes is on those same Continentals because the pace is ridiculous right now.
Well, I mean, I'd actually say that the pace, they got up to pace faster, but now the Hitman Racing car is officially the fastest car on track at the moment at 41.7, whereas NSC just got to their 42s faster. I would also say just a little further back, Random Vandals, Open Throttle, 89X, and now Pinnacle joining the fray. There is a nice second gaggle that has been very racy, and they've been working together and running in line, not really diving into each other, and everyone's towing each other to a faster race, almost identical 45 lap times, and that's their individual best. So 2 very good packs, finding the pace, and while NFC certainly had the jump, it appears that gap may be stabilizing a little bit with Hitman.
Yeah, Hitman actually on that last lap turned the fastest lap of the race.
Time here. Let's see what that happens. No, it looked like they were much closer this time by, but they only gained another 10th on that lap. But only a 5-second gap now, and then that's similar to the gap from the 34 to the 28, 4.7 seconds. Then the Thunder Bunny car less than a second behind the 28. Again, I think Thunder Bunny would be content here to hang out behind the 28 and wait for the track to come back the 111's direction. Again, I would assume at least the NFC car also has a rain tire type situation. The problem for Thunder Bunny is that the 34 is running out front, and so they can't afford to let the 34 stay ahead of it because then that'll be a tough car to pass. But the other two, one would think, as soon as the track dries out, the 111 might have a little bit better pace.
That 123 was the fastest car on track in the dry. So if it can maintain an advantage through this phase of the race, that's going to be a tough car to make ground on, I think. That may have been coincidental with driver lineup, but that car was really quick in the opening phases yesterday.
Do we have any idea? We haven't seen many Mercedes. This is obviously the second or third time they've campaigned that car. They were at COTA with us. I would love to know, fuel window, have we noticed much difference between the Mercedes and the Supras or M4s? Any difference that we've noted?
My sense is that the Mercedes can go a little longer, which also makes it dangerous. So we'll see if that pans out. Obviously, this opening stint won't give us a ton of great information, just because, you know, wet weather, burning less fuel, and so this'll be a longer than normal stint. But maybe in terms of relative advantage, we'd still get that information.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to watch that. I mean, you know, we have roughly a little just under an hour left before the quiet time break, which gives us maybe a full stint plus a bit. But if we get any more cautions, it's possible they could save enough fuel to get it very close to that quiet time. My understanding is the pit lane will close once the quiet time pace car does go out, and so service will, you know, so if I'm a team owner right now, I'm thinking about, do I want to leave my driver in and get a pit stop done prior to that quiet time? Do I want to leave that same driver in? By the way, I think the driver change is allowed during quiet hours. So if you get that first driver at 2 quiet hours, you have another option of fueling, leaving the same driver in, and then doing the driver change during the quiet time break, which is a bit different than a traditional race where you have a potential penalty of extra time doing a driver change in a hot pit stop.
Yeah, it's a good point. And if you have a situation like we saw maybe on the 111, where you have you have a ringer that you bring in at the beginning and at the end of your race, I think in the case of the 111, they had I think it was it the 111 or was it a different car had their starting driver in for the first 4 hours of the race?
Yeah, that was Hitman, I believe, that Laura was in the car. Oh, no, it was not Hitman, excuse me. That was Thunder Bunny. Thunder Buddy, the 111, yes, had, I believe, Laura in for 3 hours and 57 minutes, right up to that 4 hour limit, and then she went back in at the end of the race and tried to chase the field down. Yeah,
so you have a situation here where if you wanted to do something similar, I don't know, you mentioned yesterday that you may be shuffling people around for the weekend when you do something like that. So maybe we don't see as much of Laura today. But if another car in the paddock wanted to do that today, well, then you could put your ringer in for the first 2 hours, sub in a customer or a team owner, someone that maybe wasn't as quick, and then you would be able to potentially put the same ringer in for the last maybe 3 hours or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, legally you could do the last 4 hours.
I suppose that's true.
You can have a situation where, basically, if it is Laura Hayes in the car right now, which I believe it probably is.
Statistically, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. She could come in after her 2 hours here, and then we have a 2 hour break in the middle, so that's her hour break done, and then run 4 hours. She's going to run 6 of the available 7 hours at that point. So you have to work in a way somewhere to get somebody a little bit of seat time at the end of the race. But,
right. But let's give credit where credit's due. There are plenty of great drivers on that team. So
right,
well, the difference between ringer and owner and renter may be actually quite close. And the difference actually, another thing to consider is conditions. So maybe in dry track, the difference is half a second between, in terms of raw pace, between your fastest driver and your really great customers, friends, what have you. On us, it's a bit of both. Oftentimes these renters become great friends. They're people that are a part of the team. But in wet, it may be more like 3 seconds, because maybe that shoe is that much more comfortable and can really get that much more on the edge in the wet. So you start to think too about not only who has the fastest raw pace, but in what conditions, and try and pair that person up with the right opportunities for them to get the best out of themselves.
Yeah, the optimization has several dimensions to it. Yeah, it's a good point.
'27th on the pit lane.
Yeah, it was good to see them come out a couple laps ago.
Yep.
Never really back on the pace, though. I think that was only their maybe 3rd lap back out from their opening lap incident, or 2nd lap incident. So it's you're right. It is good to see them back out there. Hopefully they have the opportunity to fix that car back up a little bit. As I say, not quite up to race pace. Certainly not up to the pace that it was doing yesterday relative to the field.
Yeah, no, it looked like it just went out for a couple recon laps, either to find out whether or not it is comfortable running at speed.
Fastest lap of the race by NFC Motorsports, leading it at a 41.1. That's by no means the dry track fastest pace, but it's only about 10 seconds off, which is showing that the drivers in track are very comfortable with conditions and maybe they'll able to get the power down pretty well.
Really interesting to me that the GTU field still about 4 seconds off of the pace of the GTO field. In the dry, you expect that to reverse, maybe not 100%, but I kind of put it down to cold weather as we've got some more raindrops on the track.
Good pass by Screaming Goat on the 401 round 3 racing BMW and one there.
Just trying to check the weather here to see if we've changed the. Yeah, so it looks like it's supposed to start raining here in. It says from 9 to 2.
I think it's raining now. I think there's raindrops down at turn 1.
Yeah, I think we'll be catching the end of the rain at the end of the cycle, so we'll have to do this wet start thing all over again.
Yeah, I mean, you see raindrops. This is not going to be spray. I picked this car out because it's the only car in clear track at the moment, and it's not heavy rain for sure, but there is something out there.
Is there something out there?
Something out there. It's in the environment.
We have plenty of listeners live here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. The second day for WRL presented by Hagerty, a 7-hour event here. Thanks for joining us. 98.1 FM at the circuit, as well as on the PA system. And on YouTube, you can get our fabulous sound and pictures.
Very good battle for third there.
We're going to be getting to the point, actually, where this 123 is going to start picking up the back end of the, I was going to say GTO field, but it's just the field.
Right.
But they're about to come up on slower traffic, which is fascinating because we're not that far off of the restart. I think before this green flag run is over, they'll have made their way into a pretty sizable chunk of the field.
Yeah, I believe they actually already have made caught a couple of the stragglers at the back of the pack. I saw 1 or 2 passes a lap or so ago.
Still putting in fast laps, as you noted last time by. We'll see. I don't get the sense that we've got enough precipitation to swing that the other direction at the moment.
What I'm super interested in is it looks like the 28 has lost any of the rain advantage that they may have had before. And I wonder if it's a case of, for the Continental tire on the 28 to work, it has to be really raining. Because towards the end of yesterday, they were flying around the track.
Well, yeah, I was going to say.
Kind of intermediate mixed conditions where it's damp but not super wet. They still just don't quite have the pace. So that's, I think, even more impressive that NFC is up there running at the front, putting in the kinds of times that they're putting in right now. Still a few tenths faster than Hitman on each lap. They've now grown that lead out to about 9 seconds. And then their lead over the number 28 is up to 23 seconds. With the, now, fair play, the number 111 has held on to the back of that number 28 pretty consistently. They're still within 1 second. I wonder if there's a little bit of fuel saving here going on, maybe? If you can tuck in behind the 28, it's a little bit bigger car and coast into the corners, etc. Do we have that on board available still, Joseph, on the 111?
We do. But this doesn't feel like a fuel saving distance to me. This seems like just that they are pushing and this is as close as they can get for the moment.
Gotcha.
Yeah. It did look like they were fighting pretty good, at least exiting turn 10B last lap as well.
I just want to put this out there, Team Thunder Bunny. I've been looking at your car now for several hours of racing, and that would make a great die-cast. So if you can get, because the way the color shift on the purple works, in person, it's a really, really good-looking car.
Racing Champions WRL collab win.
Exactly. I don't know if you could get on the horn with Spark, but I would pay way too much money for that, for sure. Other diecast manufacturers are available, I'm sure.
You know, we always talk about people tagging photographers in their, in their work on Instagram, right? I think it would be. I'd like to know who designed that wrap, if I'm honest.
I would as well. I would definitely like to hear that. And Thunder Bunny, as I mentioned in the drivers meeting on Friday, I know that like 4 or 5 of you have the phone number for the text line, because again, I have 4 or 5 of your phone numbers. So one of you must know who designed the wrap, and I would like that, and I'll go another step further and say I would like that to be made available on iRacing as well, a variation of that wrap, because I think the color scheme works really, really well, and it's very cool.
And there is a GR86 on iRacing, so...
Exactly. I would run a Thunder Bunny Racing GR86 on iRacing. I would do that all day long. No question.
You heard it here first.
And so basically what this is I would like to give you guys the opportunity to put that out there for me to pay for, because I am now honestly considering spending my first money on an iRacing paint, because I really quite like that. And so if you guys would like to make money off of that, by all means, but if I don't hear anything, I'm just going to start taking pictures of the car and I'm going to send it to some southerner who like paints NASCARs and be like, make me this.
I bet you could figure it out.
No, you think my iRacing is bad? You should see how good I am in Photoshop and GIMP.
It's not the same thing. Oh, it's all Bezier curves. It's fine.
Are you volunteering, Joseph? Is that what I'm hearing here?
I'm not volunteering.
Oh, all right.
If anyone would like a Pescarolo theme.
Oh, that's so cool. I like that one.
Some mid-2000s PlayStation Pescarolo. The gap is tightened up quite a bit between those two cars now.
Which two cars?
The Thunder Bunny and the...
Oh, yeah. Down to 5/10 here, so they're getting closer.
Yeah, it seems that ebb and flow there.
That 27 is back out there, but it doesn't quite sound on song. I'm not sure where the exhaust comes out of that car.
The number 82 looks like it's going to try to make a move on the Screaming Goats racing car. Can't quite make it work into turn 1. And then they're going to lose a little bit of time. I think a little bit of optimistic move and brake a little too late and then compromise the exit there. And then, of course, that Screaming Goat car's got quite a bit of power on the straights, so they may have to regather themselves and try again here another lap or so.
Ryan, from your point of view, what does the rain look like? Because I can't tell if it's heavy or if we've just got a mist on.
It's a mist.
Okay.
There's lots of very small drops, and they're not coming down hard or fast. It's like you can't really, if you're just like
we're just in a cloud.
You can't tell that it's raining. But you can also not see that the track is drying at all.
Right. Okay.
Let's see. That's the thing. So the.
Oh, they're right up in the slipstream. 111's going to move out onto the left-hand side, which is where we think the grip is. So they're actually on the preferred line.
There we go, and we're going to see them come up the road here. And that is done, I believe. I think they got it done there. So the 111 is going to come through over the hill in the lead for third position. And then they're going to come down into turn 12, and they've already worked out a pretty decent-sized gap to the 28. So again, I think that lends a little bit more credibility to the intermediate condition, not something the 28's looking forward to. They need it to be a little bit more wet to capitalize, because the 111 is now escaping quickly.
And just behind the 82 Random Vandals, BMW gets around the Screaming Goat BMW.
Yeah, I was happy to see that they were able to get that done this same lap. They tried into turn 1 last lap and couldn't quite get it done.
And that is for 5th in GTO.
Team ACP Tangerine Associates, number 12, still managing to hold on to an 8th position in class, is still in the top 10, as well as the 89X in 9th. So that's a team that's had some time in the pit lane, had some issues at the last event. So good to see another home-built car rounding out the top 10. And then in 10th place, we have the number 511 Choice Racing BMW with the black and orange livery. Nice and simple, that one. Easy to out.
So it's interesting about how the 12 ACP car was briefly being held up by the 99 GTR when they were battling for 9th or 10th at the time. The 12 was able to get by and just start to pull away, whereas the 2 took a bit longer to get around the BMW, which is now up to 11th. With that, JTR just kind of really struggling in these conditions right now.
.111 has now put a big gap on the number 28, and they just set their personal best to 142.0. They already have 2.5 seconds in hand over the number 28. So doing what they need to do to go down and chase down the number 34. That was 2.5 seconds faster that last lap to the number 34 Hitman Racing. So I think Laura Hayes doing what she needs to do to catch those lead 2 cars. Again, those gaps are going to get closed up here in about 40 minutes or so when we go to yellow and then subsequently red for the mid-race break.
Yeah, the window for that caution to come out is about 9:40 to 9:50. So
and it is important to note that Race Control did say that they did give a window and that they're going to do that to try to keep people honest so that you don't have everybody trying to time the pit stop to perfection.
yeah, obviously you can do some optimization regardless there because you know when the window opens, but you can't do the stage break thing, which NASCAR has now outlawed of coming in 2 laps before. Well, they haven't outlawed it, but they've effectively mooted it or made it moot. Voided it? I'm going to say that they've gotten rid of it because those cautions or those stage breaks no longer will bring out a caution. It's one of those things where once you know, it's always a cat and mouse thing, right? The sanctioning body is trying to put together a set of rules to keep things fair. Every single competitor is looking for a way to exploit those rules to make things not fair anymore. So now you have to come back as a rule-making body and try to address that. So that's what that's about.
Yeah, number 127 Pinnacle Motorsports Porsche GT4 Club Sport car comes to the pit lane, putting 2 jugs of fuel in. This one's got the excellent wrap where it is white with the mountains on the side. Looks great. This is the pinnacle of car graphics, if you will.
Rain seems like it's coming down a little heavier now, Ryan. I don't know what it looks like from your view.
It is getting a little bit harder. Not tremendously so, but it's getting there. Now
I think we're seeing spray. This is pretty wet conditions now.
Okay, that must be up on that side of the track because here it's not too different. If you look off in the distance, you can see.
Yeah, the south end of the track seems to be getting it a lot more than. I'm going to switch back over to the north side real quick. It's still not too bad here, but you switch over to the south side and even down over to turn 10. So I think it's making its way northeast, if you like, or at least that's the progression of it.
Yeah, it does look
Getting a lot more wipers and onboards for cars, and folks still pretty much running the dryish line that they had been running before, it looks like, but it definitely does seem like maybe having a little bit more trouble mid-corner. So it's enough that it appears to be actually causing issues. You can see in the downhill S's through the 99 Johnstone supply onboard that I have up that definitely you're starting to see some puddling in the S's again. So this is not just mental rain. This is actually in a few places at least significant.
Yeah, looking at this shot, we've so far avoided the puddle completely across the track. So there's a line that is dry enough that it's not a hazard at this point. But we found out pretty quickly where the limit was yesterday. So hopefully we can continue to circulate and not hit that point.
Okay, so here's something I've just noticed on timing here. The number 34 last time through a 145. Now the number 123 is still in the 42s last time by. And then the Random Vandals, they were running in the 144s. They've only lost 1 second, though. So I think lends more credibility to the idea that the Continental really needs more rain to be the class of the field. And I'm really curious to see what the times are going to look like next time by. And I anticipate that those who are not running the Continental will lose even more time as the track becomes even more wet. Here comes the number 123. They ran a 43 flat that time through. So the rain really not hampering them like it's hampering everybody else. But again, we'll see here. They have a substantially lead on the rest of the field, so the timing's all about to update. Here comes the Hitman car through turn 12. Keeping it nice and steady. A 145.2. So I think it's just that NFC, it's Mika Hakkinen that's in the car. That's all there is to it.
I mean, it's really good rain sense. Whether they...
And here comes, the 28, I think missed its braking point, went a little bit wide. I think thinking they could make up some time here. So you have the 34 did a 145 again. The 111 did a 147, and the 28 did a 148. But again, they lost a lot of time just missing the braking point, trying to deal with some traffic into turn 12. Everybody else kind of in the 82s and the 147, 29 and the 148, 63 a 144. So they've got decent pace right now. Number 12 a 144. So you've got decent pace if you're in the 144. I do think that the 111, the 28, and the 82 were dealing with a little bit of traffic on that lap, and that might contribute to some of these slower lap times. But we are starting to see more and more of these 147s and 48 pop up as the rain's worse. And it is now raining, like genuinely rain. Coming down pretty hard. Of course, if you need a spot to be dry, you can head on to the... we're serving lunch here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, just behind the Michelin Tower. We've got lunch available until 2 p.m. today, so it might be a time. They've got a nice open area that's covered, so if you're a spectator at the track here, thanks for toughing it out with us. Go grab yourself a burger or a breakfast sandwich and get out of the rain for a moment. Here comes the 34 again, a 145. So the 123 just absolutely bossing it in the rain, making up 2 seconds a lap, just keeping the hammer down. 111's about to come through here as well, keeping it nice and tidy. They've now switched to the wide line. They ran a 146.4, and then the Random Vandals number 28, a 146.6. So that's about the pace they've got right now. And as I suspected, they did lose a lot of time in traffic and trying to pick the correct line into turn 12. We've moved the turn 12 camera today. Unfortunately, there's not an easy spot to mount it on the roof of the Michelin Tower here. And so we've traded having a really nice impression of the hill for being able to see more of the track surface through turn 12. Because as it started to rain like this yesterday, there was a lot of action on the exit of 12, but I really wanted to get covered. But there's not an easy way to mount that camera up there. So it is a little bit on the crooked side, but going to give us ultimately more coverage of the track so we can see the exciting moments that were missed yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, I don't actually think that's crooked. I think that seems about right.
If you look at the tree line and the sky, it's like not quite. I wish I had tilted it to the left, probably 3 degrees.
Yeah, but it's a hill. I mean, I can fix that through
Well, that's what I say
moving
when we're
magic.
There you go, perfect. That's what I always tell Brendan when he tells me that the camera's not level. And I tell him, we're at a racetrack with elevation change. What is level? You want me to level it with the trees? You want me to level it with the horizon, if I can see it?
A gyroscope.
I mean, sure, if we'd like to start including those in our travel kit.
Sure, yeah.
Last time by, the NFC Motorsports now down into the 144s. So losing a little bit of time here with the rain. Number 111 puts in a 46.8, but the number 28 puts in a 45.3. So I believe the driver of the 28 has now figured out where they can make up the time in the rain with their rain tires that they were very excited about yesterday, and is now starting to make up time on the 111. 2.2 seconds, the distance between the number 111 and the number 28 at the front. That is the battle for third position. One of the closest is on track right now. The other close battle we have is for 10th. You've got the number 2 ACP Tangerine Associates BMW currently in 10th place, being closely chased by the number 89 Camaro, 2 seconds back. And then 2 seconds behind the Camaro, you've also got the 727 Pinnacle Motorsports Porsche. That is not the one that pitted earlier. So
I should point out there that the Camaro had been in 10th place, but unfortunately, as the conditions have been deteriorating, its pace has also stayed lateral with that. So it'd be number 2 has moved into the top 10. As that poor Camaro, this is not the best conditions for it.
not a good scene. And so the 27 makes up a little bit more ground. They're now only 1.7 off of the number 89. So that pass will probably come to occur here shortly. Mid-engine car maybe being a little bit more of an advantage in the rain versus a high-power, nose-heavy Camaro.
Although whoever's driving that Camaro has been shuffling it pretty darn well. I mean,
Oh, absolutely.
Absolutely.
putting on a show.
If
Very
we can go
impressive.
to turn 12 and then turn 1, Joseph, the number 28 has closed up a lot of time on the 111. Only 1.2 seconds separate them now. They are a full second a lap faster, so they should be in a position to make a pass here either this lap or into turn 1 on the next lap. Look at that. They're very close together now. Remind you that about 5 or 7 minutes ago, the 111 had just made that pass to get back into third place, but as the conditions have deteriorated, the track condition has come back to the number 28 and the 82 Random Vandals Racing BMWs.
A couple cars starting to take to the pits, both the open throttle cars. We are getting into the pit window.
Absolutely, and good job for the open throttle car to be so far into the top 10 before making their pit stop.
Yeah, the team car I believe is about a lap behind it, but they have
Yep.
come in tandem.
Double stop here. You know, we spoke with Gino Manley, who is associated with Open Throttle in some ways. Certainly a driver for them, but also appears to take on some level of responsibility for the team. Talked about they really pride themselves on being the entry level to GTO, and so it was quite nice to see them up here in the top 10 in the early running, especially, and it wasn't even on a pit cycle either. You know, they were firmly in the top 10 before they stopped.
Yeah, the Rooster Tails. I'm just looking at our pictures. Rooster Tails are getting pretty high, pretty long, coming down the back straight away.
So we've got 20 to 30 minutes left of this. For the interest of the viewers and myself, selfishly, you've only got about 20 or 30 minutes left until the stoppage time, and I really would like it to stay green the whole time. I think if we get a yellow here, we run the chance of just kind of working the yellow all the way into the stop.
I think we 100% would. I was thinking the same thing. If this goes yellow, I think it's yellow until basically it's until noon.
Until noon, yeah. And so the Random Vandals car has now closed up even further on the 111, but the 111 fighting really hard to keep the number 28 behind. The 28 is going to be on the inside here, coming down through turn 3. We'll pick them up in the S's. The Thunder Bunny car tries to stay to the inside, running the defensive line. Smart move there. I do believe that the 28 is going to have a chance leaving turn 5 and going up into turn 6. I think that will be where they can have their opportunity. They're tucked right up behind the number 111, almost crawling through turn 5. We're going to see them come down the straight here, the short chute into turn 6. That should still be the 111 leading. It is. They cut across track. They're going to try to stay to the inside here. The 28 sticking right behind them, has a little bit tighter line. We're going to be able to pick them up coming out of turn 7 from the bridge. And it's still the 111 holds on. Starts to put a little bit of a gap in. I wonder if the 28 kind of lost a little bit of footing going into turn 7. Because that gap has now widened as they go up the long back straight and down into the turn 10 complex here.
Yeah, that gap is almost going to be exactly what it was at the start of this lap.
Absolutely.
Depending on how they navigate turns 10 and 10A.
Great job by Laura Hayes behind the wheel here in the Supra as they're going to come up over the hill. I'm going to see them come through into my view through turn 12. The 28 gets the tighter run, but is a little bit loose coming off the turn. The 111 doesn't seem like it gets powered down either. The 28 is going to move side by side. It's going to be the 28 into turn 1. Gets well clear of the 111, but the 111 tucks right back in on the back bumper as they go up into turns 2 and 3.
That was interesting. Laura was trying to undercut that, and I think the 28 actually slowed a little bit more than she was expecting, and she wasn't able to get that overlap back on the other side.
We'll see them come through turns 3 and 4 here. 28 now putting out a little bit of a gap. Laura Hayes had really tried to hold on there, and now the 28 starting to inch away. Laura Hayes probably fighting as hard as she can to get back to the back bumper of that BMW. A little bit of alliteration there.
Thank you, Crofty.
Just don't think she's going to be able to hold on here. We'll see if she makes up any time into 6. All of these cars having to crawl. It didn't seem like anybody has been able to go full throttle on the front stretch here, coming out of turn 12 into turn 1. The 89X, number 289, into the pit lane here, sporting a nice Continental Tires sticker on their front fender. Perhaps a change made for them. Hitman Racing going around the outside of the 401. I believe the field has just put a lap on the 401. Whoever's in the 401 right now, not mega comfortable with the conditions, it looks like. Taking it nice and easy, trying to keep the cars safe. I imagine, Chris, once your team has already binned a car for the day, is there a little bit more pressure to not do that even more so the next day? I know you guys had a situation where you had lost a car last season.
Yeah, just we'll rub it in a little. I mean, listen, the reality is contact is never the goal in racing, but it's also one we accept is possible, even if it is, in fact, on your own. And frankly, this has been one of the cleanest races. I don't want to jinx it, but I mean, I was looking at the log. There's almost no incidences, either cars on their own or otherwise, so far this race, which just shows how seriously WRL takes the no contact series and how clean the drivers can be. What is becoming, again, very challenging conditions. You see lap times are reflecting that. Yeah, I mean, if you bin one, you want to win with one. If you can't win with one, you'd rather not bin them both. So as a team owner, I think we just say, hey, let's enjoy the rest of the weekend. Let's be a little extra careful. But I'm certainly not going to tell anyone don't race. We're racers. We accept that contact's possible. We accept that someone can have a mistake and have a bad day. In our instances, if we have an option to get back out on track the next day, we're not going to pull any punches in terms of trying to win, but we're just all going to be well aware of the risks involved. So I wouldn't say that there are going to be necessarily any team orders. I think that most team owners recognize that issues are just a part of racing, and you have to just have the fortitude to move on very quickly and try and win the next one.
It's been a rough weekend for the 401 all the way around, I think. Just the rainy conditions especially not suiting that car the way the weather has been this weekend. Was running decent pace. In the 997, they were very happy with the pace yesterday. And so I think they're very happy with their dry weather performance at this point. But, in the wet, looks like they don't quite have the pace for whatever reason. I'm not sure if that's a driver comfort thing, if it's a tire thing, if it's a setup thing. Unfortunately, I don't think the weekend the number 401 was looking for, especially, they're trying to ride the wave of the announcement of the all-girls lineup, all-women lineup for the 401 for the rest of the season here at WRL. Spoke with both Sarah and Lonnie yesterday about it. They're very excited to be in the car for the season. But,
I mean, they're top-class drivers.
Absolutely.
We've been racing against Round 3 since they had an effort in GP2, and they've at one point in time or another had a competitive car in each class, and they have just a great group of people that are supporting those cars as well. Big presence in the paddock. The crew's usually there as late as we are when we're working on our cars, but the drivers themselves are truly very good. So, sometimes it's just not your day. There might be nursing an issue. It might be that they did make a setup decision that they are trying out and it's not working out. I know that we've had days like at Mid-Ohio on Sunday after we had issues on Saturday. We tore off the front end of our race car, and we used Sunday as kind of a test day to try out a different configuration on the car. And so we left knowing that it was not at the tippy pointy end of performance advantage, in order to try and get good data for the rest of the season, thinking that, hey, if you run a clean race, yes, we might not have the ultimate pace, but we might be able to stay clean and still finish towards the top. So any number of things can be a factor here, but I'd say that these conditions really are challenging. And so, you know, whereas you might be, the difference between drivers could be a second or so in dry conditions, maybe you're talking 5 seconds in the wet, and that does add up. So it's just shows how challenging it is to have these intermediate and changing conditions.
Absolutely. And as we've been talking about that, the lap times have gone up again. We're now looking at a 148 by the leading NFC car. I'm sorry, 143. 148.3. My apologies. A 149.6 from the Hitman Racing car. So they're still creating a gap to second place. The number 28 Random Vandals Racing car, a 49.5. But they're a good 5, 6, 7 tenths ahead of the number 111 right now for third place on lap time. They're 4 seconds clear on track. And then you've got the number 82 Random Vandals Racing, the a little bit slower car this weekend. We were speaking with Paul Sparta, and he had mentioned that there's a separation in setup or something. He was a little bit cagey about it. But the 82 does not have what the 28 has. Whether that's a setup decision, whether there's a part that's been added, I'm not entirely certain. But that 82 has been a little bit slower car all weekend. But they are currently faster on track than the 111. So a feather in the cap for that car. Hopefully they can get back to the front as well and have the two teammates racing together. We've got the number 12 ACP Tangerine Associates BMW is now up into 6th place. We've had a couple pit stops here, but nice to see that car again running up almost in the top 5 here. They've got a little bit of a 30-second gap to the number 82, but that is the end of the lead lap at that point. So the number 12 is probably going to get lapped here very shortly. But the top 5 are the only ones who are currently on the lead lap. The rest of the field is a lap down now. You've got the 29, the 511, the 2, the 727, the 89X. Now, a lot of these people have already taken their pit stop, which the front runners have not done yet. So, let's see. The 29 has not stopped. I don't see a pit here. The 511 has stopped. The 29's in a little bit of a spot right now because they're a lap down.
59 in.
Haven't stopped.
So your leader in GTU is in the lane.
Yep. In the banana boat. Stratus racing car. So choice. Let's see, how far behind are they? I don't think, depending on how we plan the pit stops, etc., I know the choice will probably go back onto the lead lap, but I think they'll still be at the tail end of the lead lap. Which doesn't matter because we're going to have this stoppage time here, and the gap on track will close up. So as long as the 511 can get that lap back when everybody else pits, they should be in a good spot here to kind of get back up into that lead group on the lead lap. Same with the 2, the 727, and the 89X. GTR 99 has not stopped either, so they're a little bit on the back foot as well. But we're already starting to see that there's a bit of a change here. Those who have stopped already and are still inside the top 10 are hopefully going to get their lap back before the end of the first cycle here, and then they'll be able to go racing for a 5-hour sprint race, which sounds a little bit on the silly side, I think, but they'll be able to get going for a 5-hour sprint race basically at the front of the field at that point.
We're on board the 12 and
cars they've diced through. Yeah.
On board the 12, and they're struggling in these conditions. And this looks like a slow run, but these guys are P6 right now.
Absolutely.
I mean, this is the amount of grip that's on the track.
Absolutely everywhere. That spot right there, especially where the cutout is to go through the school circuit, if you will, it's just so treacherous. Even when I was placing cameras there this morning, I drove through it. I was like, this is absolutely the worst spot on track. So the 82 has lost. No, maybe it's just been that big a gap hole. Okay, that's what it is. The 82 has come in. I was going to say they've lost a bunch of time at the 111. They've just pitted in. So they're going to probably put some fuel in the car. They're going to put the drip tray down. So the 111 no longer has any pressure behind. We were just on board the 12, which would be the car behind the 111 at this point, but they're having some issues, it looks like. Trying to keep the car straight. Yeah, big gap back to the 12. So that's
And
going
they've
to be...
just been held up badly in turn 12 there.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think Laura Hayes, at this point, if I'm in the car in her position, let's just hold station here, stay behind the 28, you know, don't make any mistakes, and let's get to that stoppage point, and then we can reassess at the beginning. Front body work coming off of the Stratus Racing, the leader, the yellow car. They are working on something in the front of it. I'm not sure if they've picked up some debris or mud. It's making the suspension shake around in a funky way. Maybe there's picked up a noise. Wouldn't surprise me if any of this clay gets moved back on track. It's kind of sticky. Just going to work on the front of that car there. Looks like the 82 has finished fueling. They're going to grab the drip tray and send the car. So the 82 is finished. We'll wait a lap and see where they come out as far as position. There'll be a lap down. The 28 car, the sister car, is going to lap the 82 by about 5 seconds. So when that car stops, they should be in a similar position on track. The Thunder Bunny 111 still in pursuit. So if the 111 can put a lap on the 82 here, that would help as well. They'll have to pick up the pace if they want to do so. Now a 10-second gap between the 28 and the 111 for third and fourth. We've still got the number 123 NFC Motorsports car clicking off consistent times now. I don't think trying to have the hammer down, because at this point there's not a whole lot to be gained by running the car hard, and we've already got a almost 30-second advantage over second place, and we're looking at a planned red flag stop. Number 34 of Hitman Racing is in second place. That is the Supra from yesterday. Had some issues in tech and lost the win. So they're hoping to bounce back today and try and get a win again. And then they're followed by the 28 Random Vandals Racing. That is the green BMW M4 here with us this weekend. One of two cars for that new Random Vandals full season program. They're also going to run some IMSA and SRO events as well. So you'll see them with the green, white, and black cars, running GT4s mostly. Still pressing the advantage in that last lap. The number 123 pulls another 8/10 out of the number 34. So whether that's the 34 not pushing or the 123 pushing or tire difference, I don't know, but that NFC is still just scooting away at the front in the mighty 4-liter twin-turbo Mercedes-Benz AMG GT. Thunder Bunny 111 comes through, still maintains that about 9 to 10-second gap back to the number 128. So they're chasing hard. Number 512, the number 12 is now up into 5th position. Again, they're going to have some issues here on pit rotation as far as they're going to drop back a little ways, and they have now been lapped as well. So the top 4 are the only ones on the lead lap, and they all still need to stop is the issue there, and we expect that they'll come out around... let's see, I'm looking through the field here. Where is the 82? Okay, so we expect that the leaders, if they pit, will come out somewhere between the 511 and the 99. So the 511 currently in 7th and the 99 currently in 11th. I believe the leaders should pit and come back out kind of in that grouping, and they'll all be on the same lap. And again, as I've mentioned, we're about to go to a 2-hour break, where we will step away from the broadcast here for a moment and then go quiet, as is custom at Road Atlanta on Sunday.
Yeah, I'm just thinking about how to play the break if you're one of these teams. It's not necessarily ideal to have to pit before it in general. I almost think what you want to do here is...
34 is in the pit lane, Joseph.
Yeah, they are. If you're going to be close on the window rather than short filling, I think the move is probably... 28's in as well. I think the move is probably to wait until after the break and then do it on the... I think you only get one parade lap, but you'd rather do it there when the field is kind of still getting up to speed.
I think the challenge they may find there, and this is a discussion that we've had in the team many times to try and get it right. They only do usually one parade lap. It might be different this time. So if you were to take your service after the quiet hours, you would be essentially entering the lane as the track went green. So you'd be essentially taking a green flag pit stop either way. Further to the point, one way you might think about it is you might also be trying to gamble that there will be a yellow on the restart. So if you can, in fact, get a couple laps or a few laps into that stint after the quiet hours, one way you might be trying to gamble.
The number 123 is now in, so the front half pit stops that we were waiting for have now begun to happen. I expect that the 111 will come in on this lap as well, as we're 3 minutes away from the minimum time that they will start to throw the yellow flag. I'm sorry, Chris, go ahead.
Yeah, no worries at all. No, I mean, this is what's kind of, I think what the hand that has been forced here is that the cars couldn't make it to the quiet hour. Even with all the fuel save and the rainy conditions, they just had to hit. This is a green flag pit stop for everyone. The good news is that means that this frees them up to either choose to do a driver change now in their green flag pit stop, or during quiet hours, or during their next pit stop well into the next stint after the quiet hours. So you do have some options. I wouldn't be surprised if some folks take advantage of a yellow after quiet hours, maybe extend the stint of the current driver a little bit.
The 511 has come in again, so I was speaking about that earlier, that they had pitted early, and that they may find themselves back on the lead lap here, but they're going to take another stop here. The 111 stays out. So they are going to inherit the lead right now. Laura Hayes in the 111 Toyota Supra. Thunder Bunny, of course, running BMWs for quite some time. Same with Hitman. And then, of course, they drive a Supra now with a BMW engine. So the number 111 is going to go through into the lead. She still owes a stop in terms of fuel mileage. We're currently at 9:38 local, which means we are 2 minutes away from the stoppage time. So it could be that she's saved enough fuel that they maybe want to gamble with the window here. Again, I wouldn't want to hazard a guess as to what RJ and the folks up in race control have in mind, but I almost wondered if everybody had taken their pit stop, if they would have just thrown the flag right at 9:40 anyway. But with Laura Hayes staying out, now there does become a question of when is it going to come out. Is it going to come out right at 9:40? And if it does come out right at 9:40, the 111 is going to have timed this, I think, as perfectly as you can, because they should be rolling into pit lane right as they are scheduled to potentially stop the race. And I think that that is optimal, is it not? That you want to cross into the pit lane right before they close it and then try to get back out, or are they going to have the pit exit closed as well?
Yeah, in theory, high risk, high reward. The rules say that as soon as the pace car leaves pit lane, a red flag or red cone will be put at the entrance to pit lane, closing it. So if you miss that by 10 seconds, you may well run out of fuel if you've gambled on going long.
The 111 has stayed out again.
Yeah, you
They're going to come through and do a full lap in the lead here.
From memory, you do get waved around if you. But you could lose a lap. You're not going to lose two.
Okay.
But you will get excuse me. You will get waved around when we get back underway, because the pace car will be behind you basically.
Yeah, but you will not be able to take service if pit lane is closed.
Right. Yep.
Then essentially she would just be, or the car would come in early, stop, and potentially, depending on how many laps it takes to get in. It said the pace car is going to come directly in, so it's going to catch the leader, slow down a lot, and then come directly in on that same lap. So yes, presumably you would be parked in pit lane directly in front of the pace car, but you'd lose essentially almost an entire lap in that exchange, because now you went from towards the front of the pack, or literally first place, to barely in front of the next car.
Yeah,
So,
which is why I think it makes the most sense, I guess, to, if you have the option to wait until after the break rather than to pit before it. Assuming you have that buffer and you're not going to run out of gas on the pace lap, you can fire it up, because you're probably going to lose a lap if you pit early. You'll lose the lion's share of a lap if you pit after. So it is probably marginal. It's probably just pit whenever you run out of gas. But yeah.
So we are now in the window. It is 9:41, and the 111 comes right to the pit lane.
There you go.
So they get 1 minute into the window, and they decide to take it while they can get it.
I don't think that's a strategy call. I think that's just how long that car can go.
How they can run.
I think they're out of gas, yeah.
The 401 as well, and so that's interesting that they've been able to do a lot better. Well, unless it was a strategy decision, they've been able to get a lot more mileage out of that car versus the 34. Like, in theory, they're the same car. They might be tuned a little bit differently to make the power-to-weight ratio for the series. But I'll be curious to see where they come out relative to the 34, because the 34 is having to stop, how many laps was that difference? Let's see.
Based on last night,
and we just got the yellow.
Oh, that's incredibly fortunate.
We have a double yellow here. The safety car has turned the lights on. They are fueling the Thunder Bunny car. Fuel still going in.
Now, obviously, that onboard was on a delay. It didn't come out as they crossed pit in, to be clear.
The pace car has now left the field. It has left the pit lane.
Yeah,
that means pit lane is closed, and they're going to catch the current leader and bring them all in.
Well, which will be the 12, because the leader was the 111. So they don't.
Right.
They technically don't have a leader to catch.
I imagine they're pretty good. I think there was enough of a gap where they might have been able to find them pretty easily, but if not, I imagine they will sort that out in pit lane if they have to. They'll do wave by as necessary. That unlikely situation happened.
Okay, so the 111 is now pitting out. Same with the 401. The 28 is going to come around, and the 111 has been held at the pit exits.
Yeah, which makes sense.
So
That is what we expected.
Yeah, absolutely, yep.
Now, what I'm trying to get a handle on, and why I haven't switched cameras, is I'm trying to figure out where the 12 actually is, which is the car that should be picked up here.
The 12 was 30 seconds or so behind the 111. So they should be coming around here shortly.
We're looking for a black and blue BMW.
They're still working to get the leader.
I think here they are. They're coming around turn 10A now, and now turn 11. And they're pitting.
They're going to pit here. Or that's not... is that it, or is that the other... No, that is them. That is the 12.
So the next car in line would be the 123. Where's the 123? There it goes.
So yeah, that's just coming through start-finish line now, I believe.
But now we're going to get to the point where we're waving people through. I wonder if we're now just going to pick up... yeah. We're waving everybody past, so we're following procedure. So we're waiting, looks like, for the 123. So the 123 in all this is going to reassume the lead going into the break. So the more things change, the more they stay the same. In fact, on this lap, they've already taken the lead. So, coming around turn 5 now.
So it should catch this car exit at turn 8.
Yes, how far down the straight is that pace car?
It's just leaving 8 now.
It's basically parked it up at the exit of 7.
It appears as this has actually meaningfully hurt the Thunder Bunny 111 car. I think that the extra lap, they have now gone down a lap relative. So that had they pitted and been able to exit and catch the back of the pack, they would have been on the same lap and been in a better position. But it does appear that they have now lost an entire lap as a result of those pass-throughs.
And so they missed it by less than 30 seconds.
Yeah, the 12 is going to be in the same boat here, of course.
Yeah.
This is a bit awkward.
Yeah, I don't know. My read of things would be that these 3 cars in front of the 123, 4 cars rather, would be waved by, but that doesn't appear to be happening.
No, the CX-9 is right in the middle.
It's CX-7.
CX-7. Sorry.
Pretty good. I thought you were a Mazda fan.
Yeah.
I
thought that was.
people are going to come into this a little unsighted. I hope people are radioing in, let people know where this train is stopped.
Stagger up, guys. Stagger up.
Exactly. Yeah. Go full iRacing.
Of course, JT, this is the same model of CX-7 which famously blew up at the 25 Hours of Thunderhill as the pace car. Holding out some hope that I'll be able to see that. You know, it sucks that the track's going to have to pay for it, obviously, to get a new vehicle, but it is quite amusing to see.
How many people do we have hanging out in pit lane? Because I don't see too many cars on track right now.
5. You should have that camera available to you, Joseph. Oh, they're just out of the shop. I think it's 5, is what I can see here. Both of the Pinnacle cars, the 12, the 111, and then I want to say the Grizzly car might be there as well. I think that's the other one.
I had a trackside and onboarded them at one point. Do I still?
Grizzly conditions out there.
Woof.
The 280, I don't have a timestamp on this, so it could be old, but they were still circulating last I saw. So I wonder maybe we'll get a wave by... Oh no, that camera is gone. I wonder if we'll get a wave by in the pit lane effectively, these 4 cars, to cycle the 123 up to the head.
Well, they don't have a whole lot of time to do it. We're looking at 12 minutes. So they'll have to do the wave by after the break, presumably, as the pace car comes down into pit lane. '89X is also going to be caught at the end of pit lane.
Yeah, the cars that I see are the 12, the 89, the 111, the 727, the 401, the 159, the 127, and the 27. I don't know how many of them have made it out, but those were cars that pitted on the last lap.
Yeah, I have an onboard from the 401. It appears that they are sitting there with 111 just in front of them, sitting on pit lane.
And the 2 of them did pit at the same time. They came out. They were finished with their service at roughly the same time as well, so...
It does appear the net impact is that those 2 cars will now have gone down a lap and almost an entire another lap, because now the overall leader is just about 6 cars behind them in pit lane. Well, 8 cars behind them in pit lane, and next pass would be 4 laps down. So, you know, a gamble that, had they gotten it just right, may have really paid off. It appears that it might have cost them a little bit of track position now, back half of the race.
Well, that's the race stopped. That'll be a red flag coming out now. And so we will expect a resumption at, what is it, basically 11:55, is that right?
Yeah, thereabouts. Yeah, a noon green flag.
Sorry, I was trying to work out the conversion.
I have some answers here real quick that I want to talk about in the paddock as well, so that everybody can hear this. I've just had word from race control. It sounds like there was an issue in calling which car was the leader and where the leader was. The 12 was supposed to be picked up by the pace car, and the pace car had picked up somebody else because an unfortunate, I think, error was made on the part of the safety staff here. It's human, it happens.
I don't think so. The 12 pitted.
No,
the 12 couldn't be picked up.
Anyway, Joseph. So they are going to review everything that has occurred in the last several minutes and try to find a satisfactory solution for everybody in terms of where and who was supposed to be picked up, because there was again, I'm told, a quarter marshal that had called something incorrectly. So I am forwarding this message to everybody in the paddock that everything is going to be reviewed and we will be sorting out what the situation is as soon as possible. And that is all we have to say about that.
Yeah, that's interesting. The two cars that the leader at the time obviously had pitted, and then the 12, which would have inherited the lead, also then pitted. So it's always an interesting situation.
Absolutely. So we will have answers for all that stuff when we come back from the break here. It is currently 9:52 local, and in order to comply with rules and try to do, the extra good thing, Joseph, do you think this might be a good time to pick up the break message and kind of go a little silent here?
Well, what if we? We're not at 10 yet, so I don't think it's going to hurt us to run ads. So why don't we run ads, because we haven't done that yet.
Let's run a fresh, delicious ad here from Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta.
Focus, guys. We're in a race to the finish, okay?
Here's where the rubber meets the road.
These initiatives move the needle, like, at all?
Well, let's shift gears a minute.
We're really kind of at the apex here.
We need to put the pedal to the metal. We need to nail those hairpin turns, cross that finish line, and take that checkered flag. Woo!
Hit the track with the world's largest motorsports calendar, track day insurance, and more. Hagerty. Let's drive together.
Sentinel by Candelaria Racing Products is a comprehensive motorsport video system incorporating live streaming, local recording, picture-in-picture, flag status, leaderboards, data overlays, and more. Perfect for endurance racing, sprint racing, and HPDE. Sentinel includes everything you need to get started. With the ability to control the live feed from the cloud and GPS auto start, you will never miss an on-track moment. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today.
It's your Uncle Cooper. Truck owners who run Cooper AT3s are some of the most dutiful people I know. Even if that duty is to haul a load of this stuff. It's not glamorous, but it's their duty nonetheless. So if you and your truck are constantly tackling the regular duties of the day, go with a tire that can handle them all. Oh man, I stepped in it. Go with the Coopers. Cooper.
And once again, we want to welcome all of you to Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, the World Racing League. We're about to slide into the 2-hour quiet time, which runs from 10 a.m. until 12. During that 2-hour stretch, no racing engines, please. No open exhaust engines. And we'll step away from the PA system for about 2 hours. But a quick reminder, the Paddock Grill is open. They're on the hill behind the tower. So if you have not made plans for lunch, stop by the Paddock Grill located on the hill behind the tower. They'll be there at least until 2 o'clock this afternoon, possibly 3. And they'd love for you to stop by. Enjoy your visit to the Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. We're glad you are here. One more real quick announcement as we get into the quiet time. The Road Atlanta merchandise trailers is open. Located up near the Fox Factory Bridge, just before you come across the bridge. The Road Atlanta merchandise trailers. Stop by and grab a souvenir. That will remind you what a great time you had at the World Racing League here at Michelin Raceway. Road Atlanta merchandise trailer, it is open. Up by the Fox Factory Bridge. Stop by.
World Racing League live from Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. It's the second round of the weekend. We're going to finish off with a nice just under 5-hour sprint here to finish out the weekend. The rain has finally stopped. The sun is starting to peek through. We got a little bit lighter skies. I think we'll have a dry racing line here shortly, so we should have lots of fast and furious action. Welcome. My name is Ryan West. We've got Chris Davis coming to us live from just outside Minneapolis. We've got Joseph Budrock from somewhere near Columbus, Ohio. And from the Pacific Northwest, we have JD.
Your point guard. Oh.
From the University of North Carolina. No, he's not. He didn't go to the University of North Carolina.
I did not.
No. Anyway, we're
Scottie Pippen.
We're here in Georgia. I'm a big TCU fan, by the way. Big TCU fan. Come at me. I'm not that either. I just want to get people riled up. So anyway, we had some discussion. Something a little bit occurred right as we tried to go to the break, and we promised an update on that. And we do have an update here. And so we're going to be able to get this all squared away. Joseph, take it away, if you would be so kind. What's going on here, and what are we going to do to resettle this field as we go to green? Because it looks a little different than it did before.
You bring us to green, and then I'll...
Yeah, perfect, and then we can talk about it. Awesome.
Exactly.
So 418 BMW, the home-built one, is going to lead us around, but they're going to get jumped right away. Going to get costed by the Hitman Racing number 34. Oh, he wiggles coming in to turn 12, so that's going to be a little ways for him to catch up as Will Choice follows him through. So the 418 actually is going to hold on to the lead going up into, well, the lead on track anyway, going up into the turn 3 and 4 complex. We're going to wait for the rest of the pack to come around here.
There's the 111.
Where's the 111?
Basically mid-pack here.
Mid-pack. Oh, okay, cool. Oh, so it has happened. Okay, good. I just wasn't clear here. Okay, there we go. Perfect. So, I was looking for another group, but they actually caught up pretty quickly, so that's quite nice. So,
yes, I was too. I was looking around the back part of the circuit, like, where's the rest of the cars? Like, oh, they're all there.
That was pretty fast. Okay, cool. So, the number 123 NFC Motorsports car is your current leader, and they are well ahead of the number 34 Hitman Racing car, followed by the 28 Random Vandals and the 82 Random Vandals. And then in 5th place, we have the number 111 Thunder Bunny Racing Toyota Supra. So, it's a little bit of a weird situation because last time we left, we had the Thunder Bunny was like in the pit lane. They had been stopped. Joseph, are we at a good spot now as the Hitman Racing car finally goes through on the 4?
Yeah, I think we're in as good a spot as we can hope for. So basically, what happened, as I understand it, is as the Hitman car goes on up the inside of the 418, which that car led the restart for longer than I expected, if I'm honest with you.
Absolutely.
So we had two issues basically.
Choice Racing is going to come down the inside here as well on the 418. So the 418, I think, now has realized their situation, and I think it's going to be a little bit easier. But it's nice that they led the better part of the lap coming to here.
Yes. So the gist of the situation basically is that the safety car was scrambled later than we expected. Due to a miscommunication in where the 12 was. The 12 was the leader that should have been picked up at that point. So because the 12 wasn't caught up, that it led to a lot of confusion in terms of who should have been waved by, who should have been picked up. So it ended up basically locking about 4 cars that pitted before the number 12, locked them into pit lane. In a way, we're kind of fortunate that the 12 pitted when they did, because it gave us a really clear dividing line in terms of when the series needed to demarcate who had been held for an extra lap. So the net effect of that at the time was that the 111 and 3 other cars, the 401, the 127, and the 727, had been held for an additional lap longer than they should have been. So that's now been rectified. They've been credited with an extra lap. The other side effect was that about 11 cars had been given an improper wave by. So what's happened here is that we've sent out a sort of lead pacing group that includes all the cars that were not waved by. So this is kind of wrapped the field back around, and we've sort of undone the confusion, I think, as best as the series could have hoped for in terms of what sort of went awry at the end of that at the end of that first round of racing. I hope that made sense.
Yeah, so there was two individual issues. There was the not picking up the leader correctly, which was, unfortunate, and then there was also the improper wave fly. So there have been a big wiggle from the number 111 as they come through here. So both things have been rectified. The series recognized that there was two independent issues, and because of the way that they were timed, made it very tricky to come to like an equitable, fair way to do this. Now, of course, it is endurance racing, so some people are going to lose out. But again, that's the nature of endurance racing. So you do still have the 123 as your leader, and they've got a pretty big lead over the 34 Hitman Racing Toyota Supra, and then the number 111 Thunder Bunny Racing. So they're currently in 7. It looks like they're showing in 7th place. They are about to go a lap down, basically. Them and the 727 are currently going to be fighting to stay on the lead lap, and unfortunately they left their pit taking a little bit later than the rest of the field did, and that sort of put them in this situation where that was not likely, but that was always a possibility because a window was given of when the yellow would be thrown. Unfortunately, there was a set time in mind for when they had already predetermined that they would throw the yellow at X time. It wasn't like where IndyCar does the thing where we're going to wait to throw the yellow until everybody hits. It wasn't that situation. It was they had already predetermined. They had told everybody in the meeting between 40 and 50 we're going to throw the yellow, and then they determined today, I believe before the race started, we're going to throw the yellow at this time, no matter what happens. And so, in an attempt to not be influenced by the goings-ons of the race, but unfortunately because of the two errors, that made it a little bit difficult. The timing was just really unfortunate on that. So, but we're here racing. I think honestly we've ended up in a pretty reasonable spot here with how everything is sorted out.
I think it's as good as you could have asked for. The other side of it is I don't think anyone's been so disadvantaged at this point that it won't be. We've got 5 hours of racing to sort of, and also there's no sort of reverting back, right? Because a caution, regardless of the circumstances, is going to jumble up the field. So right. Yeah, it's just a different flavor of caution. But we're back now to 4 hours and 47 minutes of running to go, and so now we can finally sort this thing out on track.
Perfect. We're excited. We're here for it. 4 hours, 13 minutes remaining of the race. This is going to be a quick little sprint race here. Of course, we'll have to wait until we get to the first round of pit stops. But Joseph, I'm really curious how the strategy is going to play out for this shortened second stanza of the race.
Yeah, I am too. In part because the fuel runs are going to be a little different than we're used to here. We're typically used to GTO cars running for about an hour in that ballpark. Because we're still in pretty damp conditions, and the rain it's very light if it's really still there at all.
It is not currently raining.
So this track's going to dry up quick, and so we're potentially going to come back to that hour stint length. But in the meantime, you're not going to be full throttle quite as much as you would be ordinarily, and so everyone's going to be able to drag things out to maybe a little closer to an hour 10, an hour 15 for some cars. So does that give somebody the opportunity to save a pit stop, depending on how much fuel they can save in these opening stages while the race is wet? I think it probably does provide that opportunity.
Who isn't worried about trying to save a pit stop right now is number 28, Random Vandals Racing. They are hauling the mail. They have moved themselves past the number 34. Again, we had mentioned earlier that they love the rain with that tire. So they're doing everything they can right now to get ahead, take the advantage while they can. They're currently a couple seconds faster than the Hitman Racing car.
Wait, who they've just overtaken?
The 34.
Yeah, on that last lap, moved the number 28 up to second place, moved the 34 back down to third. Your winner on track, who did not pass scrutineering, so they'll be looking to avenge that situation from yesterday, I'm sure.
Absolutely. You know, I'm sure it's one of the things about this paddock that I like a lot. I don't think anybody was out here trying to screw the rules. I really don't think that was the case.
No, it's a new car. It's a new platform.
It's a new car. And I know that they've got a lot of complicated systems on these cars now, where I understand that the BMWs have like a system that checks the barometric pressure, and then it adjusts the tune for you, even though you wanted it to be in a certain place. I understand that there's all kinds of flavor of that going on, and I also understand that the Supra has, I would imagine, a very similar electronic setup, given that it has the same motor and transmission combination as the BMW. So I'm sure not intentional. Stuff happens, but you know, you really want to make sure you get that issue, whatever it was, sorted today, so that you can head back out there and get a W for the Toyota for the first time in World Racing League history.
Yes, it looks like it's been a pretty clean restart so far. I don't see a single note on the race control log since we went back to green. So good work for everybody. Everything obviously is going to be super cold at this point. We've just spent 2 hours taking all of the heat out of these cars. So now you're basically back to a race start condition. Not nearly as wet as we were when we started the race proper, but it is going to be, you know, probably a new driver too at this point. You've probably taken your driver out from the opening stint, so things are going to be very very topsy-turvy compared to what we saw in the first 2 hours here.
Absolutely. JT, what have you seen so far? What are you excited about going into the second half of this race?
Hopefully green flag racing again. I really want to see how this race develops. I would assume most of the cars right now have newer drivers. So trying to see those drivers come to terms as we start to get more and more grip. I think it's going to be really interesting. Definitely seeing the ebb and flows of how some of these cars, that's close, you know, just start
59 off. 59 into the tires, light contact, maybe able to recover that. Sorry, JT.
You're getting slippery as well. I'm trying to get back up the verge right there. So that might be our first full course yellow right there, unfortunately. Now the good news is there's a recovery vehicle right there. Oh, they are moving.
It does appear the car is up moving. Yep, and they've done a nice little flick to get it pointed, and it looks like they are rejoining. Well done.
Happy to see that. Good to see that vehicle not being stopped out on track there.
You could see a couple people over the fence on the left there cheering them on. I like that.
Yeah, this is a spectator event. The first spectator event of the Road Atlanta racing season, so it's kind of a fun thing to be a part of.
100%, and you know, the weather's been less than ideal. I think if we had beautiful sunny skies, you know, the whole time, we might have had a little bit better turnout. But honestly, when I'm doing cameras and walking around, there are a number of people that I interacted with and said hi and gave pointers on where a better spot to stand might be. You know, you've got your run of the place. I know usually you get a little bit of paddock access as a part of an IMSA weekend, but really you could go just about anywhere here if you really wanted to. You could park in the Porsche Corral. They got the signs up. Park in the BMW Corral if you want. You know, you got to pay big dollars for that, and it's free right now. 100% free. With admission tickets. I'm hoping that next year, and this is just a hope mine, RJ decides that, you know what, we're going to go all in with the spectator thing. I want him to rent a Ferris wheel to put right above the paddock by that little green building when we have the paddock shot again, or the pit lane shot again. You can kind of see it. It's just a giant Ferris wheel there. You can get people to come out to ride the Ferris wheel, no question.
Are you suggesting basically a Michelin Raceway theme park?
I don't even think it needs to be a theme park. I just think it needs to be just something to do. Think about it. Like, if you have kids, which I know I am the only person in this grouping here that has a kid, I could tell her we could go just about anywhere to ride a Ferris wheel, and she would say, sure, let's do it. And my wife would be like, oh, that sounds fun. They have a Ferris wheel. And then you just do it. Gives you an opportunity to come watch the race.
Would give you a pretty good vantage point, too.
It would.
Maybe something like this.
In the right position. Yeah, exactly. We put the Ferris wheel on the roof of the Michelin Tower.
What's, remind me what the old short oval was that was, like, right down the street here. Was it Lanier?
It's It's not old. It's right behind us. And
Is it still? I thought it was one of those that was no longer with us. If it's still operating, then sweet.
They did a drift event on Friday night at the Oval.
All right. I was gonna say you could put it there, but if it's still operating, then don't take it down.
Oh yeah, absolutely. They should do like banger racing or something back there during Petite. It's like, yep, $500. Come drive Crown Victoria, hit people, and then call it good.
Track seems to be coming in, folks. I see lap times pretty clean there. The top second through fifth, all lap times in the 44 to 45 range, versus the 48s and.
Yeah, I think you can see.
It does seem like there is coming off.
Yeah, for sure. I hesitate to call it a rain line, but the roost that we were seeing earlier is completely dissipated, so that's gone. You're starting to see in this shot the beginnings of a dry line. Just the hints of it. It's just a little more matte and dark on the racing line than it is elsewhere. So we might be getting dangerously close to having some of this moisture peel right up. We do see the 59 back out on track, which is good to see, because we did see them take a very late call to the pit lane, basically to inspect the damage, make sure everything was all right. Seems like they're happy with it.
I'm glad to see that car still out there circulating. I know they've had kind of a rough weekend down there in the Stratus Racing pit stall, but it's always nice to get the car back out, get some laps in, develop it later in the season. You got Barber coming up, we've got some opportunities here.
Sebico home race, remember, their factory down the street.
Yep. Absolutely. Also got a little indication of some people starting to clear up shortly here. Got the end of the weekend coming, kind of get a head start on taking down your canopies and packing up your tools. Because I think we've reached the point of no return now that if you have a mechanical issue, I don't know if you send the car back out to run in the rain and try to grind and fix it, but you can just take it back to the shop and get it fixed just so.
Nice shots on screen of the NFC Motorsports, the overall leader, clearing traffic and moving forward. I think that was during them. They had a really good battle there with the 99 car. That time of the race where it feels like the start of the race, and yet you're already 2.5 hours in, and you're starting to think about how to make it through, no longer just how to get a strong advantage. But that NFC car really showing some both great pace and great strategy.
100%. They're just still able to hammer down the pace. Now, they had great pace in the wet, too, so I wonder if we start to see a dry line form, if they will be less of a outlier in terms of speed.
I mean, depending on, I'm curious on tire wear too. It's a 7-hour race. Typically, these GTO cars are going to have to pit in a dry race sometime in the middle of an 8-hour. 7 hours, I think, would for many of them still not be a no-go. They'd have to take at least 2 tires. But with the wet out there, maybe that saves them long enough for the cars that are a little easier on tires, don't have to take that stop, and can make the tires last. There's a lot of racing to be done yet here, but this is getting into the point where you really are going to see the difference in between competitiveness and different conditions play out. Real pace in that front of the pack there. For whatever reason, the NFC car, I think, was clearing traffic.
Whatever it was, it's still doing it. Would be my assumption here. Interesting. A little bit of confusion from the pit marshal to the driver down there. I think my understanding is that you're supposed to stay on the left side of the pit lane unless you are not at speed. And the Stratus car was in the middle of the pit lane and then moving over, I think, earlier than they were meant to. Not sure how that's going to shake out for them. But,
Yeah, the fast lane is the outside lane, so in this track, because it's clockwise track, leftmost lane. And then you'll have the middle lane is where you go when you're approaching your pit stop or you're getting out of speed. All that is, or getting up to speed.
Right.
And or if you have a mechanical issue where you cannot be at full pit speed limit, which is 35 miles an hour And they do police that pretty heavily. I can tell you honestly at COTA that we, one of the great things about WRL is they enforce the rules, and we actually, with just an hour and a half to go, did get a pit lane violation. Happily, we had a live stream camera that could actually overcome that, that we had not exceeded the pit lane limit. We did match the pit lane limit, so I can understand. Just barely got away with that one, but kudos to WRL for continuing to police even pit lane quite effectively.
Absolutely. So that's quite nice there, that they're able to get that taken care of. You know, the thing that I always heard in meetings, and that's both, you know, at when we did stuff with NASA and we do with WRL, we've done with other organizations as well, is that the pit lane speed limit, they're really not trying to nail people on it. It's not like we're here trying to be obnoxious about it and want to give you lap penalties for it. It's a case of, like, we really want everybody to be safe, and if you could be under that, we would appreciate it. They're pretty lenient on Friday about telling people, hey, you're a little over, you need to correct whatever that is and figure it out. Of course, Saturday and Sunday, it's a safety issue. You got to come down hard on it when it happens. But again, that's a case of, I think it's good that they're able to go back and review things and that they're open to that kind of thing, whereas I know there's some series out there that would have told you to pound sand.
Now, this is a good group of people. I mean, this is the perfect overlap of grassroots racers, professional racers, who we are all out there to maximize the value of racing, to do proper racing at proper speeds. Pit stops matter, good driving matters, pit strategy matters. It all comes together, but it's also a fair and friendly environment. You walk the paddock and you feel as though it is kind of a family environment. Everyone's there because we love it, not because someone gave us $1 bajillion to go do it.
Right.
One thing I would make a note too, right now I'm looking at the pit log. I don't even have a full page of entries in the race control log. I mean, normally you might see a significant more amount of violations on pit lane, either pit speeding or a fueling infraction. You'll often see teams, experienced teams, have a visor up warning or a fueling warning where you'd have the fire bottle not in place in time. All the things that really matter for safety. Kudos to this paddock. It's been a very clean weekend, and in particular a very clean day. Keep that up, folks, in the next pit stop, because the last thing you want is to be on the lead lap with within striking distance, but then to get a penalty for something silly.
Absolutely. And then if you get a penalty for something silly, it sounds like the Discovery Parts guy will clown you in the meeting as well.
That was a good story. Yeah.
So I just, wow. We should have been doing that the whole time. I had talked about making novelty stickers to hand out to teams that say, put your visor down, so they could tape that on the dash of their car. And I think, roundly talked out of it, and I also didn't want to do the design work myself because I'm terrible at it. And so that ended up not coming to fruition, and then now somebody has taken the bit that I was going to do. But I'm happy for them to run with it. Discovery Parts, of course, a great sponsor of WRL. If you need anything at the track, I think they did just pack up a little bit ago and head back home. But if you find yourself missing anything on the Friday and you need a part, you need safety gear because you got a new driver coming in, don't have the right overalls, whatever, they're always here at the track making sure that everybody gets all taken care of. So big shout out to Discovery Parts. I believe entrants get 10% off as well as part of the situation there. So it might be a good deal for you. The 418 has it in as well after having what I'm sure is a unique experience in that car, at least this weekend, of getting the feeling of leading the field around for most of a lap. That was pretty awesome. They came in, they're going to top off on fuel here real quick and hopefully get that white car sent back out and rolling here for the rest of the race. I do have a update from NFC Motorsports. You know, we've been talking about them a lot, where it's, you know, where's the pace coming from? And so Aaron from NFC went ahead and texted us on the text line a little earlier that he started yesterday's race, only did one stint and did not drive in the rain at all, but he started today. So the NFC not only didn't have this driver in the rain yesterday, but put him in at the start for the rain. So wasn't the speculation that we had. Absolutely. And he is now out of the car and going to coach the other two drivers, Bill and Lanny, for the rest of the day. We worked really hard developing a highly predictable setup this week, which helps the car in conditions like these. So that car a little bit more compliant, a little bit more predictable, especially when you've got people that you're trying to coach and teach the right ways to run the race. But even so, with, you know, with that being the case, they're still running up front. Pace has dropped off a little bit, as you would expect. But the car is still working pretty well, it looks like, in the wet conditions here. And then he also wanted to mention that that car is prepped out of Louisiana by Pellegrini Performance Group, who also brings
beautiful.
multiple Porsche Boxsters on the GP weekend as well, under the Overnight Motorsports banner. I think that's the same.
We've got a spinner in 10A.
Spin X5?
Yeah. 5.
Yeah, Spin X5 had just rolled backwards out of the camera. It was a dark BMW, possibly with an orange stripe.
So that would be Choice Racing.
So the 511.
Yes,
Yeah,
it
I
would.
believe so.
Yeah, Race Control confirms what you're saying. At the same time, we had a spin from the 99 down at 10A. And they're actually in the pits now of the 99.
Yep. Random Vandals and ACP setting their personal best last lap. The number 82 car, a 142.6, and the number 12 ACD car, a 142.6 as well. So those two cars currently battling on track for position in 4th and 5th place. Only 1 second separates them and running very, very similar lap times. So that's going to be a great one to watch. Joseph, do we have the 12 on board, or do we have the other one? The 2?
I believe we have the 12 on board. Let me make sure it's up to. It's a little behind. Let me make sure it's up to date.
Here we go. Here comes the 511 back across the line. So they've got that car going again. No issue there. 29 still hammering around. Have the oil burning issues. Well, we can't see evidence of the oil burning issues today.
It's not an issue.
Fixed up last night. That's true. It's not an issue apparently. They will change it out for Daytona, though. It's a service life issue.
It's not an issue, but they need to fix it.
Right. It's totally fine, but it's reminds me of having to explain to a customer at the shop that I work at the other day, actually on Thursday before I came here, that your car has a small head gasket leak, which obviously you don't want your head gasket to be blown. It's not good for your car. But unfortunately, the solution for a small head gasket leak is the same as the solution for a large one. So it's not really something we can address at this time. Would you like to spend $3,000 fixing this, or would you like to continue driving the car? And they opted to continue driving the car. I said, I don't blame you. It's just, you know, issues like that where you get into a car and it's like, not a big deal, but the solution is just labor intensive and you can't do anything about it. And as long as you can keep an eye on whatever the issue is, not an awful idea sometimes, just to see how much more life you can get out of whatever it is that you're doing, especially if everything else is working all right. Pits in. I believe they're going to go to the paddock here.
Team GTR back out on track. Remember your winner from yesterday in the overall and GTO categorizations. Have rejoined basically just in front of the 82 and the 12. Ignore the fact that they're occupying the same time, the same position at the same time. Probably about 20 seconds between them at this point on track. Obviously, the 99 is further back now. But this is
still holding station. One of my concerns was that the Thunderbird 111 was going to be at risk of being put a lap down, but that gap between the 123 and the 111 trying to take that lap has actually been pretty stable. And so both drivers in the 123 and the 111 are currently pretty evenly matched as far as that gap is concerned. Personal bests again for the 82 and the 12, both of them running in the 142.5 range. We're looking at That's going to be 0.7 seconds between the 82 and the 12. Of course, we're on board the 12 here. And the times I just reported would be for this lap that we're about to watch on screen.
Yeah, this battle on screen is for position, and those cars, you have 3 cars that you can cover by less than 4 seconds. It's a very close battle here for 5th, 4th, and 3rd place, and they're rapidly catching the first place car, which is now only about 20 seconds up the road. So this is going to get very spicy for an overall lead here pretty quickly.
Absolutely.
So do we have any word on what happened to the 401?
So I do not have any word. I know that they pulled the 401 into the paddock as we were starting to do the restart situation. I don't know what that was for. They still have their canopies up in the pit lane, so they haven't taken their ball and gone home. At least not yet, anyway. See if I can lean my head around and see if I can see anything going on under their tent. I do not have a view of that, so it is what it is there. No idea.
Yeah, that's a bummer. They've just been struggling a bit today. I think earlier on in the weather conditions.
Rough weekend for sure. The 82 is still starting to get a little sideways coming back onto the front straight here. So really trying to push that car, especially as the surface starts to dry out. There's the makings of a dry line are here. It's not there, but you can start to see the shade.
It wants to dry out.
Starting to change, yeah. You're not getting the big reflections off of the surface of the road like you were the second half of yesterday and this morning. So we're at least back to that level of just kind of like cool and slightly damp, but not wet, if you will.
Yes. So here's the 34 followed by the 82 and the 12.
Yep.
Coming through shot.
So if you go to the turn 3 camera, you'll see a car off drivers right on the exit.
I sure will. And is that the 418? The 28? Yeah, it is the 418. And we've gone full course caution.
And full course yellow. So that is going to be a sigh of relief for the 727, the 89, and the 111. And I believe, depending on how this shakes out, I don't know. Let's see. I'll just have to wait for that to come through on track. But I believe the 111 and I think the 10. No, that's it. It's 8.
The first car lap down is going to be the choice car. So that.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to go. Okay. So the 111, the 89, and the 727 are going to be the big winners here from this caution. As they come through the front straight, the 123 was right on the back bumper of the 111. I don't know if that was a pace thing or if that was a they've slowed down and bunched up type of situation. But now everybody,
several takers in the pit straight away.
They're going to have to pick up leader, yeah. Oh, and the 34, everybody's in. We're going to double staff the random Vandals cars.
This is probably going to be pretty disastrous for the NFC Mercedes.
It is.
This is going to close up every gap in the field, and
well, they also came into the pits
with that pace. Did they?
The 123 is not in the.
No, look at the onboard shows it's going up turn 1 right now. It just passed the flatbed.
Interesting.
So this is going to close up that gap for the lead, and
it looks like
unless they find pace, they're going to be in real trouble here.
111 car did get a wave by past the pace car, so it remained on the same lap.
Ooh.
Yeah, it makes sense. We had the good fortune of the leader staying out on track for this full course yellow, so they had picked up the 123.
Evan is going to put a spot on the. So let's see, the people who stayed out, it's going to be close. The random Vandals and the green cars are going to lose a couple positions, but the 82 is taking a little bit longer stop there. Looks like they're having trouble getting the car fired. And there they go, they roll off. And so they're going to lose a little bit of time as well. We'll have to see when the pace car comes through what the gaps look like. Yeah, the 123, they were losing their lead rapidly. But they were the better part of they weren't a full lap ahead, but they were the better part of a lap ahead. of most of the field. Front, top 8 or so was pretty spread out on the track. And the 123 was really breathing down the necks of the 8 and of the 8th place number 111 and the 7th place number 89X cars. So that'll get everybody cycled back through. Now you do have to think here that this is probably good for the 111 because they did make that late pit stop, and then additionally they were able to run longer as well earlier. So they may be a little bit off cycle, but if they can save enough here and then try to minimize the difference in their strategy here, do you think they can save it? That's still too early to tell. And
yeah, one thing, these are
pull off in the pit lane anyway. Sorry, Chris. The 123 is going to pit in here.
Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, once you've been caught by the pace car, you only have a little bit of track position advantage ahead of all the cars behind you. And if you can get a free pit stop now, come in and then come out back behind at the tail end, it makes sense. Do just that. And that's where deciding to come in pit lane as a strategy call, if you do it too early, you actually might pit while everyone on track is still going close to full race pace. You may not get the full advantage of the stop under yellow. Since the NFC car got captured by the pace car anyway, it did make some sense for them to pit because all they're losing is a little bit of track position, but otherwise getting a free pit stop instead of being stuck right behind the pace car and not getting a free pit stop. So a lot of good strategy decisions being made on the fly by these teams. They evaluate their relative advantages.
And so that's going to put the 727 in the lead. They still owe a stop. Again, they were part of that group with the 111 that had pitted right at the end of the last cycle. So they can probably go a little bit further. But behind them is going to be the 34 of Hitman Racing. So the 727 did beat the 34 out of the pit lane. The 418 has now returned to the pits as well. They've got a muddy front left fender there. There goes the 12.
Yeah, it looks like the incident has cleared, so back early as this lap.
Well, the field was quite spread out as well, so if we go green this lap, that has the potential to catch some people out in terms of maybe not getting the entirety of the lap back that you thought you were going to get. Depending on the wind, if they decide to go green here. I imagine they would as well. But you'd really hope that they were hauling. The flatbed is making its way back. The emergency vehicles are making their way back. The Stratus Racing, the blue car, the 9, is heading down to turn 1 to try to catch the back. I think other than the Stratus car, who is just now exiting the turn 2 area, I think everybody else is going to be good as far as catching the leader. Which again, the leader on track will be the number 727 Pinnacle Motorsports Porsche. Janetta's in as well.
Lights appear to be off.
Alrighty, so we can go green this time around. We'll see everybody come up through turn 10 here. Down through turn 10 anyway. They're currently led by one of the open throttle cars because, of course, that's how the procedure works. But the 727 Pinnacle car is going to be right, or that's the 127, my apologies, that's the team car. So the leaders are not at the front. The 727 is about midway through that pack, and the Hitman car is right behind with the Random Vandals green car right behind it. It's going to go around the outside and try to take both positions. They're going to get by Hitman, but not quite. Oh, no, they do it. The number 28 has done it. They have gone around the 2 cars ahead, and they will score ahead in the timing stand here. Of course, this is still the front of the pack, but that's not racing for position. And here it is. That's the green car. And then they've now started to drop. The Hitman Racing car has also gone around the 727 at this point. So 727 can't quite get the power down at the start here.
Wait, isn't the 727 second right now in line?
No, that's the 127. The 727 is the gold one. We're going to see them come down here into turn 6. Open throttle car leading the field around. 28 trying to go around the NPO1, trying to get up the road as quick as they can. Joseph, do we not have the next camera here, or?
I got distracted. Don't worry about it.
Okay, cool. And so we see the tail end of that battle happening right here on track. They're going to be headed down into the turn 10 complex here. A little bit hard to see. The 28 now making great time. He has dropped the other runners in class for position there coming through. The 34 has dropped a little bit of time. The 82 is catching. The 727 is dropping back as well. The number 111 holding station. Same with the number 123 at the tail end of the pack. So they were able to catch it back. And as we had spoken about earlier, this is now going to be a case of you got to fight your way through the pack. You lost a little bit of track position, but not as much as the green flag stop would have cost you. So unfortunately, the number 111 and the 727 are still a little bit exposed here because they haven't stopped yet. So ideally, they would probably hope to hold on just a little bit longer and get one more yellow, and then that would get them roughly back on the same cycle. Because right now they're going to have to, both of them are going to have to stop. The 727, the 89, and the 111 still owe us a pit stop. So we figure they're going to fall down the order again, but now are no longer the majority of a lap down. So if they can catch another yellow, that'll be a really, really lucky streak twice in terms of catching the yellows to earn some track position back.
Yeah, we saw the 111 car make great mileage. Obviously, it was able to run the full first 2 hours, hour and 40 minutes without needing gas. We don't know how close to needing fuel it was at the end of that stint. I imagine it was close. But even so, I do wonder if it wouldn't have made sense. They were halfway, roughly, through their fuel stint here. You know, they may have missed the trick on this one, and they may be kicking themselves. It's hard to say. They might, again, could fall right in their favor by getting another yellow here in the next 20 or so laps. But it would seem that they've been now disadvantaged not having gotten that pit stop. But if they can make better mileage and avoid that pit stop by race end, that may come back to them. So going off strategy, bold move, probably will pay out, might pay out. Let's see how it goes.
Well, I mean, think about fuel mileage. Look at the Camaro sitting 5th. We know for a fact 89X Motorsports can go very long on their fuel stints. Unfortunately, that Camaro was struggling right there to restart. It is quite heavy, but hopefully as the track drives up, you can see that find a bit more pace and be a bit more competitive.
Number 58 Stratus Racing NPO1 has just set a 140.2, the fastest lap of the day. So that would indicate, folks, that we're starting to get a drying track now, even more so. We're headed the right direction, and especially the NPO1s, we're having a little bit of issue in the rain, I think. Not making nearly as much mechanical grip, but having more aero and being a little lighter. I think they're more at the mercy of the track surface conditions. So the fact that they're putting in a purple lap, the best lap of anybody of the day, means the track must be starting to get to where we can start throwing some times down here. We're still about, what would you say, 5 to 7 seconds adrift where we were yesterday in the dry?
Yeah, we were in the low 30s, whereas right now we're hanging out in the low 40s. So yeah, I'd say that, you know, it may be 7 to 10 seconds.
Okay.
But from a proper dry track, light fuel load situation.
Right. Random Vandal's car has gotten way ahead now. They have absolutely struck while the iron is hot. The 34 Hitman Racing has now gotten itself out of the traffic it was trying to battle and is now going through cleanly in second place. The one number 28 puts in a 139.5. We've got green laps, we've got purple laps, we've got everybody. So it is time right now to start clicking off the laps and seeing how much pace you can make up here. The 82 car, of course, unfortunately, they're still struggling, a 143.1, so they're a good 3.5 to 4 seconds adrift from the 28. The 58 Stratus, a 139.1. They just reset the fast lap of the day. So we're going to have lap times coming down here quite a lot every minute and 30 seconds or so as the whole field comes back around.
Yeah,
you can follow the live timing on racehero.io, and then you just scroll down and find the WRL page as well as getting all this information. Joseph?
I think we're at the point in terms of the track drying where things are going to basically when you go from a film of water to actually the racing line is visibly improving lap after lap. I think this is when we're going to start to see the biggest improvement in lap times. We've hit an inflection point for sure, unless we get more weather. I haven't looked at the radar. You're our resident weather speculator. But for the time being, I think the track is rapidly improving, and this is the point where you can make up a ton of time, where the conditions are changing, and whoever is able to take advantage of that as early as possible is able to figure out where things are drying. That is
racing car just
going
put
to be
in a
huge.
138.6. They reeled in the number 28 by 2 full seconds that last lap, and it was very clear as they came down the hill. I'm sorry, Joseph, please continue.
Well, that's exactly the point that I was trying to make. Is we're at the point where lap times are going to fall really, really quickly, and the amount of grip that's available to you is going to increase by a lot at a time. So if you can take advantage of this changeable condition now, we're no longer in a statically wet environment. This is a dynamic track at this point. So if you can take advantage of it, there's a lot of time to be made up at this point.
What's nice is to see that the part of the track that's drying up first is actually the exit of turn 12, where everybody's starting to get squirrely. That part is, at least on the front straight here, the driest bit of the track that is starting to show the kind of dry gray color. That bit right there is going to be the first part that dries up, it looks like. So people will be able to get the hammer down coming out of the corner pretty aggressively here, and it's just going to be a decision of how early do I dare to put my foot back on the gas now that the line is starting to dry up. Because if you go offline too far there on the outside of 12, there is still what appears to be a puddle there. So you've only got about a lane, and you've got one lane that's starting to dry. You've got about half a lane that is kind of this offline wet condition that we've had for a little while, and then it's wet on the outside still. So the 28 is going to come through here. They're going to stay on the dry part of the line. They are rocketing up the straight. A 138.4 versus a 137.5 for the 28 and the 34 at the front of the field, followed by the 82 here. The 727 is going to come through as well. They're going to post a 142.10. Under Bunny Racing a 143.2. So the people at the front of the field having a better chance at improving their time, still not having to pick through traffic as much. And again, that's a situation where if you're at the front right now, you've got plenty of time and space. The problem with the dry line, especially in the condition that I just described, is if you need to step out to pass lap traffic, that grip that you thought you had is gone. And it's much, much easier to suddenly find yourself in a wet condition situation here. So you've got to be very careful with when you do and don't decide to make your passes for a little bit of lap traffic there.
Yeah, it's not as critical as it would be in a slick tire formula. You know, it's something like NASCAR or Formula One, where NASCAR and road racing, obviously, where if you've got slick tires on and you get onto the damp stuff, it's a skating rink. This isn't quite that, but you definitely do get a change in grip levels.
It's a wise move here just to hang out and relax and not put the car in any kind of dangerous situation as you're trying to close out the last 5 hours of the race here. Wow, the Hitman car is right behind the number 28 as we come down into turn 12. The 34 just posted a 36.2, and the number 28 posted a 37.6. They're now within half a second. The Hitman car does not have a run into turn 1, but we're going to see if they can try to catch that into turns 3 and 4. Joseph, can I have an S's cam, please?
Nope.
Or perhaps a turn 6? No? Okay, all right, fair enough. We'll see them when they come back around. As Joseph fix things in the background for us.
I think you need to update your latency, right?
Oh, okay, that's on me. Okay, that's all right. I can do that. Let's see.
But don't worry, we haven't missed the move yet.
Yep, yeah, you've got it. Got it coming through turn 5.
There we go.
Very well positioned.
And the turn 6 camera, we start to see him just taking a look, just seeing what's there on the outside or on the inside of the track there as they come through down the outside of the corner.
Opportunity for a good run down here.
Out of turn 7, he's going to have plenty of time to drag right up and hopefully pop out and get the move done into the turn 10 complex. Still haven't made the move by halfway down the straight. It's going to drop away and to the right here in a little bit. They just crest that right turn. He still hasn't made the move. Still hanging right behind him. There it is. There's the move. He comes to the inside, brakes a little bit later. He's going to get the nose turned in, and that is a clean move. All done. The 28 doesn't quite have the pace to come back on the inside. So that's the 34 moving into the lead of the race. Number 28 starting to fall back a little bit. Cannot match the pace of the 34. Now, importantly, that lap between the two of them was a 37 and a 38, respectively. That's going to allow for the other cars that can run a little bit on the faster side to hopefully catch. If you start fighting with each other, you're going to lose a little bit of time there. The 82 is the next car on track. They're 10 seconds behind, so not a huge concern yet. Unfortunately, the 89, the 111, still running in the 140s. The 727 just ran a 38.5.
You're not going to believe this. The 29's been noted for smoke.
Really?
Yeah.
I am shocked. Color me surprised.
Not my surprised face.
That was not.
No, it was terrible. It wasn't even the right, region of England. So glad Scott wasn't here for that.
Absolutely. But Scott listens back to the broadcast, so hi to Scott.
Hi to Scott's family at home.
I was going to say hi to my friend Michael at home.
Now I'm getting heckled by Brendan, who's covering a different event. He's calling both games.
Look at Brendan. We, of course, say hi to Brendan Kazmarek at the other DriversEye Live's other event they're covering this weekend.
Don't advertise for it. Yeah, I was going to say.
They're doing other things. I think what we're doing here is a lot cooler, that's for sure. That's why I'm here.
Well, that's why he's tuning in.
Yeah, there we go. Perfect.
This is the B team.
The baller team.
That's right.
Yeah. The number 34 just set a session best, 135.8, and the 28 just did their personal best, but it was only a 36.6. So they were able to pull out the better part of a second there. The number 82 pulls out a 137.2, so they're starting to find the pace as well. The number 12, a 36.4.
12 has gone through on the 727, by the way.
It has. 727 was putting in some excellent laps, too, trying to keep him pinned behind, but just couldn't quite do it.
Yeah, I don't know if I've seen the Pinnacle team do a ton of wet racing, so this is actually a pretty good performance from them. It's a little bit of an up and down sort of expectation with them. I think some weekends they get the setup pretty good, and some weekends they just kind of miss it. But these conditions they seem to be handling pretty well.
And we are going to watch this battle between the 82 and that is not the 12, that is the Screaming Goat racing car in the 511. Both of them are a lap down, but that is a battle for position for 10th between the 29 and the 511. The home-built BMW with the V8 engine swap and the factory-built BMW M4 GT4 car.
A tale of two Bemmers.
Still hanging out a little bit behind. I don't know if they're being held up by the 82. I get the impression that they could go a little bit faster. I know on the straights, and they do. The Screaming Goat car blows by the 82 going down into turn 1. The 511 cannot follow him through, unfortunately. The 82, of course, trying to fight back again. That's not for position, but that is to unlap themselves, at least from that car.
Hitman with their fastest lap, and the fastest lap in GTO at a 134.8. That car is flying right now.
Absolutely hammered down, and I think we have now reached the point where the rain tire on the Random Vandals car has lost its advantage.
Yeah, it's gone the other way for sure.
Yep. Now they're still holding on to second and third.
At the front. Yeah, I'd say they're still running quick, but they're equivalent with Choice Racing goes a few cars back, so it's definitely spun out. This is where, honestly, as a driver in the car, you were just fighting every second to try to drive the perfect dry line and just adapt when it doesn't work. That's what makes this tricky, is you have to start driving the dry line even if it's greasy and doesn't feel particularly confident. So really impressed by how quickly these drivers are adapting to conditions by and large.
Yeah, I mean, we don't have a single, let's see, we went back to green at a little before a quarter to the hour, and we haven't had even an off-track reported by the steward. So everyone is keeping it really tidy in these conditions.
Backed out there. So it's worth checking in on the fuel situation. So there are a few cars that were not takers under yellow. Those cars are roughly 30 laps into their stint, and that includes at the frontmost of that would be the 727 Pinnacle car. Also the 89X Camaro, which I think has a semi-refinery put in the back of its trunk to keep its mileage extended. You have the 111 Thunder Bunny car and the Supra, as well as the Screaming Goat and Choice cars a little further back. So roughly half of your top 10 did not pit under the last full course caution, and thereby will be due for a pit stop roughly 10 laps per take depending on the car, and it should be very interesting to see how that plays out. It's green flag. That should be a significant headwind to their. They can find a yellow or some type of slower track condition to advantage of. I think this would be a very big window for them.
I just want to point out the ACP car took a ton of time out of the number 82 last night. It was a 35.5 versus a 38.3, so almost 2 full seconds taken out of the third, fourth place gap.
The ACP car's been driven really well. It's flying right along. They kind of started middle-ish of the pack, had a decent fastest lap yesterday, but all this stint since whoever's been in the car since the restart has really been laying down good consistent laps and put a very bold move on a couple of cars earlier. So clearly the car's feeling good, they are happy with their setup, and they're rolling up the field and are definitely going to have a chance to change.
The 82 has tried to respond. They just put in a 36.9. That's still about half a second adrift from where the number 12 is. The 12 is still steadily catching, now within 3 seconds. Then the 727 within 4 seconds back to the 12. So that battle for third, fourth, and fifth is still raging on. Hitman with a 33.7 up at the front. Lightning quick pace for them.
On board with this 12, and you can see the 82 up in the distance here. That car is going to get larger and larger in our windshield, especially over the next. Well, we think the overtake might be on, maybe not this lap, but probably the next, you would think.
If they can keep that advantage of pulling about a second, give or take out each lap, you're going to be there within a lap or two.
Hitman into the 33s, Stratus and GTU into the 35s. So I'm really curious to see if and when we hit a crossover point in terms of pace between the GTU and the GTO field. I think that's going to be its own situation, because now you get into a point where the GTUs are a little faster. They're kind of harassing the GTOs in the corners, but the GTOs, obviously being overweight relative to the GTUs, are going to have that power advantage. They're going to potentially, there's only 2 of them out on track, so I don't think it's going to be a huge issue. But when they do show up, there's always a chance of tripping over each other.
The number 12 has closed up the gap substantially, but I don't think it's going to be close enough on this lap unless the 82 makes a mistake as they go down into turn 1 here live. So the onboard is a little bit delayed.
I say we stay with this onboard. This is going to be a very interesting lap or two. It's really, as a driver right now, you got the knife between your teeth. You know that's for position. Maybe your crew chief or the person on the radio is saying, "Hey, that's for position. Here's their pace. Here's yours." And as a driver, you're just thinking about, "Hey, I've only got a few places I can get this done at this track. Where am I going to do it where it's safe and it minimizes my progress going forward? So I'm not giving up too much time to get the pass done, and I can carry on." So let's see how this pans out. Watches the driver of the 12 is just evaluating. Ooh, big mistake there. Minor mistake there by the Rain of Vandals car. Just need a little closer. Be real close to this pass.
Yeah, that 82 got the tail out in a big way, and I wonder if that's going to happen on this corner too. Well, they both get sideways. The 12's getting its back end out just a little bit, and it's actually going to lose a little bit of advantage. This might cost it the opportunity to make a move into turn 10.
It's probably, unless they can get properly alongside, they're better off waiting, because the pace of both cars is not, I mean, they're flying right along, you know?
Yeah.
So if were it me, I'd want to wait until I have it very clear. This seems to be too far back.
Yeah, you'd think maybe next lap, maybe even into turn 1, depending on how this turn 12 goes.
Turn 1 really does require coordination between the two cars. if the 82...
That is a handshake agreement corner.
It really is. It's high risk. It looks like it's too far back this time.
Yeah, they'll close in big time through the S's, but there's nothing you can really do about that. The next passing opportunity, if you want to call it that, is turn 6. And that's... I guess you'd call that a medium risk if turn 1 is high risk and turn 10 is lower risk.
You know, it's funny, the next passing opportunity is when the car ahead makes a small mistake and you're ready for it. And it seems like the patience of this 12 car is really on display. Ready to get on power. Nice little run here. May have a look on either the inside or outside going into the turn 6-7.
Looks like we got a slight buff there.
Kind of showing a dummy into 7, but it's actually put him onto the wet line in that little short chute. I think it's kind of hurt him a little bit.
Yeah, I think he was just trying to build the mirrors and try to get him to make a mistake on exit. It's really cost him, but it just didn't really work.
Yeah, that beautiful livery of the Continental Tire car in front is bright enough that anyone can see it coming, but he wants to make that 12 even brighter still in the rearview mirrors. I'd be flashing the high beams, doing anything annoying I possibly can, popping in a couple times even if you're not going to make the move, just so that you can hopefully gate the 82 driver. But I'll tell you, that 82 driver has been doing a pretty good job of just driving their own race, keeping eyes forward.
Getting into the mud and the curbing of turn 10 there, throwing up a little dirt into the windscreen of the 12, little Blackjack Bravo style.
And it's a shame that 762 Racing is quite a few laps down, because that Jeanetta's starting to come alive.
I mean, there's still time that you have to get a decent amount of luck, but that's the sort of thing that can be made up. It's not quite a gimme like it is in, say, IMSA competition, where it's almost, you just wait for a yellow and you get your lap back. Are we going to be close enough for an overlap? Doesn't look like it.
And a couple times in turn 5, ooh, another look. A couple times in turn 5 where it looked like 82 is going to get gobbled up on the straight, but then they put the power down better.
Oh, this is going to be good. This is going to be a good exit for the 12. That 82's got enough straight line. This is going to be a tough move.
Take quite a lunge.
Yeah, it's as close as it's been.
It's pretty similar distance to Hitman when they did their pass. It's going to take cooperation from both drivers.
Yeah,
but it's definitely possible.
Oh, but it's enough to get him offline. This might set it up into 1 now.
82 tries to cover him off into 12. Yeah, I mean, do you think that the 12 at this point is just doing a little bit of mirror filling, just trying to get in his head?
Well, he's definitely getting 82 offline. The last couple of corners, 82 is compromised, leaving a little bit of room at apex, not wanting to get tagged. And so that is, I can tell you, this is the most stressful that it is to be a driver in the 82 right now, is you know that they had a little bit of pace. After all, they caught you. And so you're trying to position the car in such a way that it dissuades them from tagging you or making a big lunge while also keeping the pace up. It is, and you're doing all that on a drying track where conditions are getting a little variable each lap. It's really a very impressive display by both drivers at this point.
82's got a Darius Trinko's driving that 82 right now.
Okay. Good info. All the time you have to leave a space. The 12 is going to have the better entry into this, is going to be able to take the better arc. But I don't think we're in any sort of a closer condition than we were last time through here. I think this is going to be a little bit of a replay.
Yeah, I mean, similar cars, similar braking systems. I'm seeing great patience here. I hope they continue to show that patience, because WRL, that's one of the key tenets of the series, and it's what keeps you from having to replace a 5-figure bumper. Yeah, he's throwing the dummy on the inside. Again, well controlled. The 12 car, the ACP car is doing a good job of making it appear that he can make the move without being in too deep. That's about as risky as you can be without getting in trouble.
That takes a lot of confidence to do something like that, moving on to the damp part of the racetrack. Ooh,
yeah,
coming up.
That could be a big deal. That pit exit there.
This is one of the Pinnacle cars, I believe. Looks like a Cayman. Maybe the 727.
Yeah, it appears it was the 727.
Now we know that 727's got pace. This will not be for position. That car will be a lap behind these two.
Yeah, correct. 727 was one of the cars that did not take fuel during the last caution. It appears they hit the end of their window, or they decided to change around the 38 lap mark, and so that now has dropped down about a lap to the meters. That's just it's still early in the race. You can easily get that back by being off strategy later in the race. Oof.
Meanwhile, the pace is getting quicker by the lap still. Sorry, not Pinnacle. The 763 has just put in the fastest lap in GTO at a 132.8 as the 12 looks to the inside, and they're going to get a car width. They're going to get overlap.
Yeah,
and they're going to box it out.
Turn 3.
Use a pick. The open bars a pick, and that's job done. Well done.
Good use of traffic there.
That's something you see a lot more frequently in the full WRL races, where you have 5 different classes on track simultaneously, as you have much more speed differential, and so you will have a lot more of those opportunities to use lap traffic or slower class traffic, where you're not racing against them, you're racing with them, so to speak. And that's a great example of what we see in those races. Everyone was heads up. The open throttle car stayed on lane, stayed on line, left the door open, kept the door open, and allowed the lapping traffic to get through. Really good work by everyone.
So, if the 82 can stay close here, we do have that number 58 Stratus MP01 behind. That is currently the fastest car on the track right now at a 32.4. So that could be a reverse pick. If that car tries to get its way through, trying to pass the ACP car, the 82 can try to follow the MP01 through.
Yeah, who do we have as the closest battle on track? I believe it's the 123 is just retaken 6th from the 111 of Thunder Bunny. So that those two cars, both the 123 and the 111, have been actually, so is the 34 for that matter, have been really interesting in that they seem to have two pretty solid hot shoes, and then one driver that isn't quite up to the same pace.
Yes.
The 111 is coming in. It appears it's pitting for fuel and maybe a driver change. Yes, a driver change.
Okay, that
has a warning.
418 that went under us. We have gotten to the point now where the GTU leader is as fast as the GTO leader, so we're back into. I would think of it as our second crossover phase. Not only are we we don't really have a tire crossover phase because we don't really have rain tires, so to speak. But
visor up on the pit crew member there.
Oh, JT's a narc. Yeah, it's already been called, so don't worry about that.
Well, it's
little
important
mistakes can
because
really
that's
cost you.
Exactly. They are technically fighting for the win today. We still have 3 hours 45 minutes left, and that's their one warning. So if they do another mistake on pit entry, whether it's another visor up, fire bottle, whatever, it's going to be a 1 lap penalty.
Yeah, I think we've still got 4 hours to play here, which is still half of a traditional race. By the way, it should be noted the 401 never re-emerged after that after the red flag. So that's a car that had been running not faultlessly because the pace didn't seem to quite be there, but didn't seem to have had any serious problems. But that car, the second of the round 3 cars this weekend, seems to be out of commission. And there was a lap penalty given to the 59 earlier in the race for their second pit infraction of the day. That's the only lap penalty we've had today, so everyone's kept it pretty clean. It has to be said. So now we'll see if trends reverse themselves now that we've got a dry track and the speeds have picked up a little bit.
Yeah, keep in mind we haven't had a lot of pit stops yet.
That's true.
So we could see that being a factor as the race winds down, towards the final hour.
Yeah, I repeatedly have to remind myself that we are not 5 hours into a 9-hour race. We're 5 hours into a 9-hour day, but only 3 hours into the race itself.
Yeah, without a doubt, lots of racing to be done yet, and lots of stops. I mean, we at best are through 2 of our 4, maybe 5 pit stops for the people here. And another question would be tires. Again, the almighty question. The track is getting pretty dry now, and lap times are essentially at dry pace or close to it. Tire wear is going to be at dry pace. The question I'll have later is, have to add some time in pits, not just for fuel, but then also to change or for tires. And who decides to do that early to get the disadvantage sooner versus who decides to try and make those tires last. And speaking as someone who's tried to make the tires last for 8 hours and had them really stop lasting about half an hour from the end and having to manage that, I can tell you there's nothing more unsettling than having a tire that every single corner you take sounds like and feels like it might be soon departing the car.
So what is your what's your experience with tire wear in wet weather conditions? Does it seem to help that process along? I mean, we've got 2 hours less running than we did yesterday, and a decent chunk of this early stage has been in the wet. Do you think that's going to allow anybody to take their tires the full 7 hours?
Yeah, it's possible. This is where the different tire compounds. This is the beautiful thing about the choices you have in tires. There are some of the tires that on these heavy, fast cars that may well last 5, 6, even 7 hours in normal racing conditions. But then you have others where the fast racing life is peaky and you really only get fast lap times and consistent feel for 3 to 5 hours in a fast track. And so that range will absolutely extend the life. You're putting less load in the car. When you're sliding, you're not sliding the carcass as much. You're more sliding because of low grip rather than of overusing the grip. You're not generating as much heat. There's a whole bunch of things that will make these tires last longer. That being said, it doesn't it doesn't avoid wearing the tires. It simply reduces the wear. So I'm really curious. I mean, again, if anyone wants to text into the line, I'm curious to hear what people are using, how they like them. I imagine there's no one that's willing to offer and to panic as to whether they are expecting to change tires or not. But we'd love to learn about it. You know, what do you love about your tires? Why did you choose them? You know, there are a number of fantastic brands that offer tires with a variety of options, and I think that the rain has certainly helped. The question will be, has it helped enough?
Yes, and I don't know. I don't think we're expecting more rain later on. I think this is basically expected to be the tail end of it, the rain that we got this morning. But it doesn't look great. I guess these are kind of higher clouds, but you know, it's a decent amount of turbulence in the air. It seems like.
Yeah, as I open my weather app to try and take up the you know, unless I think I'm third or fourth string weather guy here,
right?
Might be able to offer a little bit more in terms of insight. But undeniably, I mean, these conditions are really good for making power. They're going to be really good for making lap time as the track dries. Now you're in a tricky bit where there's still some of the passing zones or places you might want to pass are not dry, whereas the dry line is properly dry. So I hope everyone continues to make good decisions in their passing. So far, it's been really clean and really good. How it all plays out.
We had a disconnected video cable on the 28 earlier, and I think we've got that onboard back, so that's very exciting.
Great. Is kind of the definition of a block pass. That wasn't very kind. I imagine that the driver was Ross, and that block pass in the essence. My cursory weather assessment, as all of you in the paddock have likely no doubt figured out, is it ain't the most comfortable place on the planet right now, but it sure feels nice in the race car. Chance of rain is essentially going away momentarily, and we don't expect the sun to come out for the remainder of the day. That said, 47 and dry is, I guess, better than 40 and wet.
Sure. It reminds me a little bit of the little amount of time I've spent in Florida, where the humidity seems to make everything worse. It's either hot and humid, and you feel like you can't breathe, or it's cold and humid, and you feel like all your body heat is evaporating into the atmosphere. There's really, and this is going to be a pretty humid condition at this point, with a lot of rainwater kind of just evaporating everywhere. I guess if you're feeling toasty, and it's helping you cool down, then it's great news.
I describe toasty office in Soda. Thankfully, the heat still works in the house, but I'm not going for any strolls anytime soon. Off.
Yeah. Whenever we have a day that feels a little chilly down here, it's always cool to see a message from Ryan in our team Slack, and it's just like, oh yeah, it's negative 20 degrees. Oh, that's cool. That's great for you. Sorry I couldn't be there to help experience that with you.
But it's so sunny, he'll say. It's negative 28, but the sun's out, and that is genuinely true. Ready to go, my Minnesota brother. I'll say, you know, I'm still shocked. There must literally be a refinery in the back of that 89X. 46 laps from the last pit stop and still going. They are, as far as I can tell, the only car that has managed to avoid their second pit stop just as yet. So they're doing a great job of taking advantage of the strengths of that car. At a position.
So yeah, the green flag goes back to this one.
That's right.
And that played out how I thought it would play out then, in theory. In terms of everybody, like, there were no weird long stops or anything like that. It was just like, yep, these guys lost position, and that sucks.
I can't think of anything that really stood out as unusual. We did have a penalty, but that was about an hour ago. But it was a penalty that we had missed calling before you left, Ryan, which is that the 59 was called for driving through too many pit stalls, and that happened to be their second pit infraction of the day. They're still sitting 4 laps behind their team car in the 58, so it's not of immediate importance, but if anything does happen to that 58, if they have their own long stop or contact with the wall, then we could see that tighten up again.
Joseph, do you remember what I said a little while ago? Oh, it looks like there was a miscommunication there between the pit marshal and the driver of the Stratus racing car.
I don't remember that.
No, I definitely said it, and that's what that penalty was for. It was, I didn't want to make a call for the stewards, obviously, but yeah, it was very much like they blew through like 8 stalls, so it was kind of an interesting situation. I'll be right back.
Yeah, we've got a notice of contact under investigation between the 763 and the 28. That has apparently been called in by one of the teams, rather than being a marshal call. So that is that's a team that's unhappy with the other team's behavior, it seems.
You know, that is something that we do on occasion. I mean, as great as the WRL staff are in their stewardship room, where they have often hundreds or dozens of cameras that can see most angles of the track, they can't watch every single car, every single instant, every single moment. And so even the corner marshals can miss minor instances of contact. And one of the things that's nice about WRL is they don't penalize using, like some other series will penalize using a drive-through penalty or something that is kind of irreversible. It would take track time away from you, but if it's disproved later, they can't reverse it. So instead, WRL has made the very wise decision to instead use 1-lap penalties. Now, it's a harsher penalty that can be undone when evidence is provided to the contrary, and so they can be swift with penalties, but also swift with undoing those penalties. I'll tell you, I've been on both ends of that, racing the series long enough. The WRL staff will say actually the frequent flyers of the series are maybe the ones that actually get asked to justify what just happened more frequently than others. And they have always been fair and taken evidence under good advisement. And they strive to get the right call, but they also strive to be swift with making a call. One tip for folks who are looking to defend their case is having a live stream up and being able to reference that is a lot less of a pain than having to pull a data card out of your car and reference that when it happened. If you have a 90 car field, it's very possible you could get miscalled as having made a passing under yellow when it was really a car in front of you passing, or it could be any number of things, and the live streams, especially one that has a rear-facing camera, has in a couple of instances help us prove our innocence. Had we not had it, we would have been a lap down. Go ahead.
And by the way, you know, that doesn't have to be, as much as we love being able to pull these in from YouTube and being able to showcase everybody in real time, you could put that on YouTube as an unlisted stream, and so you could just have that available to yourself. You don't necessarily have to broadcast that to the world. If, for example, you don't want us airing any dirty laundry, for example.
Hey, I mean, honestly, I'll be honest, we didn't for the first year. We kept ours unlisted, and we used it for our own purposes. We wanted to have the overlay of data so we could get live timing of what's going on in the car. Ooh, the 89X is now finally coming in for, I think, a metric ton of gasoline. But yeah, as we kept it unlisted so that we could have it for our own purposes, and then we found was our fear that everyone was going to be watching our stream and taking all of our secrets really, was maybe a little bit more paranoid than actually based on fact. And so we've decided since to just kind of put it as one of the available ways to support the series and engage with it. And to our point, you see on the camera here on the stream right now, James Cavallari and his Sentinel program, Sentinel box and system has been helpful in making that a very easy process for us. And I got to say, Jake, the trackside support there, has been top-notch at both being responsive and on the spot whenever we had a question or wanted to optimize. And you don't have to spend your money on that, but I'll tell you, having done it DIY way before, it was like hitting the easy button for us. So there are other systems out there, but Sentinel is a big part of this series and has made a big effort in making it helping you increase the profile and share the racing with others, and I've been a big fan of it personally in our team too.
Yeah, it's a good shout. It's not the first time that we've seen somebody try to implement a system like that, but it's the most, I think, consistent effort we've seen in terms of trying to make it a long-term sustainable project rather than just kind of a hobby horse thing. The people that have been doing this for a while might remember, I think it was called Racecast, which was really useful for us also some time ago, but exists no longer. It's been great to have this come back, and we can showcase all these different cars and this variety in the field. It's nice to have the track sides, but it's not. It doesn't give you the perspective. It doesn't give you the sense of what it's like to be in the car and what you hear inside the car. In the case of this, I believe this is one of the Camaros specifically.
Yeah, it is truly amazing.
Yeah, no, it's tend to have both trackside and onboards. The yin and the yang.
Like the 89X came out right behind Choice Racing. Read the car incorrect. They go.
I think the I was gonna say that I think the 289 and the 89 look very similar, so I don't know if the 289 is circulating, but if it is, that can be a little confusing. I think it's still out.
It should be, yeah. That is the other. It has a bit of red on it, I believe.
Yes, I think that's right.
The 89X appears maybe to come out right in front.
Yeah, we're gonna need to wait for it to cross the start-finish line to know just where precisely it's coming. Okay, so it is out in front of the 111 Thunder Bunny. That's great news for them, considering the pace of that Camaro as the conditions have improved. It's definitely helping it. That and its long stints means it could definitely have a good shot at the podium today.
89X loses about 2 minutes and change in that pit stop. That is that's about typical, I would say. The last stop for Choice was a 2-minute time loss, and yeah, seems about right. So under green flag conditions, you lose basically a lap and change. Particularly, I would imagine, with the size of fuel tank that the 89's got on board.
Yeah, I mean, the formula for determining fuel capacity in GTO includes the weight. That just by virtue of the weight and heft bar, they're able to have a little. Suffice to say that yeah, fuel. When you have 20 or 5 gallons of fuel, you're talking well over 100. That takes a while to get it in there. When you're, especially in the series, just for those who haven't seen before, the refueling apparatus, the actual way you refuel, is a no more than 6-gallon Hunsaker jug with a 1-inch restrictor in it. And the reason that's important is how we restrict flow is not by the size of the tank or by any of the classing that way, but rather just by the size of the hole through which you flow the fuel. And that's a very firm rule. They actually check all the jugs on pit lane every weekend. They have a couple of different testing devices to confirm the fact that you are at or under 1 inch diameter within the jugs. But if you're filling, more than 20 gallons here, now you're talking about needing 4 full jugs worth, and that means the pit stop guy, the fueler, actually has to run to and from the edge of the pit lane 4 times with that jug of fuel. So you put a jug in, have to run back, hand it back over the wall, then grab the next one, come back. That adds time there too. While it certainly has added, it may even eliminate a pit stop, which is certainly worth it. it does add a little bit of time in each pit stop.
Yeah, I don't know. I'll have to go through the records and see what the best result we've gotten out of this 89 is. It's cool to see cars like that come in with a little bit of a different specification that are not. I'm pretty confident that's not a GT4 car. I don't. There is there a? I know there was a GS Camaro. I don't know that there was ever a GT4 Camaro.
I think that was a GT4 Camaro, the one that
okay.
was GS. So it did exist. My understanding was that they did not build very many, and GM made it cost prohibitive to ask to buy one, and they really only wanted Stevenson to run it.
I was gonna say,
I think
were they
there
the customer?
was two of them, because there is a GT4 spec Camaro. Previously in GS, it was a slightly different Camaro, I believe. But eventually, they did come out with a GT4 spec one. That is FIM lethal. That's close.
So this is a big moment in the race.
Rebel Rock runs.
We can come back to that discussion, but that was an interesting point in the race because that's the 123 going a lap down to the 28 for Random Vandals. Random Vandals themselves are 40 seconds behind the 34 for Hitman. So this 123 that was, it led us to, well, didn't lead us to the restart, led us at the restart, has fallen all the way back to 5th, and that appears to have basically been on pace. Anyway, sorry, talking about Rebel Rock and the Camaro.
Yeah, so Rebel Rock currently is the only one running the modern GT4 Camaro. They do that in M7.
Is that I assume is a Pratt Miller build also, right?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay. It's Pratt Miller now. It's not Pratt and Miller. It hasn't been for some time. Nothing brands love more than pedantry.
I was once told by a Mazda rep at a auto show. Unfortunately, you'll be able to tell what year it was by the comment. But the 012 was in. I had said Laguna Seca to the gentleman, and he said, "Oh, well, that's Mazda Raceway Laguna Seca." I said, "Oh, really?" He said, "Well, I mean, until the end of the year. It was late in the year." And I said, "Oh, why is that?" He said, "Oh, well, it turns out that people don't usually use the name that often." I was like, huh, guess you're right. But even for the last 2 months where there were going to be no large events, he was still very keen for me to call it Mazda Raceway Road Atlanta. And then told me not saying it was the reason why they were going to, not me specifically, it was the reason why they were going to stop sponsoring the show. Made some sense to me, but he was pedantic about it even all the way up to the end.
Well, it's still Sears Point to me.
That's the wrong track.
I know.
Okay, that is not correct.
You don't like Infineon Raceway?
It's not even Infineon anymore.
No, it's not.
It hasn't been Infineon for a long time.
That's the joke.
I didn't like Infineon Raceway.
Sonoma Raceway.
I know this is of immensely high importance to continue this conversation.
Sure.
To make a note that the 12 car, Tammy Associates, is in. It looked like a new driver may be walking towards the car from their in-car video.
Door is open.
See where they cycle out.
Quick, Ryan, yell down there, ask who's in.
Yeah, 1 sec.
Yeah, there was a note in the YouTube chat. Okay.
Yeah, they can't hear me. They can't hear me. Sorry.
There was a note in the YouTube chat asking us to, as we've lost that feed, so they've recycled the electronics on that car, which means we get to listen to more Camaro. There was a note in the YouTube chat asking us to relay who's in the car. We would love to do that, but we don't have live data feeds into that. We're relying on teams to feed us that information. So, if you've got a driver in the car that you want to shout out, customer, ringer, yourself, whatever it is, give us a shout at our text line or in the YouTube chat, and we'll be sure to register that. Not necessarily on screen, but for ourselves so that we can identify people by name rather than by number.
Yeah, take the Chris Davis shameless plug approach and just text frequent and furiously, and eventually, if it's relevant, they might fit it in.
until we get a data stream, that's the best way to do it. I don't mind it.
I do read all of them. It's just a matter of I was chastised when I first had the text system for reading out every single text by Brendan and Joseph. And so I have started using a little bit more discretion with the things that I do read. Try not to bring them up until they're relevant. Now I have feedback from the team that says that we should be relevant. So now, thank you, Chris. Appreciate it.
If I send it to you, it's fair game.
Perfect. Done.
Unless I say otherwise, I guess. I think most team owners would agree.
I think unless somebody sends in a text saying, "Hey, don't let people know," but this is what's going on. Otherwise, they generally report to the broadcast or the broadcast.
Also, once you have sent it on the record, you cannot subsequently say it is now off the record. I will repeat to that.
I think that's completely reasonable. One way you can do the driver, if you want someone to know which driver's in the car, you can update the team driver information on your live stream. Many of these live stream services allow you to edit that real time while streaming. The Sentinel one does, and so that's what I do. Now, in fairness, because I'm the benevolent dictator often sitting on the plane on Saturday until the end of the race. There you go. Once I'm in the car, the most important and essential link to updating the who's driving the car is now otherwise occupied. Thereby, yes, sometimes, even if you use the overlay ability to update driver information, it does not necessarily accurate. It's certainly one other way to communicate that with us.
I've found that one of the best ways to see if a particular driver is in the car is you start calling by name the driver that you think it is. And if nobody on YouTube yells at you for being wrong, then that must be the driver. But if it is the wrong driver, someone will get on who hasn't been in the chat all day and be like, actually, it's this person. Okay, cool.
The internet is always correct.
Perfect, I'll take it.
It looks like Hitman was just in front of the 89 car, and so in front of the 89 car we saw Hitman come in for their service, scheduled service.
Yeah, we're good. Okay. You're working on my VLC?
Joseph is working on it.
Okay.
That's why there was a bit of lag reported on the stream.
Got it.
And then, my stream had died.
Excellent. Well, got that going on. I can just call what's in front of me. It's here remaining about an hour and a little bit of running, I believe. That's a lapse time, or is that total lapse time on Race Hero?
So I believe Race Hero is showing total time, including our quiet hours.
Okay, cool. So I was gonna say it's awful early, and it was. So there we go.
Should be just under 3 hours 20 to go.
Yeah. There we are. Multi-Views Mac has the nice clock in the top left-hand corner for me. That's good. Random Vandals coming in. The 28. Man, awful good weekend. I think if I had told you, Joseph, that the 28 was going to be contending for a podium all weekend during the first hour of the race, would you have agreed with me on that?
I would have no opinion because I wasn't listening to the question. The 28's in.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about. If I had told you during the first hour of yesterday's race that the 28 would be contending for a podium both days, would you have believed me?
That the 28 would podium? You know what? That is a team that we've been following since they were the 298. And they were really strong in that, guys. So for me, it was always kind of a matter of when they would start to adapt to this formula. So it wouldn't... If you asked me this weekend, I don't know that I would have said if I would have had a strong opinion either way. But if you would have asked me this year, I would have said, yeah, I could see a weekend where they podium both days.
In the first hour of yesterday, it seemed like they just didn't have the pace, and they weren't there. They were kind of mid-pack or lower. Wasn't a whole lot positive going on, I guess. They kept talking about the rain tire, and it was like, yeah, rain tire, okay. And then, basically, since it started raining yesterday, and then through today, they've kept really good pace up in that car. Even now that there's a fully dry line most of the way around the circuit here, they've still done a pretty good job. They're staying up front. They're currently in They're scored in first. They're about to go back down into second, I believe, after their pit stop. Does the 123 still owe us a stop or no?
Yes, it does.
Yeah, should be due soonish. They're currently 38 laps on this stint, I believe.
Alright, thank you, JT. Here's the random vandals on board. Very nice, very clean. And it freezes. It's good. Glad to see it. Glad I said something about it. Hey, look at that. There we go. The 89X on their last lap, number 89, 134.2. So they're starting to get some good times here.
Still a ways before they can properly reel in the 12 BMW up in 5th. 37 seconds back, but as long as they keep running quicker, you know, as time goes on, they'll get there.
Yeah, we've got plenty of time left for them to, you know, inch their way forward a little bit further and hopefully make a move happen. Be a nice little feather in the cap then. Be top 5 against all the factory race cars here.
Yeah, it's been nice. We've seen they can be quite competitive. You know, it was pretty quick at NOLA. They managed to get a 6th place finish on Sunday.
Indeed, they did.
Expecting Pinnacle to come in hopefully soon. They also, it looks like the last reported pit stop was right going into the quiet hour. I think it may have had one since, though, it just wasn't reported. Well, no, I guess not.
That surprises me, given that that's the GT4 car, that they've been out this long.
Well, it looks like possibly lap 87. It wasn't reported that it entered pit lane, but it randomly had a 2:57 lap time.
Okay, so that's almost certainly a pit stop then. Would make a lot more sense. Otherwise, the fuel cell on that would have grown substantially. If you could get that kind of mileage out of that car, I think that would be a hot ticket vehicle to purchase.
Yeah, ditch your BMW, get a Porsche.
Exactly. At one point in time, we had several of the Porsche GT4 cars here, and one of the primary entrants that came in and ran those cars, several of them in fact, has now moved on to a different style of one-make racing. So we wish, as Brendan would call it, wheel to win, all the best. Hopefully they'll come back and play at some point.
I believe Grizzly Motorsports is also running a GT4 Porsche as well.
Sweet. The more Porsches, the merrier. I would like to get the story, I mean, I guess there's probably not much of a story. I would like to know if that 997 car is going to make it back out. There was a lot of... The front end looked like it had taken quite a lick, but also there's lots of parts available for these. Especially, you know, given that they share a lot of parts with the road cars. So I'm wondering if that's going to be something that they're able to get replaced and turned around. I don't know if they had plans for that car for the rest of the season, or if that was just a stopgap until they get the Ford. We like seeing Round 3 having multiple cars out on the field. They, of course, run a lot of GP entries as well, so I'm hoping we don't just see the 401. Hopefully they can bring a couple more vehicles to the fray here.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to tell because, you know, until the teardown, you don't know for sure, but just judging by what we can see from the impact, it was definitely, you know, decent, but I don't think it's riding off the car. So if they want to repair it, they absolutely could.
Absolutely.
another pass lap for the Camaro for the 89.
Yeah, they're matching the fastest lap on track right now, doing a really great job. Whoever hopped in during that stop has definitely turned up the wick.
So we've had the 59 Stratus and B01 in the pits for quite a while now. Seems like they have had a problem of some sort. They are now down 6 laps to the 58.
Yeah, that's too bad. That's a great outfit. They really have been a stalwart of the series. They're great to be around in the paddock, and they execute extremely well and share a lot of their knowledge. They're out there trying to help grow that class, the series, in addition to the knowledge base to be successful in those cars. And they're just cool cars. I mean, you're flying a Miata spaceship, you know, even if got a simple underbody, but it's just a wing on top, one big wing, and they are very, very cool to be around. And honestly, they've done a great job of if you want to talk about having to learn how to drive a car that has different strengths and weaknesses than everything else, they've done a great job of traffic management. I can tell you, these big, heavy GTO cars, that's got to be tough to be one of the two lone circulating, you know, very low, very fast, very good at mid-corner cars, because timing your passes and being visible is tricky.
Unfortunately, another team that's just been having issues lately seems to be the Choice Racing 511 BMW, having to pit 3 times within the last 20 laps.
Yeah, they ran really strong when they pulled their GP1 car out at the last race, and they ran pretty good. They had run pretty good most of last season as well, but today just not quite their day for the 511 car.
Yeah, they have a bit of gap until they get down to 15th. The open throttle 64 car.
Yeah, 418 is coming into the pits again. I'm happy to see that car has continued to circulate. They had some issues yesterday. I think they're having issues today. They've been in the pits a lot today, it seems like, but they've kept that car out there. I think that's a really, really awesome thing to just keep trying, keep pushing, you know, with the home-built cool car, just doing everything you can to keep that car out there and circulating. That's pretty awesome. Hopefully they're getting good data this weekend for that car, maybe figure out some things they do or don't need to fix, and then hopefully we'll see them later on in the season as a contender. Both of the Stratus cars running nose to tail here across the start-finish straight. They look really good when they're next to each other. The yellow one just jumps out to come down the inside of turn 1. It's going to get by there. Of course, I do not believe that is for position at this point. It is almost certainly not.
Speaking of looking good, fix the stream.
Is this real fixed or like, oh, I fixed it, quote unquote?
My it's been fixed. Let's just stay at that.
Backblaze doesn't know to not upload when I'm already straining my upload capabilities.
Ah, okay. I gotcha.
It's just kind of rude.
Absolutely. I do, in fact, pay for the next tier of internet that I do not need and almost certainly don't get all the speed for in order to have more upload. And even then, the upload is a joke.
Yeah, I have.
Very frustrating part of the internet service.
I have. It's the stupidest thing on the planet. I have 400 down and 10 up.
Oh, see, I have 30 up and allegedly 1,000 down, but I only get about 400 to 500 back.
Well, you know that's advertised in megabits and not megabytes, right?
Yes.
Okay. Just wanted to double check.
Yeah, absolutely. But I understand the concept of, like, I pay for the gig internet, and then I only get, like, 800. I'd be like, well, you know, like, cables, and that's whatever. If I plug directly into the modem, and I'm just, like, mainlining internet capability, it's, like, $550. But I can't step down in price to disable limit my upload, and I don't want to mess with that for the same reason that Joseph is having issues right now.
I'm about to switch internet providers, I'm going to be honest.
I wish I had a choice, let's put it that way. I unfortunately live in a very specific part of the Minneapolis metro area where there is only one provider, and they have not run fiber to my neighborhood either. So my understanding is that they're pushing the limits of what you can get on copper, which is great, but I still would rather have a faster internet. At the previous place I was living in an apartment building, and I was actually given network priority to the entire building. They went ahead and hooked me up with that, which was nice.
So
pretty consistent speeds there. Yeah.
So while we were dealing with all that, I think the point that we were talking about as it started to go pear-shaped, Baby got lost, which is, and we would have still been going out over PA. So hi to everybody trackside. But the point that we were making is we don't have a live data stream into what drivers are in what car. So we're relying on team reports and really, you know, any information that anybody in the paddock can fire back up to us. So if you've got that available, that helps us shout out your drivers, chastise your drivers. No, we won't do that.
Well.
At least not in public.
Unless it's CJ and Northwood Motorsport. Obviously, he has the exception.
Oh, of course, yeah.
So like it was reported, we had Laney Tops in the NFC Motorsports Mercedes, which had just set its fastest lap a couple laps ago, though now in the pits. That's people letting us know so we can report on it.
Yes, and then the more we have that information, the more we can badger the powers that be to get us that a data stream someday. It's on my Christmas list.
Until then, just tell the drivers big name stickers on their helmet if we could see them on the onboard.
Yeah, if you remember James Hunt's helmet. That.
I wonder if they could do like a Velcro system where they could just slap a little bit of Velcro with the name on it.
I'm not opposed to that.
You just yank it off when you get in and out of the car.
Just a little label system. I'm into that.
Yeah.
How are we doing, by the way, in terms of relative pace between the GTU and GTO fields? Looks like the 58 is doing 34s, which is not the ultimate pace of that car. So that'll be slightly driver limited, I think. The 34 for Hitman is continuing to put in consistent 32s, which is the same sort of pace that they were running at the end of their last stint.
They're just printing quick laps, 33s and 32s, just on a metronome, and that gap is growing from, to the tune of 2 to 3 seconds a lap as a result, as they just both have clear track and are clearly dialed in.
Yeah, we'll be looking to see. I don't know if we had a driver change here in the 123, but we'll be potentially looking to see if the pace changes at all in this car. Remember, it ran in the wet, ran very quickly. Basically, I think the moral of the story seems to be whoever is the opening driver in that car is something of a fighter pilot, because the first stanzas of both races has been dominated by the 123.
I think we heard earlier that the first driver today was a different driver than the first driver yesterday.
Wow.
And they were doing some coaching in the car. So clearly they've got a few people who can shuffle. And frankly, at the front of all of these classes, GTO, and then in the broader series, GP1, 3, you don't just have one quick driver if you're running in the front. And a lot of folks are putting on quite the display today of consistent driving. Seeing quite the display of smoking, yet again. That must be Vertigo.
Yeah, I'm gonna make the kebab joke again. It hasn't gone up in flame yet, but it's definitely leaving particulate matter out along the racetrack. It seems to be a little never mind.
So Yeah, I want to keep watching because it seems like it's really only happening once there's like a major shift in weight of the car, like when it's turning in. Because it kind of seems to disappear once it straightens out.
Yeah, I mean, that would lend some, I think, somebody speculated it might be a differential. But we know where it's from, right? Because they were having this issue. I just don't remember, if I'm honest. Ryan might remember if he's on the proverbial horn.
I'm sorry, what was that you asked? One more time.
What's going on with the 29? Because I forget already.
The 29.
The goats, the kebab.
They think that they're either having blow-by or that they have oil dripping onto the header.
And for stupid people like me, what is blow-by?
The rings, which seal the piston to the wall of the cylinder. Is that simple enough for you? Right? Did I describe the rings?
The piston being the bit that go uppy downy, and the cylinder.
Right. There are 8 of.
And the cylinder, the bit that it goes up and downy within.
Yes. It's pushing oil into the cylinder because the ring is not sealing correctly.
And so we have a 2019 Ferrari F1 engine that just got a little bit of oil mixed into the chamber.
There's that, they think, and they also think that there is something actively leaking that is dripping oil onto the exhaust.
Got it.
I lean towards the second one being the primary, because when you see a significant amount of smoke is actually on decel as they're getting to the apex and then through the corner. When you're at load, and when you would think it would in fact be dripping on the exhaust, it could be literally coming out of an oil dipstick O-ring not being properly installed. It could be a slight valve cover gasket leak on those motors. Any number of different things, but yeah, it does appear that the smoke is happening maximum load, both entering and mid corner, which lends me to believe the majority of it is literally something just dripping onto a 300-degree hot exhaust. Or whatever it is. My crew chief's laughing right now. He's thinking, this guy knows nothing about cars. At least I can change the oil now.
Progress.
I'm told you're not supposed to rotate tires when you're on a race car, but I don't know. I still do it anyway.
I mean,
the tires rotating.
Tires. It's a static car.
Zinga. Word guy.
'59 has just put in the fastest lap in GTU today at a 1:31.4.
Awesome. Good to see him back out there.
Fastest overall by a half second.
Yeah. It is it's a little bit of a what could have been. Had a spin coming out of turn 7 early on after the restart and had to come in for some service to take care of that car. Rather see that happen than have something more catastrophic befall that car and then not be able to run for the remainder. But still, a shame to see them 5 laps behind the team car. That'll, assuming nothing happens to that 58, that'll be a split weekend for that team. It won't be a sweep. I don't think we've seen the 84 for some time. Yeah, it's a lot of time. Things to go wrong.
If I was in the 58 car with that lead in the team car, the expectations I'd be setting for drivers is, hey, so let's enjoy this, but let's not go 10 tenths. There's definitely a point where you say, we have a massive lead, we have, multi-lap lead, let's, no risk, bring it home mode, just bring home the victory. And there are teams who will, have that luxury. I think right now Hitman is trying to build to that gap where they no longer are at risk of a yellow spoiling their parade. They can get to a place where maybe they can dial back pace a little bit. Right now they're obviously in the GTO class, the class of the field, but I wonder if the 58 is just a little bit leaning towards minimum risk because, after all, enjoy the last 3 hours.
Yeah, and that'll come from a few different places, right? It's not, don't take any big risks into corners, but also don't take too many big risks through traffic, right? Where
it's passing.
Yeah.
Yeah,
especially
we're not usually going to ask people to actively go out and drive slowly. This is one of the scary things is actually when you try and slow down too much, you lose your rhythm. So I wouldn't go out and tell the driver, hey, I need you to do, right now they're doing 33s. I need you to do 40s, 1 minute 40, slow the heck down. Once you do that, you lose your rhythm and you can actually get in more trouble that way. So it's mostly just don't use every last bit. Maybe brake a tiny, lift before you brake, lift and coast a little bit. Just give yourself a little easier on the equipment. Don't throw it in a corner as quite as aggressively. Whatever the adaptation may be, but it's minor. The bigger thing is extra judicious in traffic. No risk in passing. It's the main place you first would be reducing that risk.
That makes me think, I wonder how often, instead of I'm thinking of pivoting sort of to professional, sort of top-tier motorsports, and you don't really ever hear someone being told to back it down, right? For that same reason, you don't want to throw someone off their game, you don't want them to have a lapse in concentration and throw the whole thing away. But you do hear people give out fuel numbers in circumstances that don't necessarily make sense, where you've already been told that somebody is a few laps to the good, and so why are you getting a fuel number out of it? And it does make me think, I wonder how often that is just to give the driver something to focus on that isn't lap time.
I have been plenty of those stints where it's we need you to save fuel. Now we don't have live fueling in our cars because, as you mentioned, the data available in professional racing at the top tier is a whole entire.
It's a different ballgame, yeah.
It's a different ballgame, but yeah, no, I think you hit the nail right on the head. That is absolutely a valid direction to say, hey, maximize your pace, but with this limitation. And there are a number of studies you can do some reading as to what pro teams had recently. There was a great article, I believe it was on Racer.com, that shared what some of the IndyCar drivers, what the data showed, and the best drivers, Scott Dixon et al., it has a fair amount to do, which is being able to lift and coast the right amount rather than changing a map. So in the professional series, you also have different engine maps you can run. Obviously, in WRL, that is not the case because you're class based on a static power to weight ratio. But they may have the option to dial back fuel delivery a little bit, power delivery a little bit in pro cars. Actually, the more efficient way to save fuel is just lift 100 feet earlier and brake a little bit later.
Absolutely. This is what I've been working on personally in my sim racing, is learning to lift like a marker before. It helps, not only save fuel, but the car pitches less when you start to get heavy on the brakes, because it's already been a bit more neutral. And you're able to brake, just slightly deeper as well. Less chance of a lockup, and it seems to lighten the front end just a little bit more, so you can carry a little bit more rotation into a corner. It cuts. So just working on that just helps so much.
It cuts both ways too, because when you go pedals off for a little bit, you do lose an axis of control with the car. You're not steering the car with your feet anymore. Someday I'll find it.
It has caught up to the 12.
Yep, we have a battle position there.
Huge run of 5.
Catch him until next time. Oh, gets blocked a bit.
Yeah, that 12 car just an hour or two ago was on the offense, making a move for moving up the ranks in the podium contention, and now the return favor has occurred from the Camaro.
Yeah, it's a great run so far for that 89. That's going to move them up to 4th when timing updates.
They along with the Hitman car, have been in a class of their own on pace the past 30-40 minutes or so.
In terms of drivers, the fine folks listening to the YouTube have heeded our call for data. It's Bill Kane into the number 123 for NFC. That's a new driver for this stint.
Welcome to the party, pal.
And now we get to see what the pace of the 123 does. That looks like, I wonder if how much of that is the picture, but that is, I think that might actually be to the east of us? No, that's to the west of us. That is, ominous.
Onboard brought to you by DC.
Who's that in front of us? Is this the 123?
That is. Hit me a car? No, not the hit me a car.
That's the NFC.
NFC, yeah, the Merc.
Here we go. Here comes the Camaro. Let's watch this on the straight here. Just come alive.
So yeah, it'll be the top end where this really kicks in. Power to weight will mean they accelerate at the same rate. Wow.
Goes
late into the braking zone.
Yeah, that was honestly very well done.
Yeah.
Got that car slowed down very nicely. Nice and clean alongside before the other car had to turn. Yeah, nice to get the back shot now. Perfect. Look at this camera movement.
Thanks to everybody who puts their cameras on YouTube for us. We will hopefully convince you all to move over to RTMP for us. But I will take that. That's as well synced as we've had 2 onboards the entire weekend, so I will take that.
There we go. And on that high note, I think it's time we say hi to our sponsors.
Hey, there's a segue.
Heck yeah! Pivot!
Alright, we'll be back in, looks like about 2 minutes and 20. And we'll have a little bit to report on because the 12 is still holding a 2-second gap on the 89. They're not going to want to give up too much ground between that battle for the top 5 in GTO. We'll be back in just a moment.
Okay, all right. Hard stop at 6 today. We need alignment by then, people.
Here's where the rubber meets the road.
Have these initiatives moved the needle, like, at all?
Well, let's shift gears a minute.
We're really kind of at the apex here.
Well, we gotta stay agile.
I said we fast-track the pivot.
Can we circle back? Keep everyone in the loop.
Focus, guys. We're in a race to the finish, all right?
We need to put the pedal to the metal. We need to nail those hairpin turns, cross that finish line, and take that checkered flag.
Yes, Josh, yes!
Start your engines! Woo!
Ready to hit the track? We've got you covered with the world's largest motorsports calendar, track day insurance, and more. Hagerty. Let's drive together.
Sentinel by Candelaria Racing Products is a comprehensive motorsport video system incorporating live streaming, local recording, picture-in-picture, flag status, leaderboards, data overlays, and more. Perfect for endurance racing, sprint racing, and HPDE. Sentinel includes everything you need to get started. With the ability to control the live feed from the cloud and GPS auto start, you will never miss an on-track moment. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today.
It's your Uncle Cooper. Sure, once in a blue moon, you might need your tires for hauling a horse in a hailstorm. But most days, you're gonna need your tires for tougher things. Like teaching your sister's kid how to parallel park. Thankfully, these Cooper Enduro Maxes aren't just tough, they're everyday tough. Okay, there's a lot of improvement. Go with the Coopers. Cooper!
We are live from Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. Welcome. We've only got a few hours left, 2 hours 45 remaining. Hi there, everybody. It's been a good time. The track is dry. The sun is actually shining in my face right now. It's very unpleasant.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen the sun. Where did this come from?
It's good news for everybody else. The sun is out. The guns are out, if you will. No, I don't see anybody taking their shirts off. Brian, take your shirt off.
Nobody knows what that is.
And certainly not me. We've got some racing going on. The field has kind of settled itself into its own paces here. But we're still here hanging out. We're still here watching. There's some, I think there's some strategy still left to play out. We've got Joseph Mood Rock.
Whoa. No one's called me that in a long time.
We've got Joseph Mood Rock in Columbus, Ohio.
Hi.
All right, good. We've got Chris Davis just outside Minneapolis.
Well, hi.
There we go. And then live from the Pacific Northwest, we have JT Sammy.
From 10,000 feet above SeaTac.
Live from the Space Needle Broadcast Studio. He's at Pike's Market getting some fish right now as we speak.
Frazier has left the building. Thank you, Seattle. Any hoozle.
Wind up. He throws. Strike 2. Anyway, welcome back.
Strike 2 is I think what they're gonna call this return from break.
Ambitious but rubbish. There's a great team name and also a good descriptor of this particular intro.
I'm all in. I am all in on that. I haven't got to do my Sam Posey intro, mostly because I was handling technical stuff in the morning, and I was really looking forward to doing that. So you all will be subjected to that at the next WRL weekend, which is, Joseph?
I don't know.
Barber Motorsports Park. It's at Barber.
March 3rd through the 5th.
Merely throw a stone at it from here.
For those keeping score at home, that would be strike 3.
That is strike 3. Strike 3 called on the inner half. And down goes DriversEye live.
Listen, I pride myself and think of myself as a man of sports car racing. Then I said some things about 30 seconds ago that were deeply offensive. And, anyway.
It's hard to believe we're only 2 races into what it was going to be a long and awesome season of racing. This being a unique example of just a 2-class, just a GT and GP, or GTU and GTO only race. But we're getting back to the traditional format at Barber Motorsport Park.
Oh, I thought you meant we're currently getting back to the traditional format of being awful at our jobs, is where I thought you were going with that.
Just rambling. I don't
yes, no, we get back to the traditional format at Barber Motorsports Park. They have a giant spider, I'm led to believe.
I'm led to believe.
I've never been there. I've never been to Barber Motorsports Park. I don't even know if it exists.
If you're a fan of either vintage motorcycles or sculptures in outdoor settings, then you will be a big fan of Barber Motorsports Park. It is an amazing facility. Obviously, Road Atlanta is a special place to be and drive, but Barber is another one not to miss. Another difference between formats is Barber Motorsports Park is going to be the first race of the year that imposes a Code 35 practice as opposed to a full course yellow practice, and they do also have a quiet hour. They have 1 quiet hour on Sunday, and so as you're thinking about all that, it is one of the more unique races of the year in both format and in rule implementation. But it's an amazing facility and just another great stop along the WRL 2023 tour.
Now, Chris, I'm going to risk ruffling some feathers here. Are you a Code 35 guy for the purity of the racing, or are you a full course yellow guy to give people the opportunity to get back up front?
Yeah, so I feel like every time, if whichever one favors me most at the moment is what I am.
Okay.
So if I happen to, I'm always a full course yellow guy as long as the pace car comes out directly behind me, and I'm always a Code 35 person as long as I can pit quite easily. So Code 35, the benefit is that instead of risking having the sending a pace car out and significantly influencing the current on-track situation. So say, for example, there are two cars battling in track. They're only 10 seconds apart, but the pace car may actually separate those cars during a full course yellow, as was more or less the case earlier this race when we had the full course yellow and some cars gained and some cars lost. That it introduces a greater amount of luck, but also it increases the risk that if early in the race been for whatever reason have had a little bit of a gap separate you between a few folks ahead of you, there's a greater risk that that gap could go from being 20 seconds to a full lap just from one full course yellow. And so I do think that is real racing, but I think it is a bit of luck that can be quite tough to swallow at times. And I've been on both the winning side and losing side of that. And so I used to be a more emphatic believer in code in the full course yellow. I used to be code 35s are for wusses. I can see the merits of both, because code 35 eliminates that by simply slowing down all cars to the same speed without actually separating the pack. Now here's what I don't like about code 35s. It makes the pit stops less important. When you have to pit during green flag racing, how fast and efficiently you complete your pit stops matters. And that's actually one of the biggest differences between WRL racing and other amateur series and also other professional series, is if you have to change tires during a green flag stop, you can't change tires while you're fueling, and therefore that choice is its own penalty, and you have to weigh which makes more sense. Whereas if you do that under code 35, where a pit stop is essentially free and the only cost is that extra time stationary, and everyone else on track is going much, much slower, the penalty for a pit stop is reduced dramatically. And so it takes the pit crew's influence on success out of it. And as a pure racer, I think that both luck and pit crews have to be a part of the racing. So while I'm not as emphatic as I used to be, and while I do recognize value in the code 35 approach, I'm still in the favor of full course yellows. Because if you can do hot holes more often, so not have to throw a full course, do hot holes at the track, keep the track green, and force teams to make decisions rather than just fall into them, I think it's a lot better racing.
Perfect. That was a well-reasoned, well-thought-out discussion on the merits of both, and I appreciate that, Chris. If somebody could pick me up here, I'd actually like to go to Scott Michaels. Scott, what do you think of full course yellows?
I think they're a waste of time, personally. I think they're rubbish.
I was hoping you had a little bit more in you there, but that's fine.
My best impression of Scott involves a swear word, so I can't use that.
The FCC says don't do it.
Yeah.
No, I mean, I think that this has been a great example. When WRL is at its best is when we keep racing clean so that there isn't much need for full course yellows. I'm in favor of green racing, not yellow racing.
Not yellow racing.
So to heck with the discussion of yellow versus purple, code 35s. Let's just keep it green the whole time and not worry about it. And we have had an increasing amount of races that way where it's been remarkably clean. And I'm not going to speak to this one and jinx it, but the track record of WRL in terms of both getting newer drivers up to speed with the differences of what multi-class racing means, the differences of working together rather than working against one another on track, and the differences of patience and thinking ahead. The efforts made by the series to keep it clean have been definitely rewarded with less contact and less issues, and that keeps the racing green, and that keeps you on track doing the fun part, which is driving the race car at speed. It isn't fun putt-putting along going 35, nor is it fun putt-putting behind a safety vehicle, even if it is a cool safety vehicle.
I gotcha. Speaking of purple, you may mention purple here. The Thunder Bunny 111 is in the pit lane.
That's a transition. Transition.
I still haven't been contacted about the potential for a die-cast Thunder Bunny 111 car. I really, really want to get in touch with that, and I really, really want to get in touch about a iRacing livery as well. Just going to check the text line one more time. Still don't have anything. Okay, that's fine. That's fine.
Weird. It's almost like they're focusing on the racing or something, buddy.
Something like that. I don't know, man. Look, I mean, you got two drivers that aren't in the car, and team manager. Like, what does a team manager even do, Chris? Like, what? Like,
ouch.
What's even happening? You're not.
What is it that you actually do here?
We'd like you to come in and race on Saturday.
Yeah, mostly take credit for the other people who gave you a giant lead, and all you have to do is not screw it up. Pretty much that's what they do.
Perfect. That's it. That's all you need. All you need. The Screaming Goat car, as it pulls out of its pit stall, nice cloud of smoke there as well. Have you or a loved one been on track with the Screaming Goat BMW? All our law firm.
I dare say we're approaching that point where we're essentially thinking now, starting. If I'm a race team owner, I'm thinking about back timing. Where now I'm within likely from here one more stop or thereabouts. Maybe it's a little too early, but I'm starting to think about, and probably have already thought about, how I want to finish, and if I want to double a driver, so get our fastest person or whoever it's going to be. Maybe it's a person who got the least amount of drive time so far this weekend, or maybe it's both. And really think about how are we going to finish this race with the best probability of success. And, there's really two schools of thought here. One is up track position. So those cars running towards the front, you may want to run the tank empty in hopes that you get a free pit stop under yellow. And by pitting early based on time, you reduce the probability that luck falls in your favor. The other school of thought is back time it so that you complete the drive time of whoever's in the car now and get whoever you want to get in the car to finish in as soon as possible so that the luck can fall on them with them in the car rather than with your middle stint driver. Either way, a lot of decisions are likely being made on pit lane, and if you would like to share your decisions, please do text, and Brian will be happy to know what's happening.
Absolutely.
Segways. They're not just for city tours anymore.
Indeed.
Thanks, Ryan.
We do have 2 hours and 33 minutes remaining on the race here.
Is there any sort of arithmetic that you'd like me to carry out, Ryan?
Only in a very particular manner. I don't want good arithmetic. I don't want precise arithmetic. I don't want arithmetic that checks its oil level before it goes on a trip.
Sure. That's me. Irresponsible math on the way.
You know what else we didn't do today, Joseph? We didn't do fobs to victory. Or fobs to winning, rather. A little like it for being behind the 8 ball.
So what would yours have been today if we had remembered to do it?
Get your wellies.
David.
Let's see. That would have been one of them. It would have been. There has to be one that's like particular to the region. So like keep it just peachy.
Okay.
And that would have been about like keeping the car clean or what. This is how they do it. Like I want to lean into the bit if I'm going to do it.
Oh yeah.
The other one would have been like 7-hour sprint race or something. Like just something completely obvious that gets said all the time. That's basically the format.
Can you
gotta be in it to win it.
Yeah, there we go.
Ryan, can you work the Coke Museum into into your fobs?
Gotta pop open a fast one when the weather's good or something. I don't know how they come up with those.
Don't choke your tires.
There we go. That's something.
That is both punny and terrible.
Sticky situation.
We'll also take a Peachtree Street. You know what they should do? If it's really going to be Road Atlanta, they should just name every single straightaway on this track Peachtree Street.
Peachtree Street.
Because
International Peachtree Chicane.
If you try to do anything downtown, there's like 5 different Peachtree Streets. Or there's like a Peachtree Boulevard, a Peachtree Avenue. They're all Peachtree. So if you're like, meet me at Peachtree, and Peachtree, you might be able to figure out where somebody is.
That's wild. You know, something that they don't do in California that they absolutely do in Minnesota is the concept of having 29th Avenue and 29th Street intersect for some reason. I'm like, you could do like 29th and A. You have to use numbers twice. Like, what's going on here?
Welcome to the grid system.
Yeah,
fine, but name your other axis something else. Like in all the California cities I've been to, and like somebody will mention some obscure town and prove me wrong, and that's fine. But like if you go to like Sacramento, for example, it's like K and 15. You don't have like 12th and 15.
One is typically horizontal, and the other is or well north-south. The other is east-west. It's
Right.
how they get you.
Yeah,
So
I was gonna say, I think they're all horizontal.
yeah, right. They're all perpendicular. But one is one like one will be the streets and the other will be avenues, right? Like it's not like it's like 5th Street and 5th Street. They're not trying to do you that bad.
No, I know, but I still think that's shady. Where it's like 5th Street and 5th Avenue.
You think it's shady?
Yeah, I don't like that. How do you do the shorthand? What's up with that? Like, well, apparently that's a normal thing now, and I just have to deal with it. But like that, I thought that was awful.
I think all well-wooded streets are quite shady.
That's true.
I think the 89X Motorsports Camaro is doing fantastic right now. It is reeling in the 82 Random Vandals BMW for second in GTO at the moment.
Let's play.
And he's got his ugly stick out. He's winding the whole. No.
Let's play a game called "Is the 29 smoking getting worse, or is it just sunnier out?"
It's sunnier.
I think it's sunnier out for sure.
Okay. Because I was getting a little concerned with the amount of. I mean, that is.
The turn 10 shot.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah,
that kind of looks like it's about from 5 hours ago.
If it was an English car, I'd say, well, it's actually operating as designed. You know that there's still oil in the engine.
Yeah, right.
It's a great defense mechanism.
Are we sure that's not a rotary in that car?
Anyway, what?
Yeah, wow, look at that. That is every single corner. Just remarkable.
They're getting extra horsepower out of that. There's no question.
Yeah, they're propelling it out the back of the car.
You gotta dyno it. Well, somebody had mentioned earlier that if you put a rocket on the car, it would still have a hard time winning. And it was like, well, I don't know if you can dyno a rocket. That's gonna be a little bit on the difficult side, I reckon.
Fuel sample? I don't know.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Going back to JT's actual racing discussion about the 89X.
Yeah.
I don't agree with that.
We don't.
Not only are they catching, but they also have been able to, the last time through they managed to do a very long fuel stint, and it looks like they may still have a few laps left there. So they're on light fuel, putting pace down. I think the question will be, can they close up all the way to the Random Vandals car before they have to pit for fuel, or if they just do that after the stop. But either way, that gap is closing quickly. It'll be very interesting to see if we get that before their next stop.
See, I like this because 29 is laying down smoke behind the GT4 BMW to let him know, hey, I'm here and I'm coming through. It's literally a smoke signal.
And he's going to go down the inside here into turn 1. He's going to make the move stick. Cloud of smoke. Can't see anything.
He's going to say thank you.
You got to let him go. Not only do you have to let him go, but you also have to give him some distance as well, so you don't get that up on the windscreen.
Remember, affix masks to yourself before assisting other passengers.
It does appear actually the 89X is now, if that's up to speed, is catching it or in a battle with the Hitman car. So on track while they're laps down, they are on track together at the moment.
This does 29 does kind of make me think of the old adage of the car going fastest right before it explodes. I know it's had that problem for a while, but it makes me so uncomfortable.
Scott would call it WRL second day itis.
Yeah, and it is. I mean, it's a full. I got to do math now. 16 hours of racing, right, this weekend.
Yep, absolutely. I do like the 9+7 format. It breaks it up a little bit, and then especially when you have the break in between. Now we've got like a little sprint finish here. You had one at the beginning with some decisions about when you're gonna make your pit stop. It gives you something else to look forward to.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit better for the Ginetta team that likes to take a break midway through the race and have a sandwich.
So here's the deal. This is a superstition that I've entirely just made up.
Oh,
But
great. Love that.
The 89X is now taking their canopy down, which makes sense because you're trying to, get ready to haul out here.
The sun's out now.
It's dried out.
Right, but if you're already preparing to leave while your car is chasing down a second place finish, That's got to be bad luck. You got to leave your stuff up. Like random vandals have like left their canopies alone. Like they are not packed up yet. They're,
I
like,
think
to win it. They're here. They're focused. If you're, I think it's bad luck to take your canopy down if you're trying to compete for a podium.
You mean just in case they decide to tack another 8 hours onto the race? I get you. Yeah.
No, it's superstition, Joseph. It's cosmic.
What does that mean?
Give me one moment here. One moment.
Yeah.
Pause 10 seconds for station identification.
Yeah.
Number 12 ACP.
Mercury is not in retrograde right now, so yes, they have to keep the thing up if they want to be successful.
I don't even know what that means. That gets mentioned. Does that literally mean that the planet Mercury is moving away from us?
Yes.
Quick, we need to know the Camaro driver's astrological sign.
Actually, he's an Aries rising, so he's fine.
I'm sorry, JT. I stepped on your actual point to finish my bit about superstition. Please go ahead.
I was just saying that the 12 is pitting out of 4th. That will bring the Pinnacle Motorsports Porsche back up into 4th. We'll see if the 12 will come out ahead of the 82 from Random Vandals. Most likely will not. So it will probably slot down.
89 is into the pit lane as we speak. They have paused. They heard me talk about it. They have stopped tearing down their camp, and they are going to put fuel in the car.
Is this?
I have just saved them.
This isn't their last stop, right?
Close.
That's insane for a GTO car.
Close. It's very, very close. I'm willing to bet it might not be their last stop, but they won't need another full tank. They'll need a splash.
Well, I would still keep the things around.
Well, how many cans are they going to put in? That's 1. And then here we got 2. Come on, everybody, count with me. 2.
Can't count that. I can't count that high, Ryan.
You can't see it. You can't see it, so it's not even a very good time to do it. All right, hold on. Second one's almost done. Here we go.
You're good. You do you, dude.
They're going to eject. Boom. Come on. Come on. 3. Oh, okay. All right.
Driver's staying in, so this is going to be a long run.
It is going to be a long run. They have one more can prepped. They're going to hand off here. So I know on some of the GT4 cars, it's like they get to 3 jugs, and they can't get the 3rd one all the way in. They are now in their 4th jug, and let's see if they short fill with the 4th jug or if it all goes in. Because math. Oh, they have a 5th. They have a 5th jug. This is the first time I've been able to watch this in person. So math fans, 6 times 5 is
30.
35. 30 something, you know. It's
Are you kidding me right now?
No, yes, I am kidding. Yes.
It's a good thing we're not live. That'd be really embarrassing.
So they could not get the entirety of the 5th jug in. They probably got 20% of the 5th jug in. So 20% of 6 is
0.3.
Yes, thank you. So 4.3 jugs of fuel. Whereas most of the GT cars can't take a full 3.
A little bit of a stall getting away.
It's a lot of fuel. Big fuel.
It's also, they don't necessarily, if they think that they're going to need to use, again, it's not every case, but not every team's going to necessarily fill them to 6 gallons each. They know they need to use 4 jugs, but they don't need all of the 4th jug. Some teams might just only put 5 gallons each, 4 different jugs, because they know.
Oh, what's happening here?
Lights on. Got double yellow.
Oh, right there.
Wow.
It's the 29. It's the 29.
29
Trouble.
Looks like a spin to the inside.
I think that's broken down. I think it's finally given up the ghost.
Okay.
So trouble for the 29. Do they still have their canopy up? Yes, they do. Okay. All right. Maybe it doesn't mean anything.
Canopy up is bad luck.
Canopy up. Take your canopies down. Everybody take them down. Random vandals, get on it.
Well, look, we have evidence for this. The 401, they had their canopies up, but that car was retired.
Yeah.
So, I mean, statistically speaking...
So no canopy is the way to go.
Okay, so some very interesting, just as we were talking about a full course yellow coming out now here, Hitman Racing was due for a pit stop. They had been out there for 36 laps. They were due not too long as as was Random Vandals, the 82 car. NFC with 25 laps in the middle, so they might choose to do a half fill or not. Everyone else had pitted somewhat recently.
I think this is.
Hitman's in.
I think for most of the GTO field under dry conditions, I think this is going to be too long for for this to be your penultimate stop. I think.
Oh no, yeah, this would have to be your second to last stop, but the question is, yeah, so yeah, penultimate, of course, yeah. So
I misspoke. It will be your penultimate stop coming up, not your final stop. Yeah. Woo! I gotta think about that.
It's borderline.
It's borderline. Yeah. The fact that this is going to be
some of the cars.
Literally every single one of these races, we get to this, and it's like, oh, can they make him on 2 more? Oh, is it 1 more? We've done it again, folks.
Yeah, I think the counter to that is the fact that we probably won't go back to green until, I'm going to guess it, at most 2 minutes and 10 left? Because we
123 is in.
Yeah, I think a GT4 in GTO should be able to do 65 minutes.
like Team ACP is the car that has been caught by the car, Pace SUV.
The Pace over?
The mini Paceman?
It's not that. It is a Mazda still. I couldn't remember if we were going to bring out the GTU pace car or not.
28 and 82 both in back to back again. They're doing a lot of these back to back pit stops, like it's a supercars race here down in the BMW pits.
Down in the line.
Right. They'll do a brake change. The 123 also.
I don't think they're going to do that.
Up still. I don't think they're going to. I did want to ask a real, actual racing question to an actual race team manager / owner. Chris, how do you feel about closing the pits during yellows, so you don't end up with the cheap pit stop?
Well, so again, in Code 35s, I think that's just part and parcel because it's the only option for when you would be. Well, I guess there are often so many that it's hard to not open pit stops or the pit lane during a Code 35 race. During a full course yellow, I think some series choose to do a short yellow where the pit lane doesn't open, whereas you can have a longer yellow where it does. My personal opinion is that full course yellow is part of the strategy. You have to be knowing how to use them and when to use them, and maximizing as best you can. You got to leave pit lane open. And does it add variability? Absolutely, but think the risk is worse than the benefit. I think because if you had a full course yellow come out when a car was gonna make a green pit stop, but by just luck it comes out the lap before they were gonna pit, and now they're gonna run out of gas and need to emergency service of some kind. I think that's more unfair than just allowing a team to plan for the eventuality. So, if racing was easy, no one would want to do it. The whole point is that you have to plan with some uncertainty in the whole process. And so, while yes, pit lane open can advantage some cars more than others, I think that's just part of the racing and part of what makes the strategy interesting. So I'm in favor of keeping them open because while they're not free, they are, but they can also put you off strategy in such a way that actually disadvantages you later in the race. And so, having to make those decisions is part of endurance racing. I'm open to other people's opinions because the truth is there are both sides, but I land on you got to leave pit lane open so that we can take advantage as appropriate, and so that you minimize the risk that someone is literally going to have to take a huger penalty by having to come in for a limited fuel-only pit stop that maybe just tops it off so you don't run out of gas, and then have to come back in again. How some other series do that.
Yeah, I think
there is one person I'm sorry, real quick. There is one person I want to get information from, Joseph. Scott Michaels, how do you feel about closing the pits?
I don't remember what Scott feels about this.
Scott thinks that you should 100% close. That you should do Code 35 and close the pits.
Well, okay, but you can't do if you don't have Code 35, then closing the pits is it's just as artificial as keeping the pits open.
Right.
It is agnostic to the to in terms of the purity of the racing, because you've already given the opportunity for a cheap stop, or not for a cheap stop, but for a cheap change in track position.
Okay, what about this real quick? All right, if it's a
Lights
yellow
are out on the
flag-
safety car.
Oh, perfect. If it's a yellow flag pit stop, the pit speed limit is half of what it is normally.
That is okay. No, you're playing
have
Calvin
it
ball
there.
at this point.
We are going back to green here. The number 12 ACP BMW is going to lead the field with both of the 89X cars right behind it, and they're going to jump them with the American V8 power. They're both going to get by him going into turn 1. It looks like the red one can't quite make the move work, but he's going to have another opportunity here during the lap. We're going to watch that on board right now. This number 89 is completely going to jump him here. No chance for the driver of the number 12. Just too much torque, too much power, and goes right around into turn 1 with the corporate teammate following closely behind. Here we're going down into the 4 and 5 section here. Looks like that second 93X car hasn't quite gone all the way around, with the Thunder Bunny car is right there now as well. None of that is, I'm sorry, the number 89 was for position, so that was for 4th place that occurred. And then the next car is going to be the 82, that's going to be the yellow or orange BMW, and that's going to be right all the way back right there. So the pass for position made. The number 89 doing what they need to do to come up into 4th place after taking on a load of fuel, and is still now on the lead lap. No, I'm sorry, they're not on the lead lap, but they are on the same lap as 4th place. They are a lap out of 3rd after their pit stop. So they're doing what they need to do right now, but we think they might be able to go the entire distance on this tank of fuel. So they've got to make up a little bit of time here while they can, especially on a heavy car.
Did we get a stop from? Did we get a stop from Hitman on this rotation?
Good. They came in from behind the pace car.
Yeah.
That's huge, because they've still got nearly a 2-lap lead over the 28 now at this point.
Yeah, no, I
now they're
concur.
circulating as well.
But that came at exactly the right time. Hitman was due for a stop. They needed one anyway. It actually helped 89X as well. At least it seemed to not hurt, because they got their pit stop in the lap prior. And so we're right snugged up to the back of the pace car, having had their fuel stop. So actually 89X gained a bit more than Hitman, but they both did well in that exchange.
The 28 still a ways away from the number 34. Even though they're not on the same lap, I don't believe that there's also quite a bit of track position between the two of them. So they need to make up a lot of time and then hope for another yellow, I think, in order to have a chance to take the fight back to the number 34. But second place, still not bad for the number 28 of Random Vandals Racing and the BMW, the Continental-sponsored machines. And the 727 Pinnacle Motorsports car, we didn't speak much about them. They also came in for a pit stop under yellow, and they are out there circulating as well, and they have a substantial lead over the 89X. So not really a threat right now, but again, all three of those cars, the 34, the 28, and the 727, still have at least one more stop to make, if not two, especially under a green flag running here. The 111 trying to make up some time here as well. They're now down to 4 laps off the lead. Currently sitting in 7th position.
Yeah, so what are our closest battles on track right now? Obviously, the 89 has just gone through on the 12. That'll be relatively close. Has the 12 gone through on the 82, or is that a battle that's still brewing?
I think that is still brewing. So the 727 just came through, so we should have an answer on that shortly here.
Well, that gap back to the, or up to the 28 is about a lap even. It's just under a lap. So that one's, they're not particularly close to anybody.
Okay.
The Grizzly number 280 is in the points paying positions now with the retirement of the 29. They are about 10 seconds behind the number 99 for Team GTR. So that may get close. This is still relevant. I want to make a point about this weekend. There was a change in the points rules this year, such that DQs do not count as drops, or rather that they count as a result that cannot be dropped. So the fact that Hitman copped a DQ for failing tech yesterday actually has implications for their championship as well.
Yeah, very much so.
111 and the 89. And then the 123, I thought was on the same. There's the 123, so that's a 5-6 second gap now. Let's see. So the 111 and the 123 are on the same lap. The 111 has overtaken the 123 some time ago, and now trying to press the advantage and stay ahead there. Or is that a lap as well?
No, it's not.
We're now in that mode where it's like it's hard to tell what they're trying to do.
That's why on my monitor, Ryan, it's it is purely on time. So if it doesn't say a lap difference, they're on the same. They share a lap.
Right. Just force plugging his system.
I'm not really plugging it because nobody else has access to it, or well, anyone could access it, but they don't have the link. Haha.
Plugging it to me to emphasize it, but I need to be checking it.
I think Race Hero is perfectly fine in most cases, but that is the one thing that I think we do a good job in terms of live sort of data. I think that is one of those things every broadcaster, including the ones who are actual professionals, I think it can be difficult to tell what exactly those deltas are when you get late into a long race like this and everyone's on different laps and so on. It can be tough to tell whether or not there's a legitimate lap difference or if there's just a weird quirk in timing.
I got a funny story about that.
Go ahead.
So, I have heard this story. It was quite fun.
Yeah. So last year we decided to race with a different series to test out our new car at Ozarks International Raceway, which, by the way, anyone who has not been to Ozarks International Raceway because they were scared of it needs to go as soon as is humanly possible and enjoy the glory that is one of the most undulating, terrifying, awesome, fun, and actually safer than you think racetracks out there. Just an amazing facility, but as we were at this place for the first time, learning how to not kill ourselves and enjoy the track along the way, we were in a different series in a shorter format enduro race, and CJ and I basically shared the car since it was shorter format. And towards the end, because we were pretty much the only endurance racers there, we found ourselves ahead of actually everyone, including an NPO1, which was being driven in earnest to come and catch us with just about 20 minutes left in a 5-hour race. And all the while, as a team owner often does, I was driving and I was asking for gaps to understand how far back the gap was, and one of our fantastic turns was giving me amazing information. He's saying you have over a lap almost 2 laps back behind you. That's a lap in 20 seconds, a lap in 30 seconds. It came to be that just might have been 1 lap off on that. And so as we came across the line, I suddenly looked in the rearview mirror and saw this NPO1, and I thought, oh, hey, no big deal. You can pass me. I'm up lap. It was a 3/10 margin at the end, proper. Because it turns out Race Hero was telling us we had 30 seconds left, and every time we clicked over, it said 1 lap, but it was meaningfully less than. So we learned the hard way that when it says 1 lap, that might be meaningfully less than 1 lap. So be careful, race fans, as you look at your Race Hero.
Yeah, and that's one of the things that I think is, it's a tricky thing. It shows up on IMSA TV broadcasts also. They do the same sort of thing, where if there's just a lap delta, if there's a lap completed delta, it shows as a lap difference. That's not necessarily correct.
That's not the distance on track. It's just you're on 1 lap. You haven't completed your lap, and therefore the next car has completed 1 lap more. However, they haven't completed an entire lap more. They just have finished that lap sooner. So yeah, it is goofy, and everyone in the pit lane probably is nodding their heads knowingly that this is an easier mistake to make than is probably to be admitted. And we like to think that we are reasonably well buttoned up, but we make plenty of mistakes, and that's one we didn't want to make ever again. And don't worry, our phenomenal intern did not lose his job. He just has been getting a good writing about it every day since.
It is. I mean, that is classic, like, intern level That is exactly the kind of thing that will trip you up if you're a novice to the game, basically. And really, even if you're a little more seasoned than that, to be honest.
I'm just glad it wasn't me, because I would be evening an even harder time than it just as easily could have been.
Right. Yeah, it's always fun to blame the new guy.
Roughly, give or take, at Road Atlanta. I'm sorry, Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta.
Thank you.
Michelin, of course, the provider of fine restaurant guides the world over. They also make the soles of shoes. I think I've seen something else that's Michelin.
There's a phrase called error of omission.
Well, you know, it is what it is.
Okay.
Just like at my job, actually, 9 times out of 10, if somebody needs belts, I do recommend the Continental TV Pro belt. Much of the time. Story.
Oh, okay.
Turns out their advertising works better than I think it does. As I look through the parts listings and go, oh, Continental. So, if you ever think that advertising doesn't work, it does.
Well, clearly Ryan Eversley has shouted it enough to you in the podcast.
He has.
Dinner with Racers.
Has, 100%. And he did mention the belts by name at one point. I think that was a thing that he did.
I believe one of their many new shticks is saying, oh, and you can get all kinds of other things from Continental. I'm sorry, it's Continental Tire.
There we go.
I know, perfect. I didn't do it as well as you, Ryan, but it's an homage. It's kind of like sampling in a hip hop song, as I'm just trying to pay credit where credit is due.
Excellent. I appreciate it. Nobody can be mediocre at stealing other people's bits the same way that I can.
I think this is not going to be a surprise to anybody, I don't think. But every position basically from like third on down, and even so, clearly Hitman will be the favorites here for the remainder of the race, as long as they can keep up the sort of pace that if they're running it, they don't run into some kind of problem, right? The spots below that are in all kind of flux. It is one of those things where I think second place could go to either the 28 or the 727, and I wouldn't be shocked about it.
Are you following up on irresponsible math here?
Well, I'm rerunning it because it was obviously invalidated by the caution that we had. And then kind of you have the 28 and the 727 as sort of this second tier between the two, and the fact that there's a minute and a half between them suggests to me that maybe we're expecting the 28 to pit one more time. I'll double check that in a moment. But so you've got those two cars, and then you've got the 12, the 89, and the 111 all kind of trying to figure out who's going to end up in third, which is curious. The 123 is kind of on the back foot for all that, but we'll see when they have their last driver in if they can make a dent in pace, which they may have already, actually. And that was, as I scroll up the list, my God, there's been an awful lot of chatter. Bill Kane was the last driver that we were aware of getting into that car, so we'll see if he's able to claw back any amount of time here. The 82 has looked reasonable, and I think could be competitive for this third or fourth place spot. So there's just, my point being, there's just an awful lot of flux at the back of that top five. So keep an eye out for really anybody, because any kind of slip up could shuffle the order here.
I'd say the most noteworthy of those that is off strategy. Almost everyone is on the same fuel strategy except for Thunder Bunny in the top 10. Thunder Bunny is halfway through a fuel run, whereas everyone else is only about a quarter of the way through. And, I don't know, they just might. I would think they would run out short. If we go green flag for the last 2 hours, I would think a half a tank is not going to be quite enough though, that may factor into their possibility of taking full advantage of that pace. Now they are flying right along, setting good lap times and catching at a second or two here. So it should be interesting to see how that plays out. But I do wonder if they can actually get through on one more stop, or if they might need a splash at the end if we go green.
I do think, for whatever it's worth, I think the lap to count back from for the leader is probably going to be in a 226 to 227 range. That assumes that we're not going to get another green flag or another yellow flag. If that does happen, obviously push that back a little bit.
Yeah, so roughly 70 laps remaining.
And then in terms of pit stops,
if you did some fuel saving, you maybe could do that. But it's I think the longest that the Thunder Bunny car went, I think they did 46 laps, 47 laps. Oops. Oh no.
We're okay.
Well,
we're okay.
Yeah, I'm hoping that's just mud that's on the track back there. The brown substance.
I'm pretty close on the, although I think this is skewed a little bit by the wet weather running. I'm a little close on the 34 being able to make it on one more. The fact that we've had that, not yellow flag running, the wet weather running that we had earlier that was extending those fuel runs. So they might be on the fringes of being able to make it on one more, but I suspect they need a splash to the end here if we don't get a yellow.
With a 2-lap lead or 1-lap lead, whatever it actually is.
Just as a yardstick. I'm not saying that it's relevant to the finishing order.
I do believe that they would opt to take that second stop here.
Pinnacle is another one. This is a little more relevant. Pinnacle is one that kind of skews a little bit more towards possibly being able to do it on one more and not needing the splash. So again, I don't necessarily trust that because cars are running pretty long earlier in the race and running longer laps too, so that will skew the stats a little bit here. But that is kind of the trend down the field. Same for the 28, and the 12 almost certainly needs another stop. So consider that they're in a worse fuel position than the 28 and the 727 around them. The 89 looks like it should be pretty solid in terms of having to do just one more stop, which that kind of tracks for us in terms of how long we think that car goes. Thunder Bunny may be able to do it without a splash, but I'd be suspicious of that also. They're kind of in the same boat as the 28 and the 727. And the 123 looks like they may be in good shape to make it on one more also. So consider that. The 82, for me, probably needs 2 stops. Probably needs a full stop and a splash. Is there anybody else that's in play here that we'd be looking out for?
I don't think so. Usually
final finishes, yeah.
Scroll through and find like GP2 4th position to look at.
I do just want to make a quick note though, while they're not in contention, they've had a bit of a challenging weekend, and God bless them for being one of the lone Ginettas out there right now. But that 762 just set their fastest lap of the race, a 131.7, which I think right now is the class in the field in terms of pace. So whoever's in that Ginetta, yeah, they have about 9 laps to make up in order to compete, fighting for first place, but really driving the heck out of the car and get a finish on a high note.
The only cars faster than the 763 right now, or not even right now, just in general, is the number 34, ran a 131.9, so that's slower. So it is the fastest of the GTO cars. And then the Stratus Racing 59 did a 129.8 about 30 laps ago or so. So that is the fastest lap anytime recently, and it is the fastest lap in GTO as well.
So yeah, this 31.7 is performed by Johann Schwartz.
Excellent.
Oh dear, that guy knows how to wheel that thing. Hopefully it stays together.
I think we've probably all seen the video that the Marhead team put together of Johan picking up like what 12 spots in like 3 laps at Coda.
Pretty good shoe to have in the race for the finish here.
And also one of the friendliest guys in the paddock too. You can, every time you see him walking around, you are guaranteed a smile, a handshake, and a collegial conversation. On track though, he is absolutely blistering and not shy about shuffling on through like a businessman in a hurry.
Okay. Well, the cloud cover has just gotten much darker here in the last minute. I went back and checked the weather. It is not supposed to rain again, but boy, if you look towards the direction of turn 7, that end of the track, it doesn't look great right now.
Yeah, I think there's definitely still moisture in the air. It's just a question of whether or not it wants to show up.
Well, I did hear recently that the Chinese actually have really good weather data for this part of the country. They had just flown a balloon over. So do you think from all them they could let us know what the chances of rain are?
Ryan, we're not opening that.
Just said there was a weather balloon.
We're not opening that.
Fair enough.
So the gap, the point that I was going to make about 5 minutes ago, when we went on board with this car, the gap among the 4th, 5th, and 6th place cars, that'll be the 89 Motorsports car, is up the road. We can kind of see it in some of our shots. We were on board with them previously. This car for Team ACP and Tangerine Associates in the Randy Mandels number 82, that Continental tire in Continental Gold. It turns out that there are more colors than orange and yellow. Who would have thunk? It's gold. That gap, those 2 gaps, if you will, have kind of stagnated here. I think these are 3 drivers that are giving it everything the car has to offer them in terms of how they mesh with it, and I think this is just their pace here. No major changes in gaps, and we saw the driver of the 89 send it a little too deep into turn 6, so we know that they're not just putting about. It feels a little sedate because we're not passing cars left and right, but there's a genuine effort to make up ground here, and it's just not happening.
Well, it's going to happen slowly, just because the difference in pace between that and the Porsche ahead. I mean, if you take a look at this stint, you know, he's been consistently running 34s and 33s, with the exception of that one lap where, you know, he went off going into turn 7. But that only lost 3 seconds.
Yes.
Where if you look at, you know, the Pinnacle car, that's been consistently running 35, 36s. So it's giving up, you know, a second or 2 each lap. But, you know, it did have, you know, a good minute plus lead. So it is slowly coming down, but slowly.
Yes.
Can we punch that into the Amazon Web Services chance to pass configurator 9000?
No. No, we cannot.
You could always dig into the racing cliches, and they catching is one thing, passing another.
Is the big box or big bag of racing cliches itself now its own racing cliche?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
Yeah. That's the second derivative of racing cliche.
Right. And we are nothing if not derivative, so
we'll take it all.
No comment.
I will say, I just want to put this out there. 89X was taking down their canopy before the pit stop. They like moved it, they lowered it, they did all kinds of stuff. They are now no longer standing next to it. They have not continued putting stuff away. I don't know, man.
Are you implying that they're done for the day?
No, I'm implying that I influenced them into not taking their canopy down.
Oh, okay.
So they started taking it down, and then I
talked about it, and then they stopped.
Maybe they were putting away things that were like tire, like, oh, we're not going to change tires. We're done with that. We're not going to change. If something happens to the brake pads, it's well, had a good run.
The canopy though, they moved it. They like lowered it. It looked like.
When you say so, I'm imagining the kind of canopy that's like like a 4-post thing in like. Okay. What do you mean by what?
So usually they have like 4 or 5 notches on the legs. And the first step to taking it down is you lower it down the notches, and then you push it in. That way you can grab and pull the cloth thing off the top. But they stopped all of a sudden. So I mean,
all of a sudden,
and you can tell that they were about to because it's no longer taut. Like if it started raining again, rain would pool inside the fabric as the 63 pulls into the pit lane.
I think that is giving us/you a level of influence that is, I'm going to be honest, completely unreasonable.
Perceived influence. Let's go with that.
Yeah.
Alright, I'm going to say the Camaro catches the Porsche.
Car off in the gravel trap at 10.
44 minutes.
And through.
Who was that?
That was the open throttle car.
Yeah, the 64, yeah, specifically.
No one needs to get that guy a shop vac after he gets out of the car, or she.
Yeah, that is going to be. That's going to change your power to weight ratio because now you're going to be carrying about 50 pounds of gravel with you.
I mean, if you're running a little close on horsepower, maybe you should have the number 34 Hitman car do it once or twice just to make sure.
I do have a guest up here. I have John Dean, who's been driving the 727 Pinnacle Motorsports Porsche. John, how's it going, man?
Hey, Ryan. Yeah, good. Thanks for having me on. It's been a crazy day. I got in just after the quiet hour, so I got in at noon, and I ran until 2:45. I just got out of the car, hydrated a little bit, and came over here to chat with you guys.
Excellent. Well, happy to see you. First off, you've been in the car, I'm sure, when I was talking about it. I've been trying to pitch really hard the Thunder Bunny guys to build a diecast, right? Because that's such a good-looking car. I think the Pinnacle Motorsports also up there. With you got the mountains, and then the car that you're driving is not the white one.
It's the gold one. Yeah. How often do you see a gold race car? I think this is the first gold race car I've ever driven, and I've driven quite a few cars in the past. But it's an interesting car. I do love the mountains. So the team is based in Colorado.
Okay.
Which makes sense, right? I'm based in Sebring, Florida, so we don't really have mountains. Well, I mean, you have the odd landfill here and there.
Right.
Those are our biggest mountains in Florida.
I gotcha. So that's just the mountains to do with, the Colorado-based team.
Yeah.
That's where that's at. Okay, that makes sense. Fair enough. Yeah, it's a good-looking livery. Like, it's a beautiful paint scheme, for picking it out of a field right here. It's like, oh, it's the gold and black one, and like you can't, as it goes by, see.
You know what's interesting is if you take a closer look at the car, you see that stripe up the center. It just kind of looks from a distance like white or gray. If you get a chance, go check the car out after the race. That stripe is actually small pictures from the team from all last year.
Oh, no kidding.
So there's all sorts of like pictures of us joking around in the paddock and some pictures of the race cars and stuff. And it's just super cool to see that. And I think it really builds team morale, when you see that sort of stuff.
I love that kind of stuff where they have the team sign the car at the end of the season.
Yeah.
Or they've got the pictures on there or whatever. I love seeing that kind of stuff because it really, it's a visual reminder to like spectators and people who are watching that like it's a whole team effort out here. The 727 right now running in third. The big Camaro hunting you guys down right now. What do you think is going to happen there?
The 87X car, last I checked, was catching us a little bit each lap. I got out and passed the car over to Hayden. He's he's 18-year-old kid that's really good. He's raced with us in the past last year. Really, really good. I don't want to jinx anything, but he's doing a great job. It's been an interesting race. So for people out there that have been watching, we had the happy hour here, or the quiet hour, whatever you want to call it, where we couldn't race. And, it rained a ton before that. And when you watch from the outside, you have no idea how brutally cold it's been. And I forget when I was in the car. And I get out, and I'm like, oh my God, I forgot how cold it was out here. But, you know, so we're running out there in the rain, and the track conditions will change a lot each lap. And, you know, you get a lot of spray off the other cars, and it's very difficult to understand how much grip you're going to have in each corner, and then remembering that and trying to apply that for the next lap. And again, it can change a lot. But it's been really interesting. You know, I got in and it was raining, and then my stint ends up being completely dry. But it takes a lot of laps before some of these dry patches start showing up. And you may have full dry in, say, 12, and then you go into 5, and you're barely touching the brakes. You can barely turn the wheel in because the car just takes this huge push as soon as you start dialing some hands in there. So you have to be really heads up, and that's very mentally fatiguing over a long stint.
So I understand that you at one point you were in the MX-5 Cup, right? I don't know if you
I was, yeah. I'm the most successful driver in the history of that series with the most wins, poles, podiums, and championships.
Fantastic! Look at that. That's how much MX-5 Cup I have time to watch.
I tell you, so I still coach drivers in that series, and it is just brutal. There's everybody is trying to it's so important for them to win, right? It's like crash or die, you know, kind of feels like sometimes. And a lot of them are younger kids, and there's so much money on the line. They're looking at, I think it's a $250,000 purse now for winning the championship, and of course you win some money along the way as well. So they literally feel like it's their life, and if they don't win the championship, it's death, you know. So that just makes it crazy racing, which is great for the fans.
Absolutely.
So you see these races like we just had Daytona a couple weeks ago, and an unbelievable finish at Daytona with how close all the cars were, you know.
Yeah, we spoke to John Sr. at Sebring, is that right?
Oh yeah, that was my dad. So my dad was the announcer for the 12 Hours of Sebring for 21 years. Back in, I think it was the 80s through the 90s. So he was doing that like back in the GTP, the GT1, 2, 3 era, the WSC era. I just miss that time of my life because he is a fantastic announcer. And the cars back then, I just love those cars. I still think about the GTP cars all the time, how cool it would have been to drive in that era. But it was really funny, you know, going to the race, and I was used to him being in the broadcast booth, and as a kid I was allowed in, and they had tons of free food, so I love that.
Is that what you came up here for? You figured?
Yeah, I didn't see any free food. What are we doing up here, guys?
Yeah.
Where's the catering? I have to bring my own food next time. But it was funny. When I was 10 years old, and I was into racing, I wanted to go racing, and I remember there was this guy, I can't remember who it was, and they said to my dad, they go, "John, how do you announce for 12 hours?" And he goes, "Well, I just talk really, really fast so I can get it all in." 12 hours is not enough for that guy.
Right, I gotcha. That's awesome. So I was a little bit curious in the differences, because you've had some experience doing other things. Just as a straight, which do you look forward to more? If it's wet, rainy outside, is it easier to get excited about driving an MX-5 Cup car or a mid-engined Porsche GT4 car?
Oh man,
you kind of talk through the differences and how you go about that, because I know they're in theory different, because the weight balance is different, etc.
The Mazdas are at a top level, right? When you're absolutely maximizing every bit of the track and the car. Those cars are very hard to drive at the absolute limit. If you're driving out there like 98, you know, or less %, they're not that bad. But when you start getting to that very last fine edge with those cars, because they're such a short wheelbase, and they're actually fairly wide, so the car is almost like a square instead of rectangle. So because of that, the car rotates around the axis very quickly. So any little slides are super snappy. Now you get into a Cayman like I'm driving here this weekend, they're a longer wheelbase, and of course you have aero, and all these slides and rotations happen a lot slower. And then, you know, you get into like these BMWs, they have an extremely long wheelbase.
Right.
So if you think about how that feels on track, say you're coming into one and there's not a ton of grip, as you bend in, because it has a long wheelbase, if the car starts to rotate, it's a very friendly slide. It's easy to save, it's easy to manipulate those cars. The shorter and shorter the wheelbase, those slides are very scary and they happen really fast.
Right.
So there's a bit of an advantage when you have those wheelbase, but there's also a disadvantage somewhere else when you need to carve a really tight corner.
Right. You don't want to get it turned in on the nose.
Yeah, exactly.
So you think it's more stable to drive than at the top level, at least?
They're more stable to drive. Yeah, they're more stable and they're a little easier to drive. Even when you think, some people think, you add grip to the car, it becomes easier to drive, but that's not true, because all you're trying to do as a driver is maximize the grip of the tire, right? We want to be 100% using the tire everywhere. So if the tire is super grippy like a slick, as you get to the limit of grip and it starts to slide, you have a very quick, steep fall off of grip. Whereas a tire like what we have to run out here, it's a 180 treadwear street tire, when it starts to slide, it's very forgiving. You still have a lot of grip as you have slip angle. So it becomes much easier to drive. And it's actually more fun, I think, because you can manipulate the car and move it around a lot more. So it's a different way to drive, and it's definitely a little bit easier than if you're racing on a slick. And then, of course, you have bad conditions, and a slick is a nightmare.
Right.
Did you ever race Skip Barbers?
I was a Skip Barber instructor from I think 99 until 2011, and then here and there since then.
Do you get any of the same, because those always raced on street tires as well, and I remember sitting trackside for a race at Burke Lakefront, and they sounded an awful lot like some of the cars that are going through turn 12 and turn 1 with the amount of
yeah. It was so much fun. So you had at one point we started to transition into slicks on those cars, and when the RT2000 came out, which was in 2000. And if you did like the schools and stuff, you were on a treaded tire, and then as you did the race series, you got to run a hard slick. But back when they were running only the treads, like you're talking about, it was so fun to drive those cars, because you're sliding, like you're coming in with like this rotation on entry, and you're picking up power, and you're keeping this light rotation from apex off the corner, but still trying to put the power to the ground. And that takes a fine line. And they were easy to slide and drive like that, except it is a Formula car, and you don't have a lot of steering angle. So if you start to get sideways and you start correcting it, you're going to run out of steering lock really quick, where you just can't, there's no more wheel. You can't turn any more in, and then it's easy to go around. But man, was that fun to drive those like that. And it's a little bit like out here, but what takes a little bit of that away is if you look at all the cars, everybody's got aero, which really, really helps. And that's going to take a little bit of that tire noise out, and a little bit of the ability to rotate the car out of there. In the slow stuff you can a little bit, but you're trying to minimize that to a very, very light radius or light slip angle.
So to follow on from that, we have the Stratus car
really
coming
quickly
down here. Oh, go ahead.
We have the other Stratus car stopped at turn 7, which is the. I just want to make that point really quickly.
Yeah.
It looks like they're going to try to carry out a hot pull on that now that we're in dry conditions. But watch this space, because we could go full course yellow soon.
I gotcha. So, John, have you driven an MPO1 before?
I have not, but I've driven radicals and stuff that are, they're a little bit different but similar. I've driven LMP3s and some other prototypes. So, I know a lot about the way it feels. I have a lot of friends that have driven those. A lot more physical, so when you're sitting there watching the race from the outside, it's easy to forget how taxing it is in there. And for us driving the GT cars, these GT4 cars, they're not as physically taxing, because the steering is power assist, and that's easy. A lot of us, like the GT4 M4s and some of the Caymans, we don't have assisted brakes, so you are pushing a lot of pressure. But that gives you a better ability to kind of modulate the brake and fine-tune what you're doing to pressure. But it adds a little bit of a physical aspect. But the MPO1s, you have your steering wheel is very heavy because they don't have that assist, or most of them don't, and it's really rough on the driver. So it's not as soft and cushy as the GT cars. So, running a long stint in that car is going to be physically exhausting.
Right.
And then also, you look at the traffic, like, these MPO1s they're really, really fast through turn 1 versus us. And also like turn 5, the places where the aero actually makes a good difference to settle the car out. So, you know, they can catch us a lot in those, but then we get the straightaway, we drive away. So this can be very frustrating for both drivers because you know you're in that guy's way every time he catches you. But if you let him by before the straightaway, the back straight, then you either drive around him again and then bottle him up again, or you have to lift and just stay behind him. So you have to kind of make those decisions. And ultimately, usually what's best is just breathe and tuck in behind him. What I try to do is I try to breathe early and slot in behind him and get absolutely as close as I can without touching him.
Okay.
And the reason I do that is I want to share the aero effects with him. So because there's less drag behind him because I'm filling that gap, he'll go slightly faster. So the goal is if he goes a little faster on straightaway, he'll be out of my way sooner, and then I can pick my pace back up.
Gotcha.
So, but you know, it's hard to think ahead and make these decisions that are going to be best in a long run when you're catching a guy 10 mile an hour faster, and it's so easy to just drive right around him. Sometimes it's better to just let him go.
That makes sense. Are you going to be with Pinnacle for the whole season here?
That's the plan. Yeah, I was with them last season. We had a new team, a lot of growing pains, but we're working through some of the issues, and we're developing the cars. We're having a good race today. We had a good race going yesterday, but we had a really odd ABS failure where we lost the ground to the ABS, and Jake did a fantastic job to minimize that. That we ended up backing into the gravel trap because the car just as soon as he went to brakes, it went backwards on him. So we ended up retiring early, but basically what we were doing was we made sure the car was fixed, everything was good, we tested. I went back in the car and tested it, got the other guys back in, had some fun, and then we parked the car, save it for today.
Makes sense. Is there any sponsors or family, friends, co-workers, etc. you want to shout out?
Not really. I mean, I would shout out to my family at home. I don't know if they're watching or not. But no, not really. I mean, we right now we run unsponsored, but it would be nice to start trying to develop that throughout this season, especially as we have some good results. This is obviously the race isn't over yet, but we're having a really good run and a good showing today. We have a really strong driver lineup, and the car's handling really well. And I know some of our drivers are really trying to get sponsorship. So once that happens, then I'll help promote their sponsors, you know, as we go.
Yeah, we were talking earlier. It feels like the setup can be a little hit or miss with this car. You guys seem to have really hit it pretty well this weekend. Does it feel that way to you too?
Yes. Oh my gosh, man. Last year we go to COTA, and I forget what we had right before COTA, which race it was, but the race before, the car was handling beautiful. We get to COTA, and we had a very it was Sebring right before COTA, I think. And we had this really strange gearbox issue, which we haven't figured out. So we retired that car until we could figure it out. So we get to COTA, and brand new gearbox, and we instantly start having issues with it. So when that happens, road is so different, right? The aggregate is way different, and just the nature of the track is so different. So the car had just this terrible push, but we couldn't really make changes because we couldn't get the transmission working right. And when we finally, the transmission started to behave, we go out, and it was just brutal, man. We had so much push in the car because we just didn't have time to develop the settings. And it was so frustrating. There's a really long, like, triple right-hander there, carousel. And we were abysmal through there. It was, you just turn the wheel and you're waiting to go to throttle, and you just watch everybody drive away. But this weekend we had a little better practice time out in the car, and we were able to start making some tweaks and tunes. And the car's been really good. Like, one thing we struggle with is some straight line braking. You would think, oh, we're going to outbrake the BMWs, but they're pretty darn good in the brake zone. I don't know if you guys have noticed that.
They are.
So and they have a ton of torque. So when they come off the corner, they jump away, and even if their straight line speeds aren't above ours, they get this gap. So we have to work really hard to bridge that gap, and you can't do it into turn 10. It's really hard because they get so far away. You'd have to do something really crazy and silly to make a pass down in the 10, So it's been really important for me with the team to develop the car to be able to brake as late as possible. Right? We need to maximize our brake zone just so we can catch up and so we can make some passes, which is very important here. So that's one thing we've really been working on, and that improved a lot since practice first day. And then when you have conditions like that change like this, can you imagine, you know, you go out in the rain and you're scared to use the brake pedal because you can't get the car to slow down? That's not a good race car for the rain. So it was good that we were able to get the car feeling better on the brakes. And last time out, I did a bunch of laps, and I was getting a better and better feel for what the car needed. We can't just go to the brake zone and like grenade the pedal. We have to squeeze the brake and then feed a ton of pressure in, and that works really good for our setup right now. But I'm looking forward to having another test session sometime so we can kind of work through that a little bit more and improve the car. So there's a couple areas we can make some small improvements, and I'm sure most of the teams have things they want to work on too. It's just the nature of it. But I know we have some potential there. There's still some time on the table for us to find some settings that'll make the car a little better, and that's cool because I love that part of being a driver and engineering the car. It's just so fun for me.
So are you making physical equipment changes on the car, or is this just setting up what Porsche has provided?
We do both. So we try different aero pieces. We had this really cool splitter when we first got here. Super cool, man. And if you look at the car, you'll notice there's no splitter on it. Okay. So the splitter was making so much downforce that it broke the splitter internally on the first lap out.
Wow.
And so we came in and we made a change to the splitter. And then in the beginning of the race yesterday, it still was generating so much downforce. I think it was dragging slightly in the heavy brake zone of turn 10. And it wore the bottom of the splitter down, and then the bottom layer of the splitter opened up. So we had to take the splitter off. And that's a scary thing because you work on your aero balance between the front of the car and rear of the car. So you remove the splitter.
Now you got way too much wing.
Way too much wing.
Right.
So then you're stuck guessing what wing angle to run. And we made a guess and went out, and it was awesome. So I almost don't even miss the splitter. Yeah, it's faster in some places, but the car is so good right now. I nearly forgot we even had a splitter when we got here. The car is brilliant right now.
So you're able to make changes race to race, and the way that WRL is set up, you don't have to adhere to the GT4 homologation and all that stuff. Contrast that with your time that you spent in MX-5 Cup. How much year to year at the same circuit, obviously? It's like you go to Sebring, for example. How much does your setup change from like 2018 Sebring, 2019 Sebring, or something like that? Is there a lot of development that goes on there and trying to get it perfect, or do you throw on the setup you used last time and go, okay, maybe we do pressures and move on?
I'm really good at finding a good baseline.
Okay.
And I've always been extremely good at that. So, we had the new car in 2016 when it came out, and I raced a little bit before that in what they call the NC, which is the third generation car. Now we're in the fourth and a half generation because I did a motor swap. In 2016, I did a bunch of testing right before the season started, and I went to a bunch of tracks, and I had a great baseline at every track. So to answer the question, I go to the track, I have the baseline settings, and then what I do is for each driver, because we were running a bunch of cars back then, my team was 6 sideways, so we had a bunch of cars, and I would throw the baseline on all the cars the same, and then tweak from there. So because those cars, like you're saying, out here we can make part changes, right? We can change wings, we can do all sorts of stuff. We can change shocks.
Oh, I'm sorry, real quick. The 89X is actually just pulled in for what I imagine is an unscheduled pit stop.
Yeah, it was very slow coming out of 10A.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, it looked like it had no drive. Or very little.
It doesn't sound very Camaro-y right now.
They're putting fuel in it right now. That might just be a case of let's put fuel in it while we have it here, while we decide what we want to do, type of thing. Anyway, please continue.
Yeah, this is interesting for me because we're in a close battle with him.
Yeah.
But yeah, to answer the question, we get a good baseline. We're not allowed to change parts in that series, and we tweak things from here to there. When you have a weekend like this, so we're running a street tire. A street tire will get just warm enough to take all the rubber off the track. So when you go to a race weekend, like let's say we're racing with IMSA, and you show up at a race weekend after a weekend like this, the track is super green. which means it's not grippy.
Right.
Because all the good rubber's pulled off. So if you go to an IMSA weekend, like MX5 Cup goes first, and we start running, the times will be super slow.
Right.
But once all the other guys start running and they lay down that really nice soft Michelin rubber, the times get crazy. They just get faster and faster and faster. So if you go and do testing, like let's say you have a Chin track day, and you go to testing, and you set the car up, and you're like, oh my gosh, I'm going to go to the track, I'm going to murder people because the car is so good, you know? Right. You get to the race weekend with the same setup, it doesn't work. It just
rubber down
because all the rubber gets down and your settings are all different. Okay. So it can really trick people. Hopefully no guys are listening to learn anything from this, but it can really
secrets, you know, we can talk about shock settings later.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, get the notepad ready. Looks like they're doing a tire change out there on the 89 car.
I wonder if they lost the back left, maybe?
Maybe. I did see them drop wheels at turn 6 earlier on the broadcast. Yeah. Who knows? Maybe they picked up a little puncture or damaged a tire or something.
Yeah, and a bit after that, they ran wide at 10, went through the gravel. So I wouldn't be shocked if they had something going on. They've actually been noted in race control for having a loose splitter, which is something... now you'll be acutely familiar with that, but that's something that we've seen on that car a couple times.
Yeah, so that's always a difficult thing when you're engineering the car. It's like, okay, do we want to run a big splitter and have like awesome aero and be able to turn the car well? But if we hit anything at all, it destroys it, and then you have to come in for a pit stop and spend a ton of time taking it off, you know? So that's always a difficult decision to make when you're building the car and you're designing your aero. And if you look at that car, that is a low front splitter.
It is, absolutely.
That is what, I mean, I was going to say, that's one of the things that shows up in the higher level BOP classes now, right? It's about a raceability thing. So if it's not necessarily about, you know, saving the most weight you possibly can, consider putting a little bit of heft into your splitter and into your dive planes, and then you've got something that, you know, if you take a bump here and there, it doesn't wreck your aero balance. It doesn't wreck your race.
Yeah, that's smart, sure.
So another thing I wanted to pull in on here. It was interesting to hear you say that you didn't really miss the splitter by the time that you had that on there.
But you know, you instantly go to, well, how much faster are we on the straightaway without it? And surprisingly, it was a very small margin.
Interesting.
But the car is just working so well without it that I forgot about it until just now.
Yeah, it comes by, and that does not have a splitter at all.
No.
The reason I mention it is Chris with Northloop Motorsports, they won the GP2 last year, is on the commentary with us. You guys went to a no aero setup when you went to your new car. Because you'd had a splitter in a wing before, and then I think you'd lost the splitter, and then when you went to the orange car, you didn't have any of that stuff on there.
Yeah, so that's part because we're lazy, and it didn't have any aero on it. And so why would you do more work when you could just drink beer and go racing instead? But this is definitely the balancing act. The thing is, the series obviously gives you a weight penalty for that aero. So while you do make more downforce, you also have to add weight to the car for the same horsepower because of those aeros. Now that's not necessarily the case in GTO, but in the production classes, it is. That's another one of the things you weigh is which is better. And we've seen other competitors that actually change their aerodynamic balance meaningfully from track to track. One of the Chattanooga Touringwagon, which is a fantastic team that we raced against last year all throughout the season. They unfortunately their primary car met a demise at Sebring, but those guys literally would go from a no aero package at Daytona to a full as much aero as you could possibly pile on the car at Ozarks. And frankly, that worked pretty darn well. So it all depends on how much time do you have to develop that aero package, and do you think the risk reward is there? Because I do know that those guys also upped their radiator when their splitter got dug in at one of their races. And so, yes, you go faster, but if you have an off, it doesn't go great.
Yeah, that's the trouble with that, right? It's a balancing act, figuring out what's better. And it's not always that easy to determine.
Yeah, certain classes and certain chassis.
You might do a similar lap time, or you might be slightly faster with the aero, But if you're slightly faster with aero and you can't make passes, then then
the Formula One problem
it
of
didn't
you're,
really help.
you're following too close and you can't get the grip and all the
Yeah, it can, because if typically with aero you're going to go through the corner faster,
right?
And typically you're going to go a little slower on the straight. So if it's harder for you to make a pass going down into a brake zone because you just don't have enough straight line speed, then it was pointless. And then if you go to a track like he mentioned, Ozarks, aero's fantastic there because that track is crazy. Awesome. One of my favorite tracks now. We got to run it last year. So I'm so glad I did. But, it only takes one person making a mistake in front of you and you having to avoid them and you hit something like a curb or, you go off track and hit a little bump and then it digs. Oh, man, you come in the pits and you're looking at a several minute worth of pit stop to fix the car, to get it back on track.
At minimum.
At minimum, yeah. And
But
what
that goes
people
back
think is,
to
oh,
rule
the
number
splitter
one of
got
endurance
ripped off.
racing.
Yeah,
Keep it on track.
Yeah,
Keep it on
exactly.
track.
Yeah, it's hard though.
Can be, yeah. Fun balancing act, and I appreciate your take on it too. Obviously, having driven a lot of different cars, and one of the cool things is you have this breadth of experience from aero and non-aero cars, or production cars that have aero, and I think each team will make their own decisions around that and decide what's the best balance for their drivers. Another factor, of course, is which is easier to drive for all drivers. Even if one driver can drive a certain configuration fast or faster than the others, can you get a setup on the car, both a balance of aero as well as a balance of suspension changes, that allows it to be the most consistently drivable and the most consistently and the most the widest range of conditions by all drivers.
Yeah, that's a great point because we all drive a little differently. I don't like to say there's a driving style, but there is. Because every driver wants to say my driving style is the best.
Those who are really good, I think, are able to adapt their style more than others. But I think we definitely have tendencies, and mine is to dive in and outbrake myself and roll too much entry speed. But I mean, everyone has their own way of going slow. I mean, fast.
That's very true. Both points are very true, slow or fast. My job at Pinnacle is to be a driver, but also the team coach. So, this weekend we have 2 cars we're running. So I'm coaching all the guys in the car I'm driving, and I'm coaching the guys in the other car. So typically my week will look like I get in the car for practice. I drive both cars. I make sure everything's good. If I need to make some changes that will make the car faster, I will, and most importantly, easier to drive. Because a hard car to drive after 7 hours or 9 hours is not going to be you may not finish, number one.
Right.
And it's exhausting, and you'll find that you get to half your stint on whatever your length of time on your tire is until you have to change tire, and you can't do anything with it. The tires are worn and it's useless. So trying to find a setup that works well and is fast and also works for every driver is very important. So you might have a driver that's 2 seconds slower than another driver, and if he can't drive the car and ends up being 4 seconds slower, then it would behoove you to make the car even maybe a little bit slower for the fastest guy if the other guys are running a lot faster over hours in the car.
It seems like that's a struggle. That's not just here. That's even at the top level.
Oh yeah.
There's guys that were at Daytona a couple weeks ago that are having to make the same decisions on the car. Are we going to set it up so it's a little bit faster for the silver guys or bronze guys or however you know?
Yeah. So one of our
having the ultimate pace.
Yeah, absolutely. One of our drivers, Stephen Thomas. He was in the 127 earlier today. He runs P2 in IMSA, right? So he's a gentleman driver, and he has pros on the team, and I've worked with him with that car a few times. And there's constantly a discussion about, well, this is what feels best for me as a pro, right? But then he gets in and he's like, it feels terrible. So, and there's always a fight there, right? Because you have the pro driver talking to the engineer, and then they try things and like, that's better. But if the gentleman driver gets in and he struggles with it, then you just counter-develop the car.
Right. Is that a similarity of driving styles conflict, or is that he's not comfortable driving the car either at that level or can get it to where that's a useful change to make?
I think it's a feel thing for the most part.
Okay.
and you're going really fast. You're basically going straight towards walls most of the time, right? You know, like look at turn 1.
Yeah.
So you have all this fear, and if you have a car that doesn't feel well, and it gives you fear, you're going to do things that you probably shouldn't do. You know, brake too hard, brake too soft. It's millions of different things that you could do that'll be a wrong input.
Right.
So you have to kind of find a medium ground there and find something that gives a good feel for everybody.
What do you do? Is that
difficult.
Is that a stiffness softness thing? Is that a caster adjustment thing? What do you do with that?
There's so many changes to the car, right? You have high speed compression, low speed compression, high speed rebound, low speed rebound. You have front anti-roll bar, rear anti-roll bar.
Yeah.
You have spring rates. You have wing angles. You have splitter angles. You have rake angles, which rake is the difference between ride height of the front to the rear, right? So it makes the car lower in the front versus the back, and that changes not only the aero balance, but a rake change will change your mechanical balance. So if you have a low speed corner that is really tight, you know, a little bit more rake typically is used to make the car turn better, you know, but you get a higher speed place, and that's not great.
So I think what Joseph's asking, a gentleman driver can have an issue with any one of those things.
Oh yeah, and how are they going to know? You know,
Okay.
and then now, you know, on these cars you have electronics playing in, and then you have diff settings. You know, you have diff free you have free roll into the corner, and then you have the way it engages off the corner. So it's just
And you have to, and so now the driver's got to be able to provide feedback on. No, it's not just difficult on corner entry, corner exit, mid corner. It's also specifically when I add throttle.
Yes, yeah, and in which corner?
Yes.
Yeah, there's so many changes.
We found that getting good feedback is tricky. I mean, when you have people who are either more or less familiar with the car, and one thing we do, and I don't know what you guys do on your team, is to establish what scale you're on. So like a 1 to 3, how bad is the oversteer, and where specifically? What are you doing? And try and ask good questions. It's tricky to and then I hand it off to my crew chief and say, fix it.
Yeah, I tell you, one of the best things is the conversation between drivers and engineers, but also when they're not around each other, right? Because it can be very confusing and very annoying sometimes when you're like, an engineer and a driver says something, you're like, that's totally backwards, you know? and vice
Sometimes
versa.
you just have to say, yeah, no, we fixed it, and then do nothing, and
Oh, yeah.
and magically it feels better.
I had a guy on my team years ago, and he was a great driver and a great mechanic, and he understood the mechanics behind the car. And I had another driver, a pro driver on the team, and he comes in, the car's terrible. We have VIR. And he's like, make a change. I'm like, okay. He goes under the car with a wrench, and he just starts hitting the suspension, ding, 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 so the driver can feel it. And he goes back out, and he's like, oh my God, I don't know what you changed, but it's fantastic. Oh yeah,
Some of it's a confidence thing, right? I remember a story that I think Marshall Pruitt wrote up a while back about Shigeaki Hattori not being able to, when he was testing an IndyCar, I think it was back in the early 90s, and just not being able to get a feel for the car. And because he couldn't get a feel for the car, he couldn't get it warmed up, and so he couldn't get temperature into the tires, and he also couldn't get downforce generated, which was a huge part of driving that car, obviously.
Yeah, because if the tires aren't up to temp, right, he's not getting grip, then he can't. Then he's not going fast enough to use the aero. And back then, the aero was a little bit more difficult. It wasn't as finely tuned, so you had a ton or none, you know, especially when you add crosswinds and stuff. It was just like the old days, like GTP, when they talk about the turbos. In those days, they had crazy aero, which was hard to drive, and turbos that were just no power or 1,000 horsepower.
Right.
So it was very difficult.
You have turbo lag measured in seconds, plus you have underbody downforce.
Yeah, it's funny, trying to get stuff warmed up. So that, from a driver, we call that a numb car, because if you don't have a good feel, it's numb, right? You can't. It's not, the car's not telling you what it wants, and that's problematic. And going back to the story I was talking about with our driver that was in the P2 car, he gets in the car, he's like, I can't feel what the front end's doing. And if you have that, you obviously, you're going to be way off the pace if you can't feel what the front end's doing. So, you can make some changes that will bring some feel back in the car. And for someone like me, the car can be extremely numb, and I'm still gonna get that feedback from it. Whereas someone else will have just a totally terrible feeling. And it can be easy. I have to remind myself it can be easy to overlook that because I've been doing it for so long. So it's good to try to think back and be cognizant of everybody hasn't been doing this for 30 years, you know.
Right.
But it's super fun. What do we got? What's our live timing looking like now?
So we just had a round of pit stops here. Hitman Racing, one of your guys' cars just pitted on the Pinnacle Motorsports. Actually, your car.
B727
came in. 727 came in. Did Raiden the Vandals pit as well, Joseph? I guess I can check.
Have they pitted? Yeah, 2 laps ago. And I think this is going to be, with 70 minutes to go, I think this is going to be really tight. I think a lot of these are going to end up coming in for splashes.
Yeah, it's hard to know where everyone's strategies are. You can kind of figure it out when you look at the live timing. You click on it, and you can kind of see where they pit, and you have an idea. So you're kind of getting that information from the live timing. But that's what most of the teams are doing in pit lane. Like, where are they at, and when are they going to pit? You know, to try to figure that out. But it's really tough to extrapolate that to the end of the race and figure, okay, how many more pit stops do they have? How many more do we have? And figure out that strategy that's going to work out, because this is getting very close down to the wire here.
Yeah, it is. I think we'll need to reset. I think we might have to kick John out while we.
I think we might. Yeah.
It was great talking to you guys.
Thanks
for allowing me to talk. And try to root for Pinnacle over the other guys that are.
Absolutely.
We'll be looking for you.
We still have mechanicals to come. You know, all kinds
you
of
never
tech,
know. You never know. Yep. All right. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, not a problem at all. Thank you.
Yeah, it's good chatting with you.
That was a great conversation. Thank you. All right, so let's pay some bills. It's been a minute since we did an ad break, so we'll do that, and that should get us to about. We'll probably have about a minute or an hour and 6 left in this thing when all is said and done. So we'll be back on the other side of about 2.5 minutes, and we'll try to pick the bones out of the strategy and see, as John says, just how many pit stops everybody's got left.
Okay, all right. Hard stop at 6 today. We need alignment by then, people.
Here's where the rubber meets the road.
Have these initiatives moved the needle, like, at all?
Well, let's shift gears a minute.
We're really kind of at the apex here.
Well, we gotta stay agile.
I said we fast-track the pivot.
Can we circle back? Keep everyone in the loop.
Focus, guys. We're in a race to the finish, all right?
We need to put the pedal to the metal. We need to nail those hairpin turns, cross that finish line, and take that checkered flag.
Yes, Josh. Yes.
Start your engines. Woo!
Ready to hit the track? We've got you covered. With the world's largest motorsports calendar, track day insurance, and more. Hagerty. Let's drive together.
Sentinel by Candelaria Racing Products is a comprehensive motorsport video system incorporating live streaming, local recording, picture-in-picture, flag status, leaderboards, data overlays, and more. Perfect for endurance racing, sprint racing, and HPDE. Sentinel includes everything you need to get started. With the ability to control the live feed from the cloud and GPS auto start, you will never miss an on-track moment. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today.
It's your Uncle Cooper. Truck owners who run Cooper AT3s are some of the most dutiful people I know. Even if that duty is to haul a load of this stuff. It's not glamorous, but it's their duty nonetheless. So if you and your truck are constantly tackling the regular duties of the day, go with a tire that can handle them all. Oh, man. I stepped in it. Go with the Coopers.
Copy.
back to Road Atlanta for the end of our 2-day weekend. This is the Sunday race, 7 hours of racing. It's been a 9-hour day. 2-hour break in the middle. We started in very soggy conditions. It since dried up. You'd hardly know that it rained at all, unless you went off track, and it's still a little damp out there. Ryan had noted, I think he's maybe gone off to do a little bit of recon, but Ryan had noted that the 99 had slowed coming out of 10A. Maybe done a little bit of a reset down the front straight. They didn't come in to make any changes. That car seems to be firing on all cylinders again, seems to be back out there. Holding down the last point paying position, about 5 laps in front of the 962. So they're going to want to keep that car running, obviously. There is still something for them to gain by being out there. We're going to have to get eyes on how many stops we think everybody owes us at this point. As John mentioned, because it is, I think we're going to be really marginal here with some of these GTO runners that have pitted with about 70 minutes to go. That is a little longer than we typically see GTO cars go, on the order of maybe 10 minutes or so. But I don't think everything's quite settled here. I think anybody that's got a little bit of a fuel mileage advantage is in a potentially good spot here for making up a little bit of ground at the very tail end of this race. I'm going to try to pull up the view from the number 280, who is, actually, do they owe us a stop here? They do owe us a stop, so that is going to become a non-battle, but they've got about 2 seconds to the number 82 for random vandals in front of them.
Now a half second coming across the line.
There they are. Again, this will end shortly by way of the 280 coming in for what I think will possibly be its last stop. This is actually extending the fuel economy on that number 280, which is counter to what we would have expected, having had most of our pit stint length expectations set by the slower pace of the wet running earlier. That 280 is, I believe it's the Trevor and Driscoll car, trying to hunt down, really just trying to get around this 82, because that's going to turn into really more of a track position situation, because they're not quite on the same pit strategy. I think they're going to be able to make this dive down the inside. The 82 knows it. The 82 knows that they're not really fighting for a true position here, so they'll just let them go. That's the smarter move. Does the 280 pull in? They absolutely do. So the 82 is going to get the worst of both worlds. They're going to get held up in turn 10 with the overtake, and then they're going to get held up a little bit at the exit of 10A as the 280 comes in for its, we think, last pit stop. This is the 111, which has had pace off and on this weekend. Now sitting in P5, about 30 seconds behind the number 12 for Team ACP. This car's on a little bit of a stagger in terms of fuel economy, so they'll pit in, I've got them in about 30 laps, so they will pit with probably 20 minutes to go. So they guaranteed will not need more than one stop. However, when you see them up in the order with about half an hour to go, remember that they do still owe us one. I've got, if I look at our projections for pit stops, got us going to... Need to make sure I trust that number. I've got us going to about lap 230 at the end of this race. I think we've had a... Did we have a yellow flag since the last time I gave that number out? Because I remember it being around 236. That's so that we've lost about 6 laps of projected distance with that.
So while you're trying to figure that out, I've got the 2 gentlemen from Screaming Goat here, hopefully to answer for why their awesome car disappeared in a cloud of its own smoke to some degree. What happened?
Well, I was in the car. I was Cade, and so I was in the car at the start too. And you saw the slight contact between us and the 28 Random Vandal M4 coming down here.
Yeah.
And so we thought everything was fine. It was just a tire mark on the bumper as we were driving. But then throughout the race, it had bent the radiator support across, and so the radiator was falling back and touching against the power steering belt, and it sheared right through the clamp on the radiator hose and just blew the hose off when I came down the hill.
Oh wow. Okay, so did you get it done in time, or are you now fully in new motor?
No, we think it's fine.
Okay.
And that's the same thing that happened to us last year when we first did the LS at Daytona and in practice. We had the same thing happen.
Okay. Gotcha. So I know you were having the oil issue, and you were already going to, get it looked at, like you were saying yesterday, before you guys go to Daytona. So how was the car to drive today otherwise?
So I'm Brandon. I'm back. Don't talk to me yesterday. Today the car was amazing. I had so much fun again driving. Granted, yeah, we had our oil thing. It was back today, but it just kind of happens. And then, just driving-wise, though, I mean, today we had a few issues, I think, pit strategy-wise. I think we could have done a better job. But more importantly, not so much pit strategy, I think just in the morning. So Cade started this morning, and just with the way the conditions were and the way our car was, the tires we were on were used this morning from previous race time. And so, yeah, we didn't really have anything for, a more rain-suited tire that were on some of the other cars. So we were just hoping and praying that Cade could do the best he could to not lose too much time in the morning, and I think he did a great job.
And to add on to that point, the tire was fine and damp and semi-wet, but as soon as towards after the middle on yellow for the portrait cleanup, when it started pouring down rain in the puddles, it gets almost uncontrollable, that tire, through the big puddles. So you had to slow down a lot, and that's where all they caught up so much to us.
Right. I got you. And then I imagine you guys don't have traction control on that either, and you're trying to wrestle a fairly torquey motor around in the rain, getting super touchy.
Well, we take a lot of pride in our custom-made MRF traction control system.
Oh, you have?
Yeah, my right foot.
Oh, okay.
So,
okay. All right.
That's all we got. It works most of the time. I say all of the time. We do a pretty good job hanging on to it. But yeah, like Cade was saying, when we got puddled up track conditions where there was standing water of significant amount, it would just pull the car wherever, through the way it wanted to go. So it was just hold on and get through those parts. And then once the track started to dry after the break, our third driver, Brett, was in the car, and we just slowly started to find that dry line, and then we picked up seconds like everyone else was doing. But I mean, our car picked up significant pace, and then I got to get in the car, and I got the pleasure of not having to drive in any of the water for the most part, and I just hammered down and went for it, and I think we clocked off some really good laps there for a long time. And then right after that, he got back in the car, and I mean, it was maybe 2 laps, and we popped the hose. So
what are you going to do, though? I mean, you came, you did more laps, as you talked about. It sucks, you lose a bunch of the day today, but you came and ran. You got to run in the morning, a couple hours. There you go. Not in the conditions you're looking for, obviously, and you're getting costed here on the front straight a little bit. But it happens, right?
But just to put a finer point on it, just to be clear, it wasn't the smoke that took you guys out. It was a completely unrelated issue.
Yes, it was nothing to do with the smoke. It was the water hose off the radiator blew off and dumped about a gallon of water on my windshield as I was going down the hill.
Yeah, I guess that's a pretty good warning sign at least.
Yeah, there could be something amiss at that point.
Yeah, but thankfully, we've had this issue happen to us before. It was also from contact. So yeah, like Kate was saying earlier, at the very first race we did with DLS was Daytona last year, and on Friday practice, a car in front of us like coming out of NASCAR 4 chunked a tire, so it like threw tire carcass in the middle of the road and nowhere to go at 160. So we just hit it square on the front of the like radiator, whatnot, which knocked the radiator support, like bent it over, and then once it does that, the radiator, then it's so compressed down in there with the way everything is set on the E46 that the pump is like power steering pump. Then we'll start to make contact with that hose connection, and it'll just slowly like eat its way through the hose clamp, and then when it finally breaks that hose clamp, it just pops the hose off.
Right, it's starting to pressure.
So we never popped the hood on it after the contact we had in the morning on the restart, but looking at how it got hit, the same thing happened. It vented all over, which then led to the exact same process, except this time it lasted a lot longer than
making progress.
Yeah, than it did at Daytona. But back to your point, just on coming here, I think we're all very pleased with how this weekend went. I mean, granted, we could have taken the Checkered yesterday under the full course yellow, but we decided that with just the way it was, we didn't know if it was going to go green again, and we had nothing else to really gain out of that. And we figured, just for the sake of risk reward at that point, let's just take it back, take it apart, start looking at things, see what we look, go over through all the checklists to get ready for today's race, where I thought today we could go for it. And unfortunately, our car just didn't have that lane pace in the tire to run this morning, which set us behind the ball a bit. But from that point on, when we finally got to dry conditions, our car was flying, which was really nice to see. And then unfortunately, finally, we had something happen, but it wasn't a catastrophic failure that related to the smoke. Like when Cade called in, like, it's done, we all just, threw our hands up and said, here we go again, it happened. But we bring it back, we pop the hood up, like, well, hey, it's not that bad.
Hey, we're good. It's easy.
We got an hour and a half, let's just load it up, go home, and
watch Super Bowl.
Yeah, go watch Super Bowl or something. Get it out of the way.
Absolutely. Yeah, a couple hours, hour and a half.
Hey, we're broadcasting. It's the big game. There's no such thing.
Oh yeah, sorry, I forgot. Yeah, the big game is coming up today.
Yeah,
the Superb Owl.
Yes.
Awesome. Well, thanks for coming in, gents. I appreciate you. We look forward to seeing you at Daytona.
Yep.
I think that car is going to be super awesome to see up the high banks. The pace you guys had on that restart up here, it was like, oh, look at them. So I'm excited to see you 100%.
Yeah,
so.
I think come Daytona time, we're going to have a lot of downtime between now and then to really put together everything we've learned and put a good effort. I mean, I think every year since we started, we've always circled Daytona as the big one. I mean, that's where we got our first win in GP1. That's where we got our first win in GTO. So it's like the crown jewel. And granted, it bit us the third time, but the fourth go around, I think it's going to be a good
hope for success here. Perfect. All right, Cade, Brandon, thank you so much for coming up and chatting with us. I appreciate it. Come up anytime.
Thank you.
All right, mystery solved on the 29. We know what broke that car. Now, we are on board with this fight that is on track right now for P3. I think it's going to happen in this corner. Yeah, something is a little amiss with that 727. The 12 is going to sweep through in turn 12, and it's going to take over P3. That was almost too easy.
Over. Well, it looks like the Porsche did slow a little bit to help facilitate.
Yeah, tap the brakes.
Yeah, but they've made up in the 12. They've made up 3 or 4 seconds in one lap there. So that is that's somebody who's not quite comfortable with the car, possibly to John's point, or maybe just trying to bring it home. We're under an hour to go here.
I mean, the lap times are consistent for them. So, I mean, it doesn't look like it's significantly a problem. I think it just might be, a bit of a nervous car sometimes.
Yeah, going side by side into turn 12 if you're not supremely confident is maybe not the most enticing proposition.
It's not a good idea, regardless of your confidence. That's one of those things where being unconfident there is the smartest assessment of the situation.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. So with that, that is going to be next car up for the 727 is going to be that 111 for Thunder Bunny. So we'll have to compare lap times there, mid-30s for Pinnacle compared to low 30s for the 111. So they're back on pace. That could, again...
But the 111's going to owe us a pit stop unless we get a big old caution, which I am not hoping for. They definitely cannot make it full.
Yeah, and I don't think they can make up what they'll need in terms of a splash either.
Doesn't look like they're trying to. I mean, they're running quick pace. I mean, the last lap just clicked 32.8, so they're among the fastest, if not the fastest car on track right now, clicking off very quick laps. You know, if it was me and I was trying to decide strategy in this, you have one of two options: try and save your way to the end. I don't think they could save enough fuel, so instead they're going to hope that they can get track position before the race ends early. You know, that's always possible. Someone screws up with 20 minutes to go. If you're in third place when the race ends, even if it ends early, still in third place. So I think they're just going to gamble, run it as hard as they can, and with the pace they have, I think they'll be fighting for at least well, maybe P3 by the end here. Definitely passing P4.
Yeah, I need to. When I looked at pit stop projections, to get onto that point. There are a lot of cars here that I'm a little skeptical that they'll be able to make it on without taking a splash. Hitman is one we talked about earlier. That remains true. Again, that is probably academic because they don't have the splash that they will or will not need is not going to be long enough to take them out of the lead in their class. Nor for the race for overall. Random Vandals probably owes us one also. Pinnacle's in a little better position here. You know what? I wonder if Pinnacle's saving fuel for to avoid having to take a splash. Maybe that's a little optimistic, but that's the kind of thing that might come into play here. Obviously, there's a point where you're going to overslow, and then you'll lose the track time anyway. But that's one angle.
You got to start early in the stint to do it, and
yeah.
They've been consistently in the 36, 37 range, just to 35. So yeah, if that is them indeed saving fuel, and that is enough, you know, it's amazing how some of these cars you can save a bit amount of fuel and only give up a second or two of lap time. And if they're able to pull that off, I mean, it may well be one of those Alex Rossi 500 win situations where you coast in on fumes.
I think the 12 owes us a splash. I'm going to say here the 111 will owe us basically a half stop. 82 for Random Vandals I think owes us a splash. I could be wrong about all of these, but I think the stints are going to be shorter than they were earlier. So I've got a lot of projections here that are kind of on the cusp in terms of whether or not a car is going to need one more stop or not. A yellow could give a lot of these teams at least enough wiggle room to gamble on it. I wouldn't completely take that out of the equation. Again, as you say, you'd prefer to see it go green all the way.
I mean, as a team owner, or as a strategist, let's just say, because oftentimes strategists are better than owners at that, or they may not be the same person, but as a team, either together or individually, you're asking the question, okay, if we get a yellow now, what do we do? And you have to have a plan right now, and you have to be suited up and ready for fuel. If you're going to pit for that yellow, then you got to be, it's going to put on display how fast you can do it. I'll tell you, I ran through the last cycle of pit stops, and there was a roughly, in a very big field, there was a 30-second difference between pit stops and others. So the large bulk of people doing a pit stop in somewhere between a minute 45 and a minute 58. So close, but I mean, 10 seconds for some of these positions right now is a change in position, that alone. So the battle for basically, you know, anywhere in the P3 to P6 area, it's anyone's guess, and I don't know that P2 is yet guaranteed.
Yeah, I think if we end up in a situation where Vandals needs a stop and ACP doesn't, if ACP can stretch it, ACP's putting in fast laps. I don't get the sense that they're fuel saving at all. So they either know they can make it or they know they can't.
Or they're gambling that they maybe make it, or and they want to maintain track position. Again, like if I didn't know, because I can tell you that I would know for absolute certain, and if you don't know, rather have the track position and then have to smash at the end than not have track position and wish you had chased it down sooner. Now, like if you're never into third place, you're not going to be in third place. So you might as well get there and then worry about fuel after if you think it's close. But if you know you need fuel and you think you can save, you got to start that early. So yeah, we're seeing a bunch of different approaches to the strategy here play out. It should be really exciting to see what we get, because you just don't know. That's the luck part of the racing world that is so important. Is you just have to make best call you can, and sometimes it turns up yellow, sometimes it turns up green.
Yeah, I think we saw this at Coda with Moorhead in race 1, right? There are some occasions where you just have to take an educated gamble, where they knew that they were going to be on the borderline. Okay, so that answer, that's really early for them. I hope that. Well,
I think they're just covering.
Yeah, there's nothing to cover. Because they've got such a lead. That's the only thing that makes me anxious. Yeah, keep an eye on that, Ryan, to make sure that that's a routine-looking stop.
It does look pretty routine. I've also got one more guest here. I know we're doing a little bit of consumer research now for Chris and CJ. I've got Johan Schwartz here.
Fantastic.
Who was driving the Janetta earlier.
Yeah, I had an absolute blast.
Chris, drill it. What do you need to know, Chris, about the Janetta? Let's get you upgraded here.
Johan, it's great to hear from you. It's always a pleasure seeing you at the track. I was singing your praises earlier that it's always fun to see you, whether we're walking pit lane or out there dancing in different classes. So tell me about your experience there. Obviously, you and I have exchanged lots of BMW experience, but you've driven all the marks at this point. What was your experience in the Janetta versus the bigger BMWs that you've been driving a lot of?
I will tell you, you can really tell it's a purpose-built race car, right? It doesn't have the horsepower that some of the other cars have, but it sure has the cornering speed, the braking ability, and just being a 50-50 car, purpose-built really makes it. And at home at any track, and I had nothing but a smile on my face. I could eat a banana sideways.
Well, we saw some Janettas have some challenges in the wet, particularly throttle on spins, kind of coming out of mid-corner to corner exit. Did you feel that the car was very neutral? You could do anything you wanted with it, or was it more on the exit loose side? Any handling things you noticed in terms of specifics?
Well, I actually started in the rain, and it was pretty much just hanging on. We didn't have very good rain tires on it, and we should have ordered some Continental 02s from Continental. Jeff Spear, big shout for him. He's always here at the track, and so much fun to have around, and does such a great job supporting everybody. So I think that's in the books to get one of those tires when we have water like that. And so we were just hanging on, bringing the car back, without being injured. There was a couple of cars that were less fortunate, and we didn't want to be in that situation. Drove the car for Dimitri this weekend, and he was going to go in the car next, and just wanted him to go out there and have a good time with it. Just to give you an example, he went out on the Pirellis that we were on to start off with, and then we changed about 7-8 laps in on the Ford Porsche Yellow. Put the our tires that are the Yokohamas on there, and the first lap out he was 6 seconds faster, 8 seconds faster, and then 10 seconds. So the big delta. So we should probably started out, since we didn't have the Continentals, we should probably started out on those and just dealt with it.
Yeah, speak more to the tires. I mean, this is a series that has so many different tire choices. The manufacturers have really stepped up. Yokohama seems to be one of the favorite tires in the GTO class. I think the cars really like it, but their tire life is maybe a little bit on the shorter side. In your experience, kind of what are the merits of each tire, and and your general experience in the different tires that you've seen in the series?
I will say that the Yokohama is probably the go-to tire. We saw that NOLA, I believe, at the 8 or 9 top 10 cars, they all had all had Yokohamas on. Even, it was a little wet there, and they performed extremely well there as well. So I think that is the go-to tire. About a week ago, the Moorhead Speedworks team that I drive for, when it's GP cars that are racing, we did a tire test and tried out the Yokohamas and that against the Falcons, and they did outperform them. So to that, we talked about the tire life, and there is a cost there, so you definitely have to do at least one tire change during the race. So
if they're fast, then they don't last.
That's the trade-off, right? But it seems like a lot of guys here are going with the Yokohamas, and if you got to keep pace, right, you can do a quick tire change, especially on a 4-course yellow. It really doesn't cost you a whole lot, right? So, and sometimes that 1-2 second delta against another tire just makes a difference over a race, 7. Yeah.
So, Johan, the Ginetta itself, you said it feels at home on any track. Obviously, this one having a little bit tighter confines, but I also understand that car's a hair lighter than a lot of other GTO runners. Do you find that you're wanting for more power in that kind of car if you were to go somewhere like Daytona or Coda?
Well, you always want more power, right? But I would say that probably Daytona is going to be a tough track. Pulling down here with a good exit, that's where we can kind of keep up and outbrake people, maybe down going into turn 1. Even with a good run out of 12, if they also, a GTO car, another GTO BMW, or any of the other high displacement cars, I couldn't get up and try to outbrake them. I just had to try to set up for a good run down 12 and then try to see if I could do it into 1. So, again, through the S's, it's dynamite, right? I mean, nobody can really hold a candle to it, it seems like. So, and it's so much fun. The tech guys down there, Gary and Nick and Jonathan, they are working their butts off, and we had some electrical gremlins yesterday, an alternator, and then we had the power steering belt and all that. I think they, were here till after midnight. We know what the conditions were, right? And they're just putting their head down, making it work, and we have, a great running car today.
Fantastic. So, absolutely. Do you have any other plans for the rest of the season? Or are you just going to run? I presume that you're trying to get your hands into any car you can get into.
Yeah, so, again, so my primary focus at the Moorhead Speedworks, but they're not here, so that gave me the opportunity to drive this car this weekend. I believe we'll be 2 cars at Barber, so I think for the rest of the year, so I'll be between those 2 cars within the team. So it's going to be busy, and then I'm going to run a full season in SRO as well. And then I run some historic sports car racing. I was participating in the Classic 24R this year, and it was just so much fun in a Porsche GT3 Cup car. So just all kinds of little goodies and having a good time. And then, I was coaching here Thursday, Friday. So just having a good time at Road Atlanta and in any conditions, right?
So you're here, you're busy, you're doing the thing, you're doing the dream right now.
Yeah.
So you get to do it all. That's super.
Yeah, I feel very fortunate. So.
Is there anybody you'd like to say thanks to for giving you the opportunity to do all this stuff? Sponsors, family, anything like
that?
Yeah,
absolutely. Family obviously has, they, my son is in college and my daughter is 14. She just started in high school. So, a lot of the weekends I'm not there. So my weekends is during the week. And, spend time with them there. And then, all the guys that are putting their trust in me and getting to drive their cars and making a living doing it. So I'm very fortunate, Yeah.
Johan, thank you for coming up and chatting with us. I really appreciate it. Please feel free to come up anytime. You are always welcome.
Yeah, I appreciate it. You guys do an awesome job. WRL do an awesome job. I think the officiating, the way they put everything together, there's a reason why there's so many cars that shows up every weekend.
Perfect. Fantastic. Thank you, Johan. I really appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Johan Schwartz.
Talk to that guy.
Yeah, Johan Schwartz, driver of apparently everything. Usually the 147 today in a Ginetta. So we didn't quite catch it on this feed, but the 111 has overtaken the 727 on track also. Again, we're pretty confident that the 111 owes us a stop here. So it's going to be... I think they're really just trying to make hay and see how many positions they can claw back here, knowing that they have to stop.
Yeah, I mean, they're doing a great job of it.
It's going to be interesting to see if the 12 will need to stop as well.
So got that gap down to only 1 minute 6 seconds, 1 minute 7 last time by. You know, we still have 4 cars on the second lap here fighting for that P3 and P2 position, depending on pit stops. We got the need for fuel. There's a couple more kind of lurking right in the background there if anything goes wrong. So this is a very close race for podium positions that are very real right now.
I think the 12. The more I look at the 12, I think they are probably going to owe us a stop too. And when we get up to, well, they're awfully close to 28 in terms of pit stop projection.
Yeah.
Those 2 cars I think are probably going to owe us a splash. And then I think you have to go back to the 727 before you start looking at cars that potentially can save enough to not have to stop again.
Yeah, so depending on what happens with the 727, Thunder Bunny has good pace compared to the 12 right now. And if both of those, the 111 and 12, have to pit, we could have a really good fight going down to the wire.
Pit lane's going to matter. I mean, at this point, it's close enough where if they both have to pit, that the fuelers on pit lane, the execution of your in-lap, your out-lap, all that is going to be critical. And again, 10-15 seconds gap right now could literally be the difference in the pits. And I'll tell you that, you know, we are very fortunate to have a couple of races where, you know, it was not just good driving that won the race, but it was excellent quick pit stops at the right time. So, you know, maybe in future iterations as DriversEye Live continues more resources in our user base and the people watching, ask for more and more. We might even get some more lane coverage, because that's where so much excitement happens. It's hard to cover, have so much going on in a race. I think that fine folks doing the pit stops this week deserve their due credit.
Yeah, I'll take more resources. I'll take them wherever I can get them.
Everyone, don't write your congressman. Don't write your congressman, but write your chief steward, write your benevolent dictators of WRL and say, hey, this broadcast is of value to you, and you'd like to get even more of the story. And also, if you haven't already, be sure that you subscribe to the WRL YouTube page. I personally do. It's that way when on those rare occasions where I don't get actually be out there playing with you on track, that I get the alerts when a new broadcast is coming up and when any new information is coming up. But if you haven't already, I think that we're approaching a very round number threshold, approaching 3,000 subscribers, and I think WRL would love it if you just took a second and clicked subscribe so that you can get this every race coming forward and enjoy that in months to come. That's shameless enough? Pretty shameless plug.
No, I'll take it.
That was pretty good. That was a good plug. I'm the master of the plugs like that, and I'll take that. That's a good one.
I was just kind of, we had a moment on track here. I don't know if they've backed it down just to bring it home, but the 34 has gotten passed by the 111 and has been gapped pretty quickly already on this lap.
Yeah, their last lap was a 38.8.
And there's no reason for them to fuel save. I assume that they're just trying to bring it home safely.
Yeah, because their last stop was a bit... I don't know if it was just deciding to come in and do the last stop now, or... But they picked recently.
My guess is they pitted to make sure that their tank was nice and full and that they weren't going to have any issues with fuel in case the fuel pump died, and they probably also told the driver in no uncertain way, hey, if you don't bring this home, then you're not coming back. So,
yeah, it may have been a new driver as well, just judging by the lap time difference.
It could be either a new driver or just team orders. I'll tell you that in my team, I am often the anchor in the team, and that's not meant to be a reference, although it sometimes is. And so, but we will as a team decide whether I need to be pushing and going for trying to chase down CJ's fastest lap because the pace matters, or if it's a bring it home stint and you know you have a 2-lap gap, we will bleed time to save the car because that pace comes at cost. You're using more of the car. And so I think sometimes when you see oftentimes when you see a first place team like this with a meaningful gap, they're going around and they're being extra careful. They're being extra gentle on the car. They're probably not using curbs anymore. If we had an onboard, Hitman would be great to have an onboard. Maybe they're using a little bit less of the track. Maybe they're using a little bit less of the car up just to make sure that it does last that last 30 minutes.
The thing that makes me anxious, lots of things make me anxious, but in this moment in particular, is the point that we discussed earlier, which is, there's a risk in telling him to back it down too, right? There's a risk in maybe he takes his eye off the ball for a split second and at the wrong point.
Yeah, I mean, it's its own skill. I'll tell you this, it's incredibly unnerving to have a gap.
Oh, wow, there is a large amount of smoke coming from the paddock entry midway down the track. I don't know if that's them pouring a lot of oil dry. It's almost what it could be. Or drop. That was very bizarre. Doesn't look like anything's on fire. Continue.
The 289 maybe?
No, there's nothing in the... It's what...
Okay.
The pit lane is combusted on its own.
Basically, yeah. I don't know what else that could have... They must have just dropped some oil dry. Anyway, continue.
That's something it deserves an exclamation, maybe even an explanation. Wow, it must be...
Wow, that was...
racing day. Yeah. Yeah, pretty
Dang.
good one. Dang indeed. Oh, slow-moving Ginetta actually on the back straight there. Temporary or permanent. Nevertheless, yeah, I mean, at this point, there is a risk that slowing down too much takes you out of your rhythm. That being said, the track is not packed with cars 15 deep right now. There's enough clear track where I think you can probably back it down a little bit without having to get out of your rhythm. You're just going to be doing it moderately, and I'd say backing it down a few seconds. Giving your driver a target and saying, all right, I want you to run 38s as perfectly as you can. I want you to try and every lap be 1/10 or less off. Does give you a different type of focus, where now you're focusing on how can I make a perfect replication of that previous lap. And that actually keeps your focus in the game. That's one way you can trick yourself into staying super engaged even when it's not at the ultimate limit of the car.
Yeah, I do hope it is that they've set a different point of concentration for that car and not some kind of nagging issue. It may also be, as I think JT mentioned, it could have been a driver change. I believe the driver in the middle stint did laps that were a little off of the ultimate pace of the car, so they may well have just done a driver change and put a driver in that maybe use down a little bit of seat time.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's another thing, is there might be an equitability thing. I mean, so again, also in team owner land is if they had thrown as a team, if they had agreed to give the fastest drivers the majority of the time, and then maybe the one driver who's still developing their comfort with the car, and that person might have gotten a little bit less drive time. Once you have a comfy lead, putting them back in and go a little bit more driving around this beautiful facility. I am quite jealous that I was unable to attend their event, but I'm looking forward to getting to the next one as soon as possible.
And the conditions are a lot more favorable here, at this point in the race than they were, say, 5 hours ago.
Absolutely. I was just going to say, Chris, there's no better way to advertise a car than to just park it in the paddock with a giant sign on it saying, this championship-winning car could be yours. Let's make a deal.
Yes. Well, yeah. If we get a way to transport two vehicles, not just one, then we may be able to bring the championship car for sale. Right now, if you want to see it, you'll have to look on the internet alone to see the current championship-winning GP car available for a very reasonable and attainable price. That being said, I would say we'd love to get to Road Atlanta. It's high on our list of tracks. Our team has been here a number of times. I have not, because of just timing and life. So I've actually been parked just outside of Road Atlanta. I've never actually gotten a chance to drive the track. So it is very high on our list of opportunities, and there is another race here this year. If you didn't like the cold and wet race at Road Atlanta, well then come on back in the heat of summer and sweat your face off. because the GP only race is coming up in, I believe, July, if memory serves.
Yep.
Yeah, what are you expecting for that? What do you think is going to be? What do you think is going to be different between that and a more traditional structure? But besides the obvious, which is that there's not going to be GTO cars, what is that going to do to how you approach the weekend and what you expect to see on track?
Well, it's still going to maximize our strategy because we're racing at the end of the day against other GP2 cars. There's actually kind of two schools about it. I think the first thing is I love the multi-class racing formula. So the having 3 GP classes at least does have 3 separate classes with separate base and all that. But having the GTO cars honestly is a blast, and I think I will miss them. How we approach it differently, we'll have less situations where we are likely to have a car just come upon you at an extraordinary rate of speed. There will be GP1 cars that are going to be a little bit quicker than us and maybe have the pace in certain areas, but we're all going to be closer. And actually, in some ways, that can make it a little tougher because now a fast GP2 car may be faster than half of the slower GP1 field. And so they're faster in the straight, you're faster in the corners, and getting people to play nice can be almost sometimes a bigger challenge when all the cars are the same speed. I would say that the most perfect evidence to the contrary is how well the GTO teams have played together this particular weekend. They've shown a pretty good amount of patience and coordination, and I'd say as a driver, I think you're just always going out there and trying to get through traffic, whatever traffic there may be, as quickly as possible and be as unencumbered by people passing you as possible. And the biggest difference will be some of the short chutes cars won't have as much speed to be able to shove their nose in, whereas the GTO cars, they can make passing maneuvers in places that other GP cars wouldn't because cars don't have enough power to kind of squirt a very short distance in a quick amount of time. But it'll be great. I'm looking forward to it. I think it's for a track that's particularly difficult for passing. I get why we're giving it a whirl, but I'd say I'm still a huge fan of give me a green racing with hot poles at any track in America with this mix of teams, everything from GTO down to GP3, and that is my happy place.
Yeah, it looks like a great time. I mean, it is. We describe it all the time as sort of a little bit of a throwback to classical endurance racing in that there are reliability problems, right? These cars haven't been designed and catted to last 48 hours in a go for safety margin, right? They are prone to error, and so are the drivers. There's variability, and it makes the racing exciting. And you don't need artificial things like gigantic wave buys that everybody gets, and that throw a caution every however many minutes. It is a genuine things tighten up naturally. You don't need to sprinkle officiating in to make things work.
Yeah, I mean, I'd say the nice thing about the longer format races, I mean, you're talking about a 7-hour race, a 9-hour race, an 8-hour race, which are so many of our events are somewhere in that range, usually around the 8-hour races. You have enough time that can happen that brings you in and out of the game, so that if you have issues early, you can recover by getting that well-timed strategy call on a yellow, or maybe it's just, if you have some more driver variability one weekend and you have some people who aren't going to be quite as quick with the car and other people more comfortable, it's not that ultimate pace that matters, it's the average pace. And even if, by the way, that driver who's maybe a little bit off of the ultimate pace, if they're better through traffic and they're better at being smooth, they can make up for that ultimate pace by just being more consistent. So endurance racing really is the ultimate way of getting the greatest value and greatest experience out of racing, and not just relying on one hot lap. It looks like, by the way, our guess is right. We're right on Team TBR as they are coming in right now. Thunder Bunny is coming in for what looks like a splash.
Yeah, it is exactly when we expected them to come in. Should be a shorter pit stop than usual. Obviously, you've still got to traverse the same pit lane at the same speed, so they won't get an advantage there. I'm trying to remember if they've gotten a warning yet today.
They did have a warning, yes.
Okay, so they need to have everything buttoned. Looked like the driver had their visor down, so so everything that we could see looked good.
Yeah, it's so easy to have the jitters. It's funny, after an entire weekend of racing, everyone's a little tired and a little fried, and that 40 seconds that you spend in pit lane doing a quick splash can be mind-bendingly nervous. So.
Yeah, what is your, I mean, to go to a different angle here, where is your, I guess, mental, emotional energy level at by the time you finish one of these races? Is it weekend by weekend? Is it one of those games?
The worst part about the end of the weekend is that it's the end of the weekend. You know, the old adage, racing is life and everything else is just waiting. Everything before or after is just waiting. At the end of the weekend, we are exhilarated by having gotten to be in the moment and do the thing we love doing. And that's why actually we're one of the teams who leaves last and stays the night after. I feel bad for the teams that hop on a flight at 7 p.m. on Sunday and have to go back to their normal life immediately. Well, we go back to our normal life as soon as we have to. We want to enjoy and relish in this, because at the end of a day on Sunday, you're feeling the exhaustion, you're feeling the hopefully enjoyment of a successful weekend. You're hopefully, you're also probably frustrated at some things. You're reviewing the things you can get better at, and above it all, you're just glad you did it. Even the worst race weekends where when we blow up a car or crash a car, which we try to avoid, but it happens. Those are still times that you get to spend with people you love being around, your friends and your team. That's why we do this. It's because we get to, for a few brief moments, get to feel completely in the moment and enjoy those friendships.
And it's not even within your own team, right? I mean, there's a lot of camaraderie just in the past. I mean, you were talking to Johan, which I don't think Johan's ever raced with you, has he?
He has not. No, we haven't. We just cross each other's paths all the time. This is one of the friendliest paddocks in the country. I mean, think of it this way: we're all breaking cars and looking for parts. I can walk garage to garage, and they know who I am, and I know who they are, and we're going to have a good chat. We're going to encourage each other's speed, and if there's a part they need, I will give it to them, no questions asked. I mean, as long as I have it available, I will share it, and the same is true around the paddock. And that's because we don't want to win out there by simply having someone else not have access to the thing that I could easily help them with. We want to win by going against the toughest teams at their best, not because we, cheated them out of being able to compete. It's a great paddock that way. I mean, it is collegial, it's friendly, and it's collaborative. People really are good at helping one another in times of need. Just look at the text stream from Race Control. Whenever someone blows a motor, the first thing you see is a text, hey, this team needs a motor or a control arm or what have you. And I'll tell you, it's happened plenty of times where someone went to their trailer and said, I've got it for you. And that changes the environment where everyone knows we're in it together. Yes, we're competing against and with one another, but we're doing this because we all love it.
Yeah, the number of times that we've talked, the GP1 paddock especially, I guess the more people you have running the same type of car, the easier it is to swap parts.
Yeah, the BMW pack in general. I mean, I'm not trying to pump the BMWs, but let's just say if you have an E46, you can't throw a stone. You can throw a stone in any direction in the paddock, and you might hit an E46 of some kind. So between our BMWs and the GP2 class as well as GP1, there's definitely a lot of camaraderie and brotherhood in there.
Yeah, that's always great to see. I think the way that the paddock has developed over the years that we've been covering it, it's been really rewarding, because I think there was a time where I think it seemed it seemed
we have
less
an important
that.
Race development here. I'm sorry.
Yes,
for
go
cutting
ahead.
in
Both
here.
are pitting.
Yep, it looks like both both Pinnacle and ACP have pitted.
Yep.
Well, we got a dash for cash here, boys.
And importantly, both Random Vandals are behind the 111 from Thunder Bunny. So the
just.
Yes, the 28, 1 second behind.
Whoa. Wow.
So the 28 was really struggling for pace late in this stint. I am going to be really curious to see how they develop coming out of this stop. I don't know if maybe they were distracted by having the pit stop coming up, but they were looking pretty ragged towards the end of this stint.
Yeah, actually.
So that's Pinnacle, who's still out, so they're going to inherit second from ACP.
Pinnacle was the one car in this pack that I thought might have a shot to stretch. I don't know if, based on how early these guys are coming out, I don't know that they're going to be able to do that.
All right, here comes the 12. That's them just gone by. Now we wait to see. Here is the 34.
123.
Yep.
727's going around the outside of this group, right in front of the 111. That is for position. Ryan, I'm gonna ask you to.
Updated. No, not a problem. No, it's just.
I'm gonna ask you to bear with the delay here because we're gonna go on board the 111 and we're gonna follow this fight.
That's totally fine. Totally fine. We're gonna come down into the turn 10 complex. 111 makes a really good move there just to stay off the bumper of the Pinnacle car, but then still get around. Loses a little bit of time, but Pinnacle's fighting for a podium here. Want to keep it nice and simple, nice and easy. They click through. 1 way deeper on the brakes, it looks like, and able to make that stick.
Yeah, it's easy as you like into turn 1.
Pinnacle car giving plenty of racing room there, nice and easy for everybody involved. As easy as it can be after 20 hours of driving cars on track.
Yeah, to clarify, we called Pinnacle as coming in, but that hasn't happened yet. They have not pitted.
Yeah. Hey, that is correct. That's why you were saying that they were pitting, and it was on I looked out the window, I'm like, I don't think so.
Yeah. Yes, the 12 pitted.
Yep.
Question mark. And
yes, it did.
And both of the random vandals pitted at the same time. Is that right?
No.
No.
So now the 82.
Just one. Just the 28 did.
Yeah. So the green vandals car has pitted. The gold car has not yet come in.
And the 111 has cleared the 727. Quite some time between the two of them, but the 727 will come out ahead of the 82.
Guys, we're threatening a Supra 1-2 here.
Yeah, it's definitely on. The pace is there. The triple one has definitely got the go, and as long as we run it here, I think that it could happen.
So keep in mind, before the pit stop, the number 12 BMW was running consistently in the 33s.
Okay.
So we need to see how the driver's able to respond.
Yeah. That just as you said that, we got a clipper with a 33, so it may be hard to close that remaining 50-second gap or so, 20-second gap or so, if they are running very comparable lap times.
Yeah, still, did we end up with was the 111 on the podium yesterday? It's only been a day and I've already forgotten.
It did finish third.
So there goes the 12. It's just come through start finish. Joseph, I'm not sure if you want to switch away from the onboard or not.
Well, you know what I could do? I can switch to a different onboard.
Nice.
Grab the 12.
Comes the 123, and then this is the gaggle that has the relevant cars in it. This is the 89, and the 111 has cleared the 34.
Yeah, that 34, as we know, is running a really conservative pace, so that's not a surprise.
Right. And then the...
So 4-second gap between Pinnacle, random.
There's the 89 in front of us. The 89 had a long... Are you talking about the 89 being down the order, Ryan?
Yeah.
The 89 had a really long pit stop. I think they lost a tire. I think they blew out a tire in 10A and had to fix that. So that's... Well, I don't know that we really covered that too deeply, but that's what's taken them down the order. And They're still in a points-paying position, but it's undone a really strong performance from them.
Right.
They are hunting down the 123 though, so that should not be forgotten. And as a matter of fact, I can switch over to that because there they are.
There they are tonight.
Yes.
All right, and 12 is coming back around the pit straight again. And they will have just posted a 1:33.2. Now we're going to wait a couple beats here. And the 7:27 is going to be about 20 seconds behind. And then will come the 1:11.
Other way around. So the 1:11 is sitting third right now. It's 21 seconds behind as it crosses the line here.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Pinnacles,
You're absolutely right. Yep.
Pinnacles,
There they are. Okay.
5 seconds, and then Random Vandal should be 3 seconds back.
Right. Okay, they are. And then, so Pinnacle is getting closer to the Hitman car, so that's a little bit of traffic they're going to have to deal with. And then the 2 Random Vandals cars follow them. So they're a little bit spread out on track.
Let's keep everybody up to date on what the gaps are, the relevant gaps. So Pinnacle has 20 seconds back to the, well, I guess it's the Triple One has now 20. It can't be right. I've got to be behind on timing.
Yeah, I was gonna say there's a.
Oh, this car's.
So
this car's lost power. The 89 just lost power.
Oh no.
That could be a yellow. That could make this a little bit more spicy.
There's a cutout up here if it can get up the hill. It should.
That is completely switched off. I believe they'll be able to handle this under a hot pull. I think the reason that we weren't doing
They're
hot
not
pulls...
stopping.
They're just gonna keep going.
Huh. That's a bold choice.
They're bringing a fuel jug back to the pit lane.
It was getting borderline.
Well,
There
they
we
had
go.
already made an unexpected stop.
Was it switching to reserve?
It could well have been.
There's a lot of hill before that thing gets back. I don't know if they're going to be able to. Okay, there we go. It's fired again.
Yeah, it's fine now. I don't have them due for another 5 laps, but again, that is a little artificial because it'll be informed by the wet weather running.
We've got to also wonder if that Pinnacle can make it. They're at 36 laps since their last pit.
Okay, 89's in.
89 is here. And they're going to pull into their pit lane, and they've got 2 jugs of fuel ready. Hop over the wall. Drain can down. Or drip tray down.
Kind of makes me wonder if they were doing the same sort of math based off of early running also.
Yeah.
Well, this is not necessarily the case. It is always possible you don't get it completely full. One of the challenges of these, you get a burp and you think that the car is full, and depending on the way that your fuel system is designed, it may not be completely guaranteed that you've gotten every jug in. Now this car, considering we saw a number of jugs going in, that's probably not the case in this situation, but that's another thing that can cause that surprise late in a race is that you didn't get as much in there as you thought you did.
There's no risk when you have multiple fuel jugs of, you don't get an additional risk of having caught an air bubble in there, do you? I can't imagine.
I mean, I think the bigger thing is sometimes with the rate at which we fill the tanks, depending on how well the venting of the tank is, you can get again, there's a lot of it depends.
Yeah.
Depending on how the fuel cell is set up, or whether it's a factory tank that is just naturally vented through the factory system, sometimes you get a little backture, and that may cause you to get a burp that makes you think that the car is full, but that it really isn't maybe fully topped off. And again, it's not something that happens that frequently, and cars idiosyncrasies, but it's not beyond the realm of possibility.
Say that again, JT.
Turn 5 cam. You'll see the Gold Pinnacle car directly behind it is the BMW of Random Vandals, number 28.
Sure
as
will.
they now push towards 6.
Vandals, we know, does not need to stop because they stopped not that long ago.
Yeah, they're fine.
There's some substantial delay here on Race Hero as well as the stream.
That is happening. That is Race Hero in particular at the moment.
So is yours fine? And I should be looking at that.
No, mine's based off of Race Hero information.
Oh, I thought it was based directly from Orbitz. Got it.
No.
Okay.
Because
Okay,
I'm not
check Discord.
here. Orbitz would be LAN.
Oh, I see. You can't. Okay, got it.
Yep.
Got it. Well, that. All right. I have my own 2 eyeballs.
I am
high vantage point at Road Atlanta.
I am told, Ryan, that Race Monitor is in a little better shape, and I know this race is also being broadcast over Race Monitor, so you can switch over to that.
I put a link in Discord.
I don't have that handy. Do they have to pay for Race Monitor?
No, not as a viewer. As an organization, you do.
Pretty sure I'm paying for it.
Well, I mean, you can if you want to.
Whatever.
They'll happily take your money.
Yeah.
I actually almost uninstalled it the other day, and then...
That pass is done.
It is, yeah.
Okay, there we go. We are looking live at Race Monitor.
Now, the timer will be completely independent from that, so don't mind any of that. That timer is pegged to the top of the hour.
Got it.
Alright, now if we look a little bit further back, we do have a battle for 7th with the other Random Vandals car, the number 82 with the Continental livery. Just behind it is the 280 Grizzly Motorsports BMW. You can see right there, leaving the frame, with an MP01 in between them.
Yeah, so if Pinnacle holds on to, you know what, it's almost not going to make a difference if they can make without a splash or not, because they've lost enough ground here that the next car behind them is going to be the 123 for NFC. So if it's me, if they think that they're so close that they might run out, I might just take the splash. But they probably know a little bit more about what's in that tank than I do.
25 seconds is the gap for Thunder Bunny here. They don't currently have the pace, but they will be at 2-3 as long as they can hold off the 28, which they also have a 23-second gap amongst themselves. So we've only got a few minutes left here. Should be okay, question mark? As long as everybody holds station the way we are?
I think that, okay in what sense?
I mean, as far as the top 3, as long as nothing awkward happens, there's not a whole lot of chance of making up 25.
Yeah, I agree. I think the 111, I think they know that they can't catch the 12, so I think they've backed it down just a touch.
And then the 727, they're on lap 224 versus NFC's 223.
I think
and
we're
now
about...
NFC is on 224.
Yeah, I think we'll be at 2 to go this time by, because we've got the Hitman number 34 coming down into turn 10 right about now.
Pinnacle's got a minute and 9-second gap to NFC, so they could conceivably come in for a splash and still come back out. As long as you don't do any pit lane speeding or anything crazy like that.
Yeah, have they burned their Joker yet?
I do not know.
Which team?
Pinnacle, the 727.
No, I don't have anything for them yet.
Oh, okay. Well, they can do like 80 in the pit lane.
Okay.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
All right. You know, if I'm the 727, I might just hang out behind the Hitman car and catch a little slipstream. Just do a little bit of hypermiling.
Well, I'm guessing we will have the answer here shortly. comes the 12.
Any eyes on I guess we got it. What, 7 minutes remaining? Is that what's the official remaining?
That is one. That is the number one.
It should be minute and a half.
Yep.
Yeah, got it. Okay, cool. Sorry.
Yep.
Do we have a white flag in the air?
It should be this time by.
Now we have a white flag. Nope, he's held it back down.
Well,
here comes the 123.
They're waiting for the leader. Yeah.
Yep, the 111.
Which
58.
59 is into the pits, by the way. Your GTU leader's in the pits.
No.
Oh, well then they pitted recently. This is the 82's gone off.
There's 59. Oh, they taped the body work on, it looks like. And here comes the Hitman Toyota Supra. The number 34 is going to take the white flag with the 727 Pinnacle car tucked in right behind it, just trying to eke out the last little bit here. If they, depending on what the Hitman car does, they might be able to draft a nice M4 the rest of the way around. But only one lap remaining for them, so they've done that the correct way. We're closing out 7 hours of racing action here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. And it looks like, after some difficulties yesterday, the number 34 Hitman Racing car is going to come away with a win anyway. They'll be able to salvage this weekend in GTO. The number 12 now comes through in second place, has now taken the white flag. GT.
With that 82 going off in turn 10 there, that does promote the 280 Grizzly Motorsports BMW 27.
Yeah, good call. Yeah, absolutely it does.
So it was only a 4-second gap, absolutely, yeah.
And we've got the 123, also a strong showing from that car. Ends up about 6th place here. They were hauling the mail in the rain. Number 111 Thunder Bunny Racing car also in contention for most of the day. They're going to be in 3rd position if everything stays the same here. Here comes the Stratus car one more time, followed by the number 280 Grizzly Motorsports BMW. After a little bit of a rough day yesterday, they're actually able to recover and get an 8th place position today. As the number 28 Random Vandals Racing BMW comes through, they're hoping to claim 5th position here. And the number 34 Hitman Racing Toyota Supra comes across the line with the checkered flag. That will be a win for day 2, a win for Toyota here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. The checkered flag is out, and I believe everything should stand pat where it was as I talked you through on the white flag lap. Shouldn't have too many big issues as long as nobody goes off.
Yeah, and Pinnacle obviously will have finished the race at this point. So that is, as we suspected, they were saving enough to take it to the end. It didn't end up paying huge dividends for them, unfortunately. But were able to save themselves a pit stop.
Now getting the podium celebration stuff is being set up as we speak.
Tracking
Number
our GTU leader.
Open throttle car comes through.
There's your triple one.
The leader, there's the triple one, and then the leader in GTU, the number 58, the blue Stratus Racing NP01 comes across the finish line. They're going to take home a 10th overall. I think that they were looking for a little bit higher position than that, as the 59 comes across as well. Maybe they'll manipulate a nice old finish coming back around to get some nice photographs.
It was the 59, Ryan, that took the win in GTU.
Oh, my apologies. I had it called back then, so it's the 59. You had said, here it comes, and I assumed it was the next one that I was going to see. But, fighting some delays here.
I got you.
The 34 comes down into pit road. And that should be the last car running. We have now waved the checkered flag to all of the runners. The 34 is going to cruise right into the paddock, I reckon. You have to hope that they were able to rectify whatever their issue was yesterday and apply either some ballast or find a tune that's a little bit less, and so hopefully we don't have the same issue that we had yesterday.
They are now going through the whole undo the predictive or the pressure correction that the M4 crews have had to deal with for the last year or so.
Absolutely, I think it's probably something like that for sure. So hopefully they've got enough ballast to accommodate that. But either way, a good result for them this weekend. I mean, you still have to do the right thing and keep the car on the track in order to win in either type of situation. So the fact that they've been able to do that twice this weekend, I think speaks volumes about their crew, their preparation, the drivers. Should be all good.
Yeah, they've managed both races wonderfully. They've used their strengths and weaknesses as optimally as you could hope for, and they've come away with two wins on track, and provisionally one official. So as is the case for every WRL race, the results are pending scrutineering, and we'll say we'll end the day assuming that it is the 34 that is your winner today.
And the truth is, like, that's a professional, really good operation of clean racers who are not seeking any illegal advantages. And so I'll tell you that, if you're racing at the front of these packs, you are on the frothy edge of what's legal. That's how you get you're fast enough in the first place. So I'm certain that there was no ill will in terms of their result yesterday being shadowed and obviously overturned by a disqualification. Today, though,
just one of those things.
What amazing proof that it wasn't a fluke. That they did bring a great car, they did execute a great strategy, they did drive well in all conditions. And while we don't know the official results yet, I mean, it's all the more convincing that even after, there's nothing harder than finishing first, but then not getting the first place trophy. That has happened to me as a result of lane infractions coming after the fact, and I can tell you, it hurts. It hurts a lot, but you come back and you race again, and I bet the feeling, you asked earlier, Joseph, about the feeling at the end of the race, I bet the Thunder Bunny people are absolutely exhilarated because they deserve it. What a great finish.
Yeah, what a great weekend, a great showing for the Supra. This car was elevated into the third spot after scrutineering yesterday, so that, I mean, a double podium for the Triple One by the looks of things, regardless of what happens with scrutineering. Well, I shouldn't say regardless, but the way things are looking right now, it's a double podium for the Triple One. So it's a great showing for the Supra, and it's really the car to look out for this year, I think.
And redemption for a Hitman. I meant to say Hitman, but again, these between Hitman and everyone else on this list, great teams, great people, and congratulations on a very well executed and extremely clean race. Literally one penalty all day was a 1 lap penalty the entire day for a fueling infraction. That's pretty extraordinary.
It's incredible. I don't know that I've ever seen a race like that.
It's RJ has said in every driving meeting that it is possible, and I think that this is proof that it can be possible.
Yeah, it's certainly not inevitable. Mistakes happen, and to some degree, being human is inevitable. But I do think the WRL gets around that by giving everybody, the Joker, if you will. You get your one shot to, like, hey, let's clean this up. Hey, let's fix this mistake with the fueling infringement, etc. And so I believe, this is a very good environment for that, and this is proof that it can be done, especially for something like pit lane infractions, where that is not class dependent or number of entrant dependent. If you understand what I'm saying, you can talk about having contact and offs and stuff might be a little bit easier if the track's a little bit more empty. But as far as pit lane penalties, you all can contribute to that and make it so that doesn't happen. So, proof that it can be done for sure. I absolutely agree with that.
And given the conditions that we had this morning and yesterday evening, really, really stout driving by everybody involved. Very few car-to-car incidents, a couple moments of single car losing control in very treacherous conditions, but other than that, an extraordinarily clean weekend. I think the entire paddock should be really proud of the show that they put on this weekend.
100%. What a great show. It was a great time. I've really enjoyed the GTO only or I'm sorry, the GT only, because we have the NPO ones here as well. The GT only event, I think, has been a success. We had great racing the whole way through. We had a little bit of weather. I think we all, from the commentary side, love the wrinkle that the weather works in, and it did. You had the tire situation, you had the driver situation, you had the changeable conditions. There was lots of strategies to play in here, so I think it was a fantastic event, a fantastic evening. JT, do you have anything else you want to add before we tell all the people goodbye?
I was happy to see we had a lot of green racing here. Great racing, just coming down to the wire towards the end as usual, and I think we all really enjoyed this race.
Absolutely. How about Chris? Your first weekend as a DriversEye live commentator. Like, how did you feel?
Thank you for having me. It's been truly incredible to join you all. You do a wonderful job. I'm glad to have contributed and hopefully not taken away from too much of it at points. I want to say again, congratulations to the competitors. Also worthy of mention, Team ACP holding on to that P2 by just having the pace to finish at the end there. What a great, really good showing by all the teams. I look forward to being back trackside with everybody again soon.
Perfect. And then Joseph, I know we had some wrinkles that you and I had to work through. Mostly you, to be fair.
We figured it out
as well. Yeah, absolutely.
It was a good weekend. I thought everyone everyone looked really good this weekend. I mean, it doesn't necessarily translate into the most chaotic race, but we still had a lot of intrigue for the top 5 spots, and those are big points-paying spots. We're going to be thinking about this race when we come down to the final championship races of this season.
Perfect. Well, great words from everybody all the way around. Thank you for those who ventured across the bridge to come up and say hi to all the people. Thank you to all the competitors, all the entrants, all the drivers, the crew, the families, the sponsors, everybody who was here and made this event such a success. I really appreciate you. Please, I look forward to seeing all of you at Barber Motorsports Park here in a few weeks' time, just a little ways up the road. So please, stay safe, stay warm, have your pets spayed or neutered. Have a good evening, everyone.